Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. We're back at the original time of ours, of 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, but whether it's this time or any other time on Friday or Saturday, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. I'm glad you're here tonight, because tonight I got a show for you with a game that has been 15 months in the making, and that is not a joke. Just to give a sense, we're going to jump right into it to start. As far as the Sega Genesis app on the Switch online to play this one. This is the viewer request for September, and for this one, ElecVerse said, I want to see Contra Hard Corps from Konami for the Sega Genesis, which came out on the Sega Genesis on August 8th, 1994 in the United States, as well as on September 15th in Japan as Contra the Hard Corps, and then later in November as Probotector in Europe for the Sega Mega Drive as far as Europe is concerned, and Japan. And tonight, I'm going to be bringing this game to him and everybody else out there, including Dolly Finn, who's in the chat tonight. Hello, everyone. So good to see you tonight, Dolly Finn. We're here for Contra Hard Corps for the Sega Genesis. This is a game I've been practicing for 15 months, and just before I get started on this one, and we're going to spiel as far as the game, because we're doing an official show on this one, and I guess you're looking forward to seeing what this is going to be, because, well, let's talk about this one. This is the first game in the Contra franchise we're playing for this program, fully. I've shown this game before on this show as a bit of preview, because if you know Contra as far as Konami is concerned, you know this is a hard one. And this might be the hardest game in the franchise, perhaps. So I said, as far as ElecVerse asked me, when he said, and if he or anybody else comes to the show and says, I want to see a game, it's asking you shall receive, I'll give you whatever you want to see. But I also, when it comes to those view requests, I do them a little differently than with the other stuff even I want to do. Because I say, if you're making the commitment to come here every week for this show, or just to come by and say, like, hey, I want to see what's here, I want to see you play a game or represent a game here, I will not half-ass anything that you're asking for. So because of how difficult this game is, I said, I'm going to put this one on the back burner for quite a bit of time, and I've been practicing this game on and off for the past 15 months. Dolly Finn in the chat actually has been in on one of those previews we had, which was actually at the end of last year. And that video, as well as our preview program, looking at kind of the first half of this game, are uploaded to the YouTube site. But tonight we're going the full way with Contra Hard Corps right there, with the MA13 rating and the view of one of the bosses when we go down a different path. Because, yeah, we got to go down every single path. We're going down all 6. And we also show you one other thing with the details. For the purpose of this version, which is using the Switch Online expansion pack for the US release, it's worth pointing out, I put 19 hours and 43 minutes into this single version, not counting the Japanese version, not counting the Contra Anniversary Collection that I have in this console, not counting the time I put into this on the Sega Genesis Mini 1 unit that has this. Because for a while, Sega did not want to, or not Sega, Konami did not want to re-release this. It wasn't until the Genesis Mini 1 that this came around, and now you can get this on basically every modern console. It is on Sega Genesis. If you want it, it is not a cheap one. It's about $80, $90, which is a little less than it used to be, because it is a game that's held in high regard for good reason. And I said, hey, if I'm going to be asked for this game, I'm going to practice this. I'm going to prepare. Tonight's show, I think, above anything else, is going to be the reflection of that preparation I did, and also just to give this game the due that it really deserves. Because it is a great game. It's just a very hard game, but when you understand the mechanics of it and understand all of the machinations of it, it is something to be very, very rewarding, and it goes to that idea. In a lot of ways, this is maybe one of the defining games we played for this game, or for this show, I should say, even before we started playing it for full, because it really reflects the idea that when you're growing up, you usually have a game, and if it's really hard, you're probably going to be living with it for a while, especially if you only have the money to get that game, or to get other games specifically, or not to get other games. So you try to play, you keep playing, you keep hitting your head against the brick wall over and over again to kind of understand things, but every time you go ahead, the really great games are like this. You get a little further each time, you understand a little more about it, and that's what happened with me with Contra Hard Corps, to the point where I do feel confident after all this, but I said I have put in all the time I have this version as a little bit of a failsafe if I run into trouble, we'll see, but we are going through all 6 of the endings to this game, we're showing off everything about this game, we'll be beating this game for sure, and thank you so much, everybody out there, for your support for this journey that I've been on, but also for the fact that I'm going to give you this game. I'm not just come in and say, hey, we'll play this next week and look terrible. I'm going to say, like, no, I want to show the game exactly how you wanted it, and we're going to go the whole way. So, yeah, let's get started. And let's talk about the background of the people who made this game. Yeah, I didn't do that before because we weren't doing a full show, but now we are, with my profile pick up there for the Switch Online being there's nothing for Konami, nothing for anything that's not Nintendo available up there for picture. So I said, okay, what's the closest I can get? I said, fine, something from Splatoon. Not exactly the same thing, but it has guns, specifically as we're seeing here with Contra Hard Corps. Adventure released in 1994 for Sega Genesis, the first of the Sega Contra games. The second one being this game's direct sequel, which was Contra Legacy of War, which was on the PlayStation as well. And then also its sequel, which is not on a Sega system. That was See the Contra Adventure. Those two games are not seen in high regard. I've not played them, but they're also games that cost a lot of money. They do have the main character we're seeing here, one of the main characters, Ray Powered, and in this case we also have Sheena Trans, we're going to see a little later as we're going through the demo. As I mentioned, this was published and developed by Konami. It was a sequel to Contra III: The Alien Wars for the Super Nintendo. I said when we did our preview program, is this a sequel to that, or how's this connected? Because they reference the Alien Wars, and that gets me going right away. So I'm like, wait, that's a Super Nintendo game. But, yeah, so that's the case of what it is. It's set 5 years after it in the year 2641, where set at Christmas during the year, so this is actually a Christmas game in its weird way. As you can see, someone with the fire in the background as far as the whole city being ablaze. The government's Unified Military Special Mobile Task Force, or the Hard Corps, as these two are the members of. They're called out to handle a call in regards to the city's defense system being hacked and causing these robots to run amok and destroy the place. So it's up to them to go along, and they were created as far as the robotic elements and genetic engineering, because that kind of goes with what Contra goes as a franchise, with the other games of the franchise later and previous before this, of which there's definitely some interesting stuff going on with this one as it is. I'll get more into stuff as far as that and the characters and the lore. As far as who made this game, briefly, as we let the demo play for a little bit of a breather. It was written and directed by Nobuya Nakazato, who is the director and designer on Rocket Knight Adventures, also on Sega Genesis, as well as this game's predecessor, Contra III: The Alien Wars. Although Konami, weirdly enough, does not see this official for the series in its weird way. They say, like, hey, this is supposed to be a spin-off, but it has direct ties to Contra III, as we're going to see if you played that one, which is from Super Nintendo, as I mentioned earlier. But there's other elements as well for it we'll get into. But yeah, Nobuya Nakazato directed and designed Contra 3 and Rocket Knight Adventures, as well as the concept work for Contra Rogue Corps, which is a modern Contra game that's not good at all. Before people say, like, the Legacy of War and See Contra Adventure games are as good as this by comparison, potentially. He also did graphic design on Castlevania the Adventure for the, Castlevania the Adventure for Game Boy, as well as Symphony of the Night for the PlayStation, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters for the Sega Genesis, and also did QA testing on the Adventures of Biobilly for the NES. And then we got elements of this music, this really great music, of which there are so many names I gotta go over, so I'm gonna go over them specifically as we'll see a little bit of a demo on what's going on. And I'm not putting off the inevitable, I know I gotta play this game. I'm not nervous to this, but I'm gonna get the background, because yeah, that's the idea. Going full way for ElecVerse, who is here now. Yo, good to see you, ElecVerse. I promised you Contra Hard Corps. I said, I'm taking time to do this game right. We're doing it right. We're doing Contra Hard Corps fully tonight. All 6 of its endings, all of its paths, all of its stages, all of its characters. Thank you so much for making this request, and thank you so much for also getting me going as far as this game, and I think I'm set as far as how it is. We're doing full way on this game. Thank you so much for it, and our first look at Contra. And a fitting one, I guess, also because we do have a newer sort of Contra game coming out with Contra Operation Galaga, which is the remake of the first one. That's, I think, due out next year. So good to see you, ElecVerse. Feel free to let your memories flow on Contra Hard Corps, especially now that we're doing the full case of it. We did the preview program a couple months ago. Did a preview of it back in December of last year, but now's the time. But before we get into that briefly, I'm just going to go into stuff with the music, because this music is fantastic. It's absolutely terrific. And there are a lot of names in the music for this, so I want to give them all their due before we start. Specifically, it's 5 people who did the music for this game. It was done by Hiroshi Kobayashi, who did the music for Rocket Knight Adventures, as well as audio for Lethal Enforcers, NBA In the Zone, Buster Groove, and also sound work on Britney's Dance Beat for the PlayStation 2, which is developed by Metro, the people who made Buster Groove, and actually, I believe he was at Konami first. I think he went over to form that company, and he did make Britney Spears' game for the PlayStation 2 and the Game Boy Advance, that he was working on the PS2 edition. Also music by Akira Soji, who did music and audio for Tokamaki Memorial, which is a dating sim series from Konami's that has not left Japan much, if at all. I don't think it actually has. Also sound program at Snatcher, Crypt Killer, Sparkster, and 2 games of the Castlevania franchise, Super Castlevania 4, and Rondo of Blood, which is playing in a month, by the way. My brother and I would play this game a lot until it broke our Genesis, apparently. Oh, so... Okay, so there you go. Playing the game so much that the system breaks... Actually, I'll tell you, like, there's a story on my case. My Sega Genesis isn't working either as far as my own self now, although it's not because of this game. I don't know necessarily what it is. I still have to look into that because it's my Genesis and my 32X that are not taking cartridges or turning on effectively, but my Sega CD for that works, weird enough. But there you go. You loved this game so much. Yeah, you basically, I don't know, the capacitors or the cartridge stuff, or something must have happened to your Sega Genesis to, you know, wear it out enough. Although, to what degree, I guess that can happen, I guess is question, but either way, there you go. That's a memory right there, and I've mentioned it specifically with this game. I guess my memories of the past 15 months. Getting ready for it, but then also living with the game for so long, that's really difficult, and making sure that, you know, after all that time, all that effort you put into it, eventually you can be a master of this, and we're getting previews on stuff we saw in the preview program. Well, stuff we'll see as well. I also never thought it would get a re-release. That is true. We'll go into that briefly before I finish on the music stuff. Because it wasn't until 2019, about 25 years after this game came out, that it got any re-release. When the Virtual Console was around on Wii, for some reason, Konami was releasing stuff from NES and Super Nintendo and other consoles left and right. None of the Genesis stuff they made was up there. They didn't put either Rocket Knight Adventures or Sparkster. They didn't put this up. They didn't put up Castlevania Bloodlines, which is also on Switch Online expansion pack, which is how we're playing this. But yeah, the question of when were they going to re-release this? Because it's something that cost a bit of money. I mean, it still does cost a bit of money, like $80, $90 now, as far as the original Genesis cartridge of it. But it used to be more because people were like, hey, this is the Sega Contra game that's really, really good. This is the case that they want to play this. I was always curious about it, but I never got to play it, and then they re-released it. It was the Genesis Mini 1 that I first got it on, and now at this point, I will never re-release this by happenstance. I didn't get to play this again also until I discovered a subscription service called Console Classix. So I guess then the thought that, hey, early cases of like emulating or streaming game stuff, because no one mentioned this before, stuff like Game Tap, stuff like, I guess stuff like Game Pass and PlayStation Plus Premium nowadays, that they had access to this in a way that was not available as far as getting a copy of this game until a couple of years ago, specifically. And I don't know, I don't know why that was. It's not necessarily a licensing case. At least not for this, because, fine, I get why the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games may not have gotten re-released. Although actually the NES version did get a Virtual Console release on Wii back in the day. But whatever the case, there was no licensing question on this one, so I don't know what happened, why it took so long. Yeah, for $10 a month, you could play old games via emulation over the internet. Yeah, which I guess that was kind of an early case of something like what we have modern, but also the fact that, hey, people want to play a game like this, and especially if they have a game that you're curious about, it can be a boon. In fact, there's this service around now that I believe is in support for PlayStation 4, 5, and Xbox One, Series S and X, and PC, I believe, that also has something kind of like this in that they have some older games that have not gotten re-released. In fact, one of those games, I'll mention this specifically, we played Top Gear on Super Nintendo. At some point, we'll play Top Gear 2, which I have. But they have Top Gear 3000, which is a game that costs a lot of money, about as much as this one, like $80, $90, $100. That might be an avenue to show that easier, specifically. But it was something that, you're just saying that with Console Classix, that sounds like an interesting idea, especially when you have a collection of games that people want to play like this. Yeah, until I discovered I could do it for free. Yeah, no, I get that as well, for sure, to kind of get this going. And especially because sometimes when it comes to cost of some of this stuff, the fact that it might be a case of how else can I play this if it costs tons of money, aside from maybe emulating it, and the question of what that looks like. But in this case, at least we had a case like Console Classix. Then Konami said, fine, we're going to start re-releasing this. They've re-released this game now at this juncture about 3 times so far, which are the Genesis Mini 1, the Switch Online expansion pack, and the Contra Anniversary Collection that also has it. And then Console Classix, which I guess then they probably went to Konami, I guess, to get rights to that, and maybe other stuff of Konami's, maybe some of the other stuff that was not on Virtual Console, because it's like Genesis Virtual Console stuff. There was nothing from Konami. So no Rocket Knight Adventures, no Sparkster, and now Sparkster's like a $350 game on either system, because there's a Super Nintendo version that's totally different, by the way, than the Genesis game. So it's a case of, yeah, re-releases of some of those, please, or some other easier way. So, like, yeah, you know what, that's the idea. All right, fine. So, yeah, thank you for going into that for sure, so we can kind of get the sense of also how is this game available. That's the question, really, when it comes to this. We're doing that at the beginning. Also going over the stuff with music once more specifically. So, yeah, Hiroshi Kobayashi and Akira Soji I mentioned before, but also Kenji Miyaoka, who, this is the only music score that he worked on, but he did programming specifically on this game, on Buster Groove, as well as on other Konami games like Tiny Toon Adventures 2, Trouble in Wacky Land on the NES, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters for the Genesis and the NES. I never played this one. Well, you're in for a treat, a hard treat for sure, but it is one that is very interesting. It is something that as you play it more, we've talked difficulty on this program. How can you handle a game when it's really, really hard? And are you going to want to stop playing specifically? Oh, really? I guess in case of not playing it, maybe it's the case, as you said, ElecVerse, the fact that this game has not been available for re-release for a while until just a couple of years ago, and now you can get it. Good news, as mentioned, is, yeah, if you have a Genesis Mini 1, it is on that. If you have the Switch console and you have the online expansion packs available to play on there, and then the Contra Anniversary Collection, which is on the PS4, PS5, the Xbox One, Series S, Series X, Switch, and PC to play it. Yeah, you're in for a treat then. Yeah, you are in for a treat. And ElecVerse, I'm curious about one thing as we go with this game. I think we all know how hard this game is, I guess, for certain cases. I've not even seen this game before as far as the show she was on when I showed the first look at it, very first look. I guess, what is with you with difficulty on this? Because I know, yes, like, you know the idea of, like, being there and, like, that experience and hearing how good it is. But I guess here's the other thing, is that I think you said something a couple years ago that was very interesting to me, which is the idea of when do you go for difficulty in game? When is it rewarding? When is it not rewarding? I think you said regarding Shinobi on the PlayStation 2, saying this game is insanely hard, but it doesn't feel like it's a fair hard. It doesn't feel like at least from what I've understood when you mentioned this, we played Magic Sword, that it didn't feel like you had, I don't know, it didn't feel satisfying when you went through everything with it to say anything other than, like, yeah, this was ridiculous and I had a problem with it as far as it, but then going through this and, like, understanding the ins and outs. The Japanese version, though, is way easier. That is true, because the Japanese version has a life bar. None of the other versions have this. Pro Protector, which was Europe's version of this, did not have a life bar. This one didn't. Japan did, and it's been a constant thing with Konami. A lot of Konami's games, actually, I don't know if we played anything with Konami's that's been like this yet, where for the US, it's way harder. Where either they'll give you no difficulty select, or they'll take a feature out like a life bar, or they'll say, hey, you have to beat the game on the highest difficulty in order to get the best ending, in ways that some of the other regions do not. And Unlimited Continues. I didn't remember it had Unlimited Continue. Actually, wait, I think, I'm trying to remember. You might be right as far as that, for the Japanese version having Unlimited Continues. I knew it didn't have, I knew it had life bar. So that's the other thing as well. So that might be the easier way. And good news also is that on Switch Online, you can download the app specifically for that to run the Japanese version or play the Contra Anniversary Collection that has the Japanese version in it. And Contra Anniversary Collection also has the European version on top of that. So that helps it, for sure. Yeah, this is a tough one, but it's all about pattern memorization. I think I mentioned that before at one point. But as soon as I finish on the stuff with music, for sure. Anything else you got, I'll go into that and we'll show it for sure. Yeah, so yeah, next up on the list, there's only 3 names more. There's 6 people to the music for this, and they're not specifically credited as far as what tracks they did. So that's the idea. It's like, don't worry, we're getting into this game. I'm not delaying. I'm going through everything because we're doing full look at this game. Yeah, the music was also done by Hirofumi Taniguchi, who did the music for Captain Rainbow on the Wii. Talk about games that are never going to come out here. As well as involved on the music for Wii Play Motion, the music and audio on Chibi Robo for the GameCube, another game that costs a lot of money and hasn't gotten a re-release. He did sound effects on Contra III on Super Nintendo, and also the music for Chill Up on PlayStation 2, which I have because it's on PS3 to download for $10 as opposed to like $500, buying it normally. And Suikoden for the PlayStation, which I know Kazan22 loves, and still no word on Suikoden 1 and 2 HD's new date as far as release. I was playing the Japanese versions the other day. It is an interesting version, and it was, when I was practicing this game, I'll tell you this as well as I go along, I started there because I knew it had life bar. I heard that. I said, let me get ready for this, but I also said, hey, if we're going to understand story, hopefully we can run the American version, which is what I'm doing. But it definitely is interesting to see that, and I don't know, feel free to correct me if this is not right, like, first, is there a story difference with the Japanese version? I know with the European version there is, because the European version changes things dramatically, to the fact where, except for Brownie here, the little robot, none of the characters we've seen during the demo so far as your playable characters, are present at all. Everybody is a robot. And even the elements of the story are totally different, and actually one of the endings is removed. I'll show which ending that is, because it's the bad ending. But yeah, so I feel free to go into that with the Japanese version. And then the other element as far as the music are two big names for Konami. Not to recall that it has changed the story. Yeah, because we'll get to that when we do Streets of Rage 3, I know that for a fact. But the European version I know did change that, and I don't know why they changed it specifically. As far as what I could find, I don't know if there was specifically a reason why it's like, oh, they didn't like what this was or what. But whatever the case, so there is kind of a little bit of a parody. But Streets of Rage 3, amongst other games, yeah, they'll change that. We'll go on that for sure when we get there. But the other two names that did music on this are big ones. The first one is Akira Yamaoka, who did the music for all of the Silent Hill games. 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe some on the side. But also other stuff like Snatcher. The PlayStation 1 version of Nagano Winter Olympics 98, not the Nintendo 64 version that I have, as well as Poi Poi 2, NBA in the Zone 98, Rumble Roses XX. And I think he works on a lot of the stuff of Grasshopper Manufacturing, the people behind stuff like Lollipop Chainsaw and Shadows of the Damned, because he did the music of those games, as well as Killer's Dead, The Medium, which is on PS5 and Xbox Series X. And also, he did a remix of Time History in Persona 4 Dancing All Night. Europe is a lower tolerance towards violence, hence the robots. Okay, so that makes sense. And actually, that goes back to something I didn't end in this when we played Shadow Dancer. I did not mention it, actually, when we played it. I forgot to. Germany actually banned that game because of its violence. So that actually, you got a point. That might be what it is. Specifically, and we're going to see this because this did have the MA13 rating as far as the VRC rating counselors, because this was right before the ESRB came around, which basically they're equivalent to the teen rating because of, I'm going to guess, its violence, some of its blood in terms of the creatures we're going to see, some language, and also one thing that's not in the game, drug reference, which Konami has gone on record and said there's a character we're going to see that the reason that he's involved in this is actually for drug money, and basically paying for drugs. The game doesn't say it, but they've gone on the record and said, no, this is the intention. I'll bring it up when we get to that. And then the last person in the music is another big name who did a lot of stuff on Genesis specifically. Michiru Yamane, as far as stuff at Konami's doing stuff like Sparkster, Castlevania Bloodlines, and other games of Konami's, as well as specifically like Motocross Maniacs on the Game Boy, Daytona Twin Beasts, Suikoden 4 on the PlayStation 2, both of the Castlevania games on the PS2, Men of Innocence and Curse of Darkness, as well as Dracula X Chronicles, which were shown off in about a month, as well as Elbits on the Wii, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Fall of the Foot Clan on the Game Boy, and the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa game from the arcade from Konami, because of licensing reasons, probably not getting that around. I'm going to assume it's like Sunset Riders, but I don't know specifically, but that's a name I didn't expect as far as something of Konami's, but they had a lot of elements, but fine. All right, enough's enough. We're not even half an hour in. It's like, yeah, we got to start playing this game. We got to get going. But either way, I'm looking forward to it. I think we do it. Let's talk about options at least. You have options of your players. You can set to one life if you want to. We're not doing that. We're setting it to all three. There's a music test. The music is awesome. Sound effects. Controls. Hit the C button to bring that up. Your default controls are right here. It is kind of beta as far as how it is, although it is showing down there, I guess, hex data as far as how things are going. Because when I'm moving moving the D-pad that way, showing up, down, left, right. So actually, I want to get my controls specific. Yeah, because I'm using the Genesis controller that came up for the Switch. It is 3 buttons, it's worth pointing out. So A button is select weapon, B is shoot your weapon, and C button is jump. If you have a 6-button controller for the Genesis version, because there's not a 6-button Genesis controller available on Switch, or if you have a Switch controller that has 6-button controller elements, you can use the X, Y, or Z buttons to switch weapons on the fly, which is very useful. In this circumstance, I'm gonna have to be I'll have to be shooting and then hit the A button while I'm shooting to switch my shot mode from shooting while standing still, or shooting whilst moving. All right, that's the idea. Hit the start button and go back, and we'll get ready to go. All right, so here's our team. The hardcore is there known. And you have support for 2 players for this game. I've never actually played this 2-player, but well, 1 player. Okay, let's get going. Also, for the purposes, also give chat choice. Who do you want me to take out first as far as character? We're going to show off every character. We're going to show off every element as far as the paths. We've been playing this game quite a couple times. There's 6 endings to it. We're going to show them all off. Let's talk about who we have, though. First off, we have Ray Poward. He is the leader of the hardcore, and going into story continuity, he was kind of a delinquent, from what I understand, as a youth, so the story where this goes, but then he found his purpose leading the hardcore, specifically being part of the hardcore, I should say, with his weapon set of the Vulcan laser, the crash, the spread gun, and the homing shot. I'd say I want to see Ray first. You got it. We'll definitely show that, but I'll introduce everybody else first. Sheena Atranzi is next on our list. She is a guerrilla warfare specialist, so the story lore goes here as well. And she has access to weapons like the grenade, or the Genocide Vulcan, the Shower Crash? I think that's what it is, yes. The Break Laser and the Axe Laser. And then we have Brad Fang. He's just called Fang for this for some reason, but either way, he's a genetically created mammal-based fighter, sort of, kind of, who has the nice sunglasses there. He has a lot of short-range attacks that can be very powerful, but it does put you at a little bit of a disadvantage if you're like, hey, you're going to be shooting constantly. It does create an interesting element as far as showing how the game plays and basically how it kind of changes based on character, because he has the Beast Shooter, the Power Punch, the Flamethrower, and the Psychic Blaster, which I found out can decimate bosses if you are able to use it, and you can also get used to the fact that you have to shoot it horizontally only. And last on our list, the only character who, as I mentioned, Pro Protector, the European version of this, is in Pro Protector. That is Brownie, or CX-1DA300, as that game indicates him. He's a small cyborg combat robot who has a smaller size. He doesn't hover when you jump in the air and hold the C button. And you can also basically stand still under things you'd normally have to duck under, but you can also duck down and get a lower element as well, as he runs the Victory Laser, the Gemini Scatter, the electromagnetic Yo-Yo, and the Shield Chaser. Fang is the proverbial glass cannon. That is, yeah, it's a good way of saying that specifically, although for some of the harder elements of it, because in some ways this game is insanely boss heavy, and ElecVerse, I think you know that for sure, it can be helpful, but that's the idea, is that it is a bit of a risk because of the fact that you can leave yourself open to attack and open to getting yourself hurt, especially on one to kill. All right, since you said you want to see Ray first, we're showing Ray first. Ray powered, so lock and load it. And you get those very grungy voice effects, but they do sound really interesting, and they are things that do give it a nice gritty feel. All right, so here is our boss. Security system was breached by an unknown hacker. So yeah, that is the plot of this game. It is set at Christmas in the year of 2641. There's a hack at the security for the city, and an unmanned robot's running rampant. So now we have to go to the area and restore her. So let's get going, or I guess say elite agents. Agents are go! All right, let's get going. Get the thumping music. Oh my god, so good. Yeah, just run everything up. Okay, here we go. Let's get going. One hit and I die, by the way. It's worth pointing out. Also, I want to quickly address one mistake I made when I did my preview program. I said, hey, the enemies will keep coming infinitely as I walk along. They'll shoot stuff out. I was wondering, could you stand here and just shoot them and get lives off of them? The answer is no, you can't, because the points are visible in this game, by the way. But when you get 20,000 points, you get a life, and I believe it's every 60,000 points after that. That's wrong. I'll put an edit down here, but I think that's what I said when I edited for the preview program. But yeah, so in that case, I can't just stand here and shoot, so I'll have to get down there eventually. And like I said before, the intro stage hypes you up. Oh yeah, no question. And I think you mentioned when we did the preview program of this, saying like, this is one of the best opening stages in any game, and you got a point. You absolutely do. But you have items coming down, and yeah, you hit them off, you get your weapon power-ups. Whoa. And the enemies will just keep coming, or to go to Star Fox logic, or Star Fox 64 logic, shit, as I got shot, and you're dead. And when you do get killed, by the way, is one shot, you lose the weapon you were holding, so my nice level 2A attack was destroyed. And they're going to be flashlight warnings all over the place. But yeah, as I said, they just keep coming up until you get to a point. But alright, there's another boss specifically. Well, it's kind of a boss, you just have to kind of shoot it specifically. And if you have the right weapons, and I'm going to say point against kind of stand still right here as we're going. I just destroyed, okay, we haven't gotten them yet. I was like, wait, I took down the names of some of the enemies in this, because some of them are from other Contra games. Some of them, at least. Like, there's another item. And you get a bomb. You have a free usage of that, and when I use it, there's going to be a flashing light warning. Then this game is going to be an element of that. Okay, here's the spider. He will slide along the ground. If you jump, he'll jump with you. I learned that actually only about 15 minutes ago before I went on for the show. I was doing my test play stuff. But yeah, just keep shooting him. When he goes red with the fire, he'll go that way. You can jump over him. You also do slide. There's down in the C button. Slide through, you're invincible when you were sliding. But when you come out with your feet up like that, you get hurt. So yeah, you gotta be careful. It is a hype case, as you mentioned, ElecVerse, with this level, and also with what we got here with the fire in the background. And the stuff it's doing with background. Look at that. The fact that, look at that big robot there. It gives that sense of, you mentioned this when we took a look at Ranger X a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago now at this point, saying, hey, Part 3 just gives a sense, like, look at all this activity happening in the background. It gives this game a lot of life. As here comes Maximum Jumbo. This is the name of the robot. Shoot his eye, stand in the middle where the, I guess the indentations on the building are. You'll be safe from the fire. Just keep firing. When he dies, there'll be a flashlight warning. If I don't kill him right away, in fact, I'm going to show not killing him right away, he'll throw a car. He'll throw that in the center of the screen. When he does do that, just move out of the way. And the debris usually will not hurt you. Just keep going on that. He'll do that. Boom, he's dead. By the way, when he does that spinning eye thing, the fire can still come out even as he's dying. So maybe don't move out of the way potentially, specifically. All right, there's other things. There's B and C. Okay, so this is Ray's Crash. This is his most powerful weapon, but you have the spread gun. Yeah, if you played Contra before, you want to have this, although he's the only character that has it. Interesting enough, it's kind of the weakest weapon he's got, but it covers a lot of distance, so you can make use of it as well as the hover and the normal shot. I'm going to hold and make sure I can make this jump. Yeah, because if I hit the pit down there, I'm dead. Yeah, we're going to grab on this and slide down and have a little bit of flashlight warning as... Yeah, we get attacked off screen. That's a detail I didn't actually notice until I was kind of thinking about it more. Like, boom, there you go. So let's get going to boss. Our first boss, which is... Mursame. Yeah, it's not the unmanned robot. Someone's inside that thing. Indeed, he is. So yeah, he jumps down. He'll flip around like that. He will then start to fire on the ground. Duck and shoot him. If you have something that can seek, you can use that, or you can use the Crash. The Crash is the strongest thing that Ray's got, so I'm going to use that for the time being. But you do have a lot of options about how you want to play this for certain cases. Like, in fact, right now I'm going to use the hover shot. So after you do that enough, he'll split in half, and he'll cut that building down in half as well and collapses. Then he'll split that down, crouch. Also, after that, he'll do that dash through. You just slide through and you'll be safe. You have to get the timing down. You also can't be too far away from him when he does that spin-off, because I've had cases where he's hit me when I was far away trying to shoot, but I did get him, and inside we get that. Alright, so who or what are you? Yeah, the music change definitely lets you know the shit's about to go down. Yeah, that's true. And talk about getting you, or really, I guess, transitioning the player well through the situations of what's going on. It's like, yeah, it's tension, like what's going on, but it still seems kind of bouncy with the in the background of the music. But then you're like, oh, do, uh-oh. But yeah, this is Deadeye Joe. He's saying, yeah, if you want to know more than that, come to get me. Alright, the research centers are attacked by an undergroup. This is Dr. Geo Mandrake, by the way. He's giving us a little bit of a brief that way, so come and help us, please. But we can't be in two places at once, so damn, what should I do? Okay. Now, I've shown this, I think, every time we've previewed this game so far. I want to update a little bit on what I said last time. We do have a choice of which way to go in chat. I'll let you choose which way you want to go. But it's worth pointing out that for this path system of this game, this one choice we make is going to dictate which of the endings are available to us. And if we go to the research center, there are 3 endings that are available to us that actually we did show off all of those in the preview program as it was. If we go to Deadeye Joe, there's 2 endings that are available to us. There's also the 6th ending that is available regardless of which path you go. And it is actually at the end of the 3rd level. So when we get there, I'm going to actually stop again, and I will ask chat specifically if you want to see that ending now or if you want to see that later. But for the time being, then, put this to a chat vote as far as what do you want to do. You can go after Deadeye Joe, or you can go to the research center, and depending on how you do it, you go different paths, you have different levels, you have different challenges to go through, so it does give you a lot of replayability of what you want to do. I'd like to go to the research center. Do we have any objections as far as that in the audience? Dollyfin, you said first time you want to see research center. Do you concur? I mean, we'll definitely show off everything. I promise. That's also why I practiced this game for 15 months. I said, I want to make sure I'm ready for this. I want to do this game right. Because I love the idea of reviewers making requests. Thank you, ElecVerse, so much for this request again, for sure. And that's the idea. All right, so let's go to the research center. Oh, right. Okay, fine. I made a mistake. Weird enough to go through the story dialogue, you have to hit the B button. Start is not your confirm. There's your pause button. But your confirm here is the C button. So yeah, let's go to the research center. Because we did show Deadeye Joe before. And actually, I made a mistake when we did the test play. Because I used the save state on Switch Online. I'm only going to use those now in an absolute emergency. And even then, I'm going to try and not use it, honestly. But actually, the save state I had down had the endings for research center before. So I do want to indicate that because I did not realize that at the time. But all right, let's go to the research center. And there you go. So you get that great stage core music. There's been in a lot of Contra games. Okay. So yeah, when you go to the research center, we did briefly show this about a year ago, but now at this point, yeah, we're on our nice bike. It was like, yeah, we're never going to get there in time unless the air police come by and take us there quickly. Yeah, you sure guys, you certainly have a good time, and Definitely would do. Okay, so yeah, look out. One of the bad guys is coming from behind. Alright, so here's this boss specifically. It's a missile launcher. To shoot the missiles out, jump right when they go and have the hover out if you, or the seek shot out if you got it. Because then you knock them down, they crash in the car. You do that 6 times and it is gone. You also have to time when the jump is. Basically wait till the missile pulls back and right before it's going to shoot forward and should be fine. Should be fine, but that's the idea. I've played this game so much to kind of get a sense of what's the pattern. And then for this, I'm trying to remember what the name of this guy is. He is in Contra III, I think. Actually, in a lot of the Contra games. I'll have a name what he is specifically. But yeah, if you have the seeker shot, he'll go down in no time to start, but then he'll take to the sky on a jetpack. The only part of him that hurts you is the laser it's reporting out, so don't worry about him touching you. You don't have to be nervous about that. Basically, we see the laser go, and just jump out of the way. Also, don't fall off the copter, otherwise you die. And there he goes, he's done. But now we have, like, the bird thing that watch out for the top, because, yeah, he'll shoot triple shots off of the wings. And he'll shoot a laser out of the center. Like that, boom. Yeah, you see the stars come out, that gives you a sense. If you stay in the center of it while the copter's moving, it's worth pointing out. Yeah, that's the key. I'm surprised I am dodging this as well as I can, or have been doing, because that is a very hard pattern to get down, especially the wings. But if they're going down, they're taking us with us. So, yeah, we're crashing into the center. Then, boom, here we are. We didn't get there in record time, as it is, but alright, so let's get some weapons. By the way, it's worth pointing out, if you do pick up any of the weapons aside from A, you can't upgrade them. So if you don't have them, they'll give you opportunities to get them. But in this case, that's going to be the idea, so let's blast our way through. Alright, so yeah, there they are. They're holding Mandrake hostage. That guy's like, okay, maybe I don't want to deal with him. Alright, so yeah, you okay, Doctor? Yeah, but they're after the alien cell. Yeah, we got it from the mother alien in the Alien Wars 5 years ago, which is a tie back to Contra III for the Super Nintendo. Yeah, that is part of the story. I played Contra III a little, but I haven't played as much as this one, admittingly. It's very dangerous, so we keep a close eye on it. So he's like, okay, fine, we got this alien cell, we gotta do something about it. So the rampaging robot was a diversion for this. And you do find that out, by the way, if you go the other way as well. But alright. Yeah, keep walking. In this case, it's just walking through the enemies. If you have the Seek, yeah, I'm getting a lot of good usage of this. Although, fine, it's not called that. I said what it's called earlier as far as him. But just Seek on with little missiles. They're not insanely powerful, but they can be very useful. And that's the idea. If you know how your weapons are, you can also take advantage of the fact that they shoot off screen a little bit. And hear that tick 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 tick. That means that you're making damage on them. Alright, so there's B. Okay, and I got A. So yeah, I got my A upgraded to the laser. So it is a more powerful shot for that. That's the only weapon that can be upgraded. And for this, though, I do want the B weapon. Yeah, because we're going to be fighting... And you know, so you're getting the sense that, yeah, when you get close enough, you have everything going on with, you know, no music. By the way, the boss we fought before was Sasaki, who's in Contra 3. The huge robot's coming up next. But yeah, we're too late. And you can't, by the way, go here fast enough to avoid this from happening. It's always going to get stolen. So yeah, how we go fight the huge robot? Well, here he is. What you want to do is you want to stay in the center to start. He'll pound his arms down. Be cognizant when that happens and slide out of the way. Boom. And slide out of the way of those things. If you also have the fixed shot... Oh, shit. I want to... Crap. I'm trying to switch to fixed shot. Yeah, what'll happen is he'll put these things together. You can slide into them to avoid them as it is. Okay, there you go. So he does that and then slide out of the way. And while he's doing that, stay on the side was putting the orbs together into a pattern and then just start shooting. Also, you can shoot them, and with the crash, they go down really easily. Yeah, this gave me a lot of trouble until I figured out what to do. That's the idea, figuring out what to do and also figuring out what weapon's going to be most useful. You got to put him into a circle. Yeah, and after he puts it together, you can shoot it down. And I think one more cycle should be able to get him. Whoa. If you can time that slide, you get him. Okay, got him. Yeah, that's the thing about this game. You understand patterns, you understand everything about this. That's why I said I lived with this game basically for 15 months. I said... This is the reason why. So now I'm in a better case of it. Okay. So 3 days after the cell was stolen, here's the hacker breach of security. Neumann Cascade. This is the guy who did it for drug money. So, Konami confirmed. Actually, it is the Contra Anniversary Collection that confirms that. They say that, hey, you know, in the background of this character, they say he did this for the purpose of drug money. The game doesn't explicitly state it. The instruction manual doesn't explicitly state it. Maybe the Japanese version states it. I don't know, but Konami did say in their History Konami section, or History of Contra section in that collection, that that's the reason. But anyway, he caused the panic, used the robot as a version to steal Mother's Sail. So we have to go to the junkyard. Don't screw this one up. Okay, we will not. Also, the other thing I'm going to do right away is I'm going to get my A shot out. Another case of great attention to detail in the background. You get the bikes going vroom, vroom. Yeah, watch as they jump past and just shoot them as they come out. Sometimes you look at the background of a game like this, like, wow, look how great this looks. But sometimes the question of, hey, it can really cause trouble if you're not careful. And that happened to me a lot. So far, I've been doing okay, but as I said, that was not my experience when I first started playing this. I don't think it's anybody's experience when they first start playing this. But I think, if nothing else, I like the fact that I'm showing this game off. We're showing this game off the way that we're showing it, just because of the fact that... Oh shit, I get shot in the face. My second favorite stage here in the junkyard. It is a great stage, for sure. The atmosphere it creates, the music it has, some voice samples on the music. Very subtle as far as it creates a great sense of atmosphere. Look at the sunset there in the background. But as I said, I'm just giving the sense of, as far as like the build of this game, or kind of my experience understanding this. But for now, the lack of seeker is okay. For now. There's other cases where I want to have it. But yeah, the thing I was not careful of was, yeah, the cars there can shoot out missiles. And basically what you want to do pretty much is walk and crouch. Yeah, the crouch is going to be your best friend in a lot of cases. And also the slide. But as you go along, there are the crows, there's another bomb. Okay, so here is the boss here. Or one of the bosses. He has that laugh there. Yeah, crouch underneath as far as that. If you're playing as Brownie, you do not have to crouch underneath that. And then go at this point and basically pay attention to this and just basically jump and fire. Watch the tail. Whip. 2, 3, 4. And then he goes down to the ground. Be careful before you move, because his spiked arms can still hurt you. And sometimes he gets hidden amongst the debris in the garbage. And when he dies, it's a flashlight warning just to indicate that. Either use your level 2 A shot here, I'd recommend, or use Crash. Crash is amazing. It's just that it doesn't seek, but there we go, got him. Okay. So let's go down the way. This is actually surprisingly hard. You're like, wait, there's nothing here. Oh, but they're cannons. And they'll, yeah, right there. When I move forward a little more, it'll open. So sometimes you do want to kind of inch your way forward. Just tap the D-pad to walk forward to kind of get them set and shoot them before they shoot off. And you have a powerful enough weapon, which would be either the Crash or the laser, use it. Actually, the laser probably is the better way to go here, especially when they have two of them. Whoop. And especially when they keep going this way. Yeah, because you can shoot diagonally. Shit, I jumped into that. That was my fault. Alright, I have 2 lives left. By the way, worth pointing one thing out. In there is where Neumann Cascade is. But one of the endings is actually right above us. If you climb this wall right here, there's a boss fight we fight, a group of 3 actually, and that will give us one of the endings. Chat, if you want to see that now, feel free to say, and we can do it. If not, we can go through the door and fight Neumann Cascade. Either way, we'll show this off eventually. We can technically finish the game right now for one of the endings by going up that wall. So it's your pick, I'll let you choose. In the meantime, we'll take a drink of water. Yeah, so that's the idea of that, and it is interesting as far as what this ending is, because I'll tell you, explain this briefly. Well, I guess I'll also say this when we get over to this, whenever you want to see it. When I saw this ending, I ran the Japanese version. I ran it stage select, because there are codes for the Japanese version. They are not for the US version. So I said, let's do stage select. Let's try everything. And then I didn't actually realize how the path system of this game worked yet. So I said, wait, what is this? I'll save it for later, or I would want to save it for later. You got it. We'll definitely show it, though. Alright, fine. Let's go after Neumann Cascade. Alright, there he is. You're that creep, Neumann Cascade. Yes, indeed it is. Yeah, I want to try this on for size. Now let's go in. Yeah, we're going into the virtual zone. Yeah, I hope you enjoy yourself, and I hope you enjoy the couple of bosses we got here. 1, 2, 3, 5. I think I said 6 before. 3 that are modeled after signs of the Zodiac. This is Taurus, by the way. He'll move left and right. He'll do this, he'll shake his hands together in just a second, and then he'll do a dive. If you slide, you can avoid that dive. Eventually, as you shoot him more, he'll dive more frequently, and you have to use the slide to cause damage. It does cause damage if you hit him specifically. Oh shit, if you don't slide specifically, that's that idea. Okay. Oh shit. Alright, I unfortunately got myself killed. Norman Cascade looks familiar to me, I don't know why. Well, at least we'll get a sense of that, and this is my first game over. You get 5 continues in this game, for sure, and I'm not gonna rewind as it is specifically. And, you can change character on game over, we're still running with Ray, though. And also, when you do die, all your weapons are gone, so unfortunately, that's the idea. Okay, so, yeah, let's talk about that, then. Looks familiar, yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think of gaming, okay, this is a Capcom thing, and this was years after this. There's like a Beautiful Joe look to him, but that was years after this game. As far as, at this time, I don't know necessarily. Oh, fine, I guess he's got kind of a cybernetic thing with his, profile picture up there. Looks like an actor, perhaps. Yeah, a little. Yeah, feel free to go into that as far as, what you're thinking on that, as I fight, him again. Oh, fine, I didn't even show off this part. Like, okay, fine. Yeah, Toro's same deal. Basically, as long as you just move around, they'll do that rub together, you should be fine. As long as you're not facing the same direction as that, which you usually don't, you'll be fine. Okay, in that case, it's just slid. Whoa. At this point now, I kind of just want to slide only, pretty much. As long as you get that timing down. Because eventually what he'll do is he'll just do the rub, and you won't have any time to shoot him, but that's fine, because you can just keep doing it this way to him. You have to time that, so basically slide to him as he comes up. Like that. And every time you kill a form of this boss, you do get a weapon upgrade. Yeah, okay, so we got another, I got an A upgrade. Okay. Okay, so, next form is Sagittarius. Yeah, he has the arrows there. Shoot the arrows out of the way. If you can get in front of him to shoot the arrows out, that's good. Or if you have the Seek, or if you have... Well, okay, some of the other weapons can kind of get out of the way. But yeah, if you don't do that, he'll go around. Okay, there we go. Got the burst. I want this. Because we have Gemini next. I also have to hope Gemini doesn't come to the left. I'm thinking now, shit, he does come to the left. If he does come to the left, slide out of the way. And if you're far enough away on this side, he won't hit you. You basically stop on one edge, and in this case, yeah, I can just shoot him from here. Basically move around. Fine, I'm thinking Geminite 96 is gonna be on the show next week when we start Earthbound. Okay, and I got him, so I got, spread gun, which has to be very useful here. You fight well, fool, but let's see if you can handle this. This being Square Terror T is that thing. If you have Seeker, use it, or if you have, spread, this will be worthwhile. Yeah, the T will come out where you're standing. Try and stand close to him, because he'll go towards the edge of the screen, and you might not have enough room to maneuver. Just keep shooting him. Yeah, maybe the spread gun is not going to do as much damage to him as some of the other stuff I have, but it's also kind of a risk assessment, saying like, hey, if I get hit, what do I do? Also, tank form. I mentioned this when I did the preview on this, but I'll say it again. Normally what you have to do is you have to stand at the edge of the screen and wait for the tank to shoot off 6 bullets. Then get up and start shooting him. But if you have the spread gun, just crouch down and shoot him, and he'll never hit you. It'll take a little longer, but it'll be safer. Yeah, in this case, yeah, Ray can do this. Not every character is going to be able to do this, specifically. Unless you have, like, a Seek weapon. Alright, and the last form is the helicopter. I killed the helicopter too quickly when I did the preview on this one to show this specifically, but here's what happens. The helicopter will fly around, and it will stop, and then the tail will come off like a roto blade and come after you. Also, you can't be standing right underneath it, otherwise it's, you know, landing gear will come down on you with blocks. You can also slide into the propeller to avoid getting hit by it. The other thing I'd also do is probably pull out the burst. I should be using the burst because it does more damage, but you have a choice, and that's the other thing about this. That if you can get the rhythm down, it's like, fine, I'm gonna play it safe. Say like, hey, I have more of a range to shoot him running this. Shit, or, whoa, shit. Okay, fine, I'm gonna have to show it off anyway. You can do that, so you do have an option. Or say like, fine, I'll stand still. Okay, got him. You can also use a bomb if you have one. He dies in one hit. But alright, fine, we got him. It's game over for you. Don't hurt me. I'm just trying to make a buck for drug money. That the game does not say. At least this version doesn't. Not personal. All right, save your story for the people at headquarters. So we took him in, and that is our way going this way. By the way, you do come to level 3 that we just saw here, no matter which path you take. It's just a question of how you get here. And same with this next level, is go to the jungle. So we interrogated Neumann, and he said Colonel Bahamut, who was in Contra III, the Alien Wars for Super Nintendo. He also was, I questioned this when we did preview program because I didn't get a sense of this yet. I didn't do the research on this part of it at the time, but now I did. He was a hero fought during the Alien Wars, but 2 years ago, which was in Contra III, he planned a coup to overthrow the government. But if you go back to the very beginning of this franchise, which was technically the first game in it, which is Hard Corps Uprising, which was by Arc System Works, who made BlazBlue. It's on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. You played as him. So technically he was a hero that way, although Konami also has been kind of non-committal as far as is it the same Bahamut as in this game and in Contra 3. I think they say it could be another one, but they don't say no, it's not him. But either way, we did stop the coup in Contra 3, or as far as the characters in that game did, but he ran away, and that's where this game comes in, which also goes to the question of why does Konami say this is a spin-off of 3, even though it's a direct sequel to it. And it has 2 sequels, which are Contra Legacy of War and See the Contra Adventure, which were on PlayStation, and Legacy of War is on Saturn as well. He's dangerous, though. What's he doing with this cell? Alright, so let's go to the jungle. Alright. Yeah, in this case, though, you have monkeys, and you keep walking along, they'll keep coming, so you can't avoid them. Okay, crap. If you have spread, it can help. If you walk too close... Okay, fine, that was a bad idea, my idea, just to do slide in front. I thought maybe I could do that and survive, but alas, no. Alright. I said, this is also why I practice this game, but yeah, Ray, let's keep going. We're running all 5 continues with Ray. See how this goes. Also, see if I can't... Yeah, use the laser, but here's the thing, because you're walking slowly in front of them, you have to kind of be careful, and there are monkeys that are on the vines there, right there, like robotic, like, genetically infused, I guess monkeys, guess gorillas, something specifically. It goes to the idea of genetic engineering and testing that tends to go in this franchise. We'll see in a little bit. Okay, boom. So we got him. Alright, so that's the idea. Alright, just have to be careful. Alright, and with the Seeker, I want to use these on the flies here. We have some great music going in here, for sure. And some great effects. We'll talk about... I guess we sort of gave credence to this so far tonight, but we did before, as far as the preview program of this. What this game is really doing for Sega Genesis, they were clearly paying attention to Treasure, ex-Konami people is worth pointing out, and some of the tricks that the Sega Genesis can do with good programming, especially for stuff that's not built on the console like Super Nintendo. Like here. For the boss here, he has his hands here, he'll grab him and he'll pull the bridge up. I love that effect, and it does have a feel to it, but you want to pay attention to when he goes red. Get out of the way, he'll shoot in the direction his snout is pointing. But if you keep walking in the center, you won't get hurt. If you touch the hands on the claws, they'll hurt you, but if you jump on top of them, they will not. When you do that, you come down here on top of, well, something. We also have to be careful because there's little, I guess, bugs or centipedes or something sliding around, and they'll come from off-screen. So you have to have the Seeker use it. And pay attention to... Okay, I never saw that actually go through the dinosaur here. You basically pay attention to, after you kill enough of them, the screen will shift to the right very, very, very slightly, like that. Okay. Also, be careful of one thing. This creature, dinosaur, whatever he is. If you shoot him in the nose, he'll spit out that, I guess that's snot or whatever that is. That does hurt you, so do not shoot like crazy walking off this thing. He will not shoot on his own, though, so don't worry about that. As we're going here to fight the... They call him the Evil Snowman. I don't know why. That is canonically what he's called. Okay, fine. He's like a water strider, pretty much. And he has the flipping legs. He's got a lot of moves. He has tossing his legs off. When he does that, crouch. In this case, I'm using the powered-up A-shot. And when he does that jump, slide under. Okay, yeah, because that does do a lot of damage. And then when you do enough damage to him, he'll get another part to him. An Evil Snowman, where's the snow? Yeah, I know. I looked as far as like the Contra Wikis on this. That's what they called him. Like, I don't understand where that came from. First, I was like, wait, what are the official names of all the enemies? But that's what they called him. When you do enough damage, I slid under him or past him when he did the crawl along. He'll do this thing with the fire. Just shoot straight up. The fire usually won't hurt you unless you're really close. Yeah, I don't get that either. First, I said, wait a second, is this right? I actually looked at a walkthrough, they had other names, but it wasn't specifically that. Also, you gotta be careful of these things. Yeah, unlike the papaya dance in Gunstar Heroes, these things will shoot the petals off or the pollen off and it'll be trouble. Whoa. If you do enough damage on them, they'll be fine. Okay, so, and in this case, we have all our weapons. Okay. So yeah, we're going to this boss here, which is slightly different based on the decision we made. I didn't realize that when we preview program showed this a couple months ago, but I know now as far as what it is, and I want to be careful about this because this is a 3-form fight, and it takes a while. It's also different because of the fact of this. Since we did not go after Deadeye Joe, he's inside of this thing. And there's an attack he does on the approach to the final form that is unique to this fight, if you go this direction. If we went and fought Deadeye Joe, this wouldn't be happening. And the fight is the same outside of that, but I'll show you in a second. Yeah, this place will be my graveyard. So yeah, with Longhand guy here, that's what they call him as well. I have a link to the Contra Wiki that says about the snowman thingy. Here's his first form. He'll do the spin around. He'll shoot laser out. Okay, fine. You know, maybe... Hold on. You know what? Okay, I'm realizing something now. I actually didn't realize how this boss went. As you shoot him, he spins around and he'll shoot... Okay. Even with all the practice I did, I didn't realize that's how it worked. Okay, so don't shoot that part of him constantly. I always made that mistake. It's like, how the hell do I avoid those shots? Basically, just wait till he flashes, so he points the cannon out of the way of you, and then start shooting again, so you can get him out of the way, and then go along, and then climb the side. I never knew that. I literally just found that out right now by total accident. Because at first I said, I'm getting my ass kicked by that form. That form you just saw was the form of this that I was the most afraid of coming into this. So I said, at first I said, I guess I gotta try something different. I was like, I don't know, I just decided to not shoot him. I just shot the ever-living hell out of him. But you could also shoot him to bounce him off the side, but unless you're very close as far as the blades hitting the sides, you generally won't get hit by this. But I also thought, hey, I'm gonna get hit by this as well, just kind of my play. And that's the thing, there's a lot of depth and there's a lot of hidden elements to this game that are really unique. Even ones like, literally just found out. By the way, climb up to this, because Contra Syndrome, they always say Castlevania Contra Syndrome. When there's a element off screen, it doesn't exist anymore. You follow that, you do that. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I wouldn't do, what, shooting him? I thought I had to shoot him specifically when I came, but that also goes to the idea, like, how I played this game differently. I'm running this. This is sort of the same, although, yeah, then he shoots based on where the direction is, and fine, that was my fault staying in the way of that. Yeah, fortunately, I lost my nice burst shot. But I at least want to hold on to something. Yeah, because what will happen is we'll shoot that in direction based upon that, and based on how it is, it'll bounce off walls. So I should have just slid out of the way of that one. Or if he shoots it well enough, you can avoid it. And also, in this case, he'll do another dash to the left. Okay, and this is where the boss is different. Yeah, shoot during the flying sequence. I don't know, I thought I had to initially, but I was like, wait, you know, he's gonna bounce towards me, but you're right. Okay, this is what's different. He's shooting the missiles out. When you have Deadeye Joe controlling it, he'll shoot missiles out right here at this point before you climb the wall. If you have the spread shot, use it here. If you have already went and fought Deadeye Joe before doing this, he will not do that. But for some reason, I'll say this. Oh, shit! Crap, there goes my spread gun. Yeah, because you have to hit the D-pad diagonally to make that shot. He'll still shoot the missiles out here, even if Deadeye Joe's not here. So unfortunately, there goes my my spread gun. But I should be okay for this. This is just gonna take a while. This is the last form. Now, this is a little interesting, because what happens is he has the cannon, he also shoots in a direction. When you shoot him and do a bounce back, and when he does a flash like that, he'll start shooting a laser. It'll go in 2 clockwise revolutions, and they'll stop in one direction right after where he was. So he's shooting directly to the left, he'll shoot directly straight down where he stops. Start shooting him. Basically, pay attention to where you start see flashing there, duck immediately, so that it doesn't bounce back and hit you, and also the laser doesn't bounce back and hit you, and slide underneath his leg. This can take a while, but if you are patient, you should be okay. Yeah, because he does have... There is a physics to how he bounces when he shoots. which I love that, but it's also nerve-wracking when we first had it. So, like, I'm shooting him, it's like, he's going off screen, they bounce back, like, oh shit, I died. If you don't duck directly after that, you're in trouble. Yeah, with the A or B weapon, you should be set. There you go, got him. Whew. So there you go, that is, that part. Alrighty, so, we have another choice to make. Also, it's good we went to the research center for this, because for story reasons, this makes sense, and you also get that, as you mentioned, ElecVerse on the preview program, that iconic laugh of the iconic laugh of Colonel Bahamut saying, "Ha ha ha! This is the end for you." Okay, so we followed Daddy Joe out, but it's a trap. Just we planned. Like, wait a minute, that's Dr. Geo Mandrake. What do you mean? As we planned? And Ray picked up this. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, the doctor's been assisting us. So, okay, Dr. Geo Mandrake was working behind our backs with the Colonel here. I'm sick and tired of this weak-wing government having obtained something as magnificent as an alien cell to squander the opportunity of walking away in the vault. The Colonel feels as I do, help me achieve my plan. So, yeah, he was kind of playing to both elements of this, sorta. Went to the research center, it's like, oh, this is getting stolen, but he let it get stolen. And Ray's taking care of that as far as it. Now I can carry on my own dark experiments. Why, you treacherous little... So yeah, he's not happy. Alright, the rest is up to you, Doctor, so off walks Colonel Bahamut. We'll see him later. No way to escape, you have to surrender peacefully. Okay, so we have the choice to surrender peacefully, or not surrender peacefully. What do you want to do? Either way, we're gonna have to fight stuff, but we have to fight a boss immediately if we fight to the end. We can fight to the end, or we can surrender and fight later. Fight to the end, you got it. Which... actually, I believe the way this is going, just to make sure of this, I believe this is, perhaps the best canonical ending, or one of them, anyway. So let's fight to the end, and hit C button, you gotta remember to do that. Okay. You pour forward and may pray for my experiments, and we'll definitely show what the other stuff does, do not worry about that. Okay, so by saying fight to the end, we do have to fight, Geo Mandrake's experiments. He has cloning machines on both sides of the screen, kind of like that movie The Fly, if you ever saw that. We'll fuse two things together. If you have the Seeking here, or the homing missile here, it's very useful. First, it's like the flying, I don't know, centipede, whatever it is. Yeah, just start shooting. He'll fly kind of to the right, specifically. Eventually, he'll die. Keyword being eventually. But I also want to get out of the way so he doesn't... because he moves slowly, but you can get yourself trapped. And that's the worst feeling in the world. Also, by the way, when he's off screen, you're not hearing that tick-a-tick-a-tick-a-tick. That means I'm not doing damage, or I wasn't doing damage, but I am. So, alright, when you kill one form, you go on to another one. This one actually is one of the easier ones. Actually, you know, I can still use this, because here's what he does. He has this flying thing, goes, he'll go down the ground, and he'll have the laser like that. He'll jump down. He'll also swing around, but when he does that, oh, he'll also have a stop like that, which I'm surprised he's on the ground. Sometimes he will. When he does that thing with the orb, you can jump over. And when he does that, he'll go directly down, let it go. So that's form 2. I believe there's like 5 or so forms on this. Next up is this one, which is surprisingly one of the harder ones in some ways because of the fact that it's a flying flower that goes around shooting pollen around. He'll go to the left sort of, and then the right. Yeah, you also gotta be careful as far as where he is so you're not trapped, and if you are trapped, slide out of the way. Also, the slide can get rid of the pollen, assuming you time it right so you don't get yourself killed, which happened to me a lot. Next is this, which this is not what okay, that's actually a good form. He basically is Eddie from Mega Man, just tosses out weapons and bombs. It's random what he gives you. Just don't shoot him. Don't touch him either, though. He still hurts you. Next up is this form. Okay, it's a centipede. So what happens is he'll kind of swirl around. He has rotational on his sprite. So, but what you want to do is you basically wait till he comes to one side of the screen, go to the other side. Basically wait till the last minute so you can time the slide specifically to slide right through him. You do some damage, and you also can avoid getting yourself killed. So yeah, it's very specific how it goes. But yeah, it's very satisfying when you get it right. That's the thing about this game. This game is really hard, but when you understand the mechanisms of how it works, I'll tell you, it was extremely satisfying. And next form is this one, which is kind of similar. He kind of crawls over one way, and then he has those orbs that shoot out. and then he'll go to the other side, so slide underneath. It's kind of the same thing. If I had the Seeker, we're set. Okay, now the last one. So, yeah, the machine is going haywire. So last, as far as our form here, is, this thing. But it's taking Geomandric down with it. Okay, now he's gonna slide towards me, wherever you are on the screen, just that chomp. Slide, slide, slide. And then there you go. His weak point is that bulbous, bulb there. It's worth pointing out that some weapons can shoot through this and hit that. Specifically, weapon A, kind of, sort of. Weapon B, kind of, sort of. And actually the spread gun. The spread gun's gonna work very favorably here. And basically do that laser shot down. Make sure you're off to the side of it and avoid where the pollen is shooting out. So it'll shoot down that way. That's if you get underneath that, and you could get stuck underneath that. Oh, shit. Or get hit that way. That's one way. But okay, fine. I have this. I can still do some damage specifically. Oh, no. Yeah, and I am in trouble. I think I was hitting him there, wasn't I? Oh, no, hold on. Okay, fine. You know what? Actually, the Seeker will work because when he jumps, I can hit him still. Yeah, besides, if I get hit again, it's a game over. So, I'm fine with this right now. I'll wait. And you don't have a time limit. It's worth pointing that out. This is a game that does not have time limit. Thank God this doesn't have a time limit. Whoa, shit. You just keep doing this. He will go down eventually. I just have to make sure that I'm not in the way when he does that. And as soon as he does that, just keep holding down on D-pad. Do not let it go. Yeah, we're definitely fighting to the end. Like, yeah, there's an empty chair over there as far as Mandrake. But yeah, he's not in the picture anymore the way we're doing this. Right, come on. This is gonna take a while. Oh, shit! Yeah, that was close. Although, I'm nervous about one thing, which is... Okay, never mind. I thought he was gonna jump. He was gonna move his legs out when he jumped, and I was gonna be in trouble. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because unfortunately, I can't hit him on the legs. Well, unfortunately, he's jumping so much to the side, I can barely hit him, but I'm getting to get him. Or I'll get a game over and we'll have to do this part again. But I hope I can avoid that. I really do. And actually, honestly, ElecVerse, I'm glad you picked this path to go down, because actually this is one of the last paths I practiced today, because I said I want to make sure we're set on everything. Actually, no. Fine, I've got a good thing going. Even though it's taken a while, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to keep doing it this way. I was like, wait a sec. Oh, shit. Unfortunately, no, I'm dead. Alright, crap. Okay, but you do get a game over. We go back to this fight, but we only have 2 continues left. And I also have to run my weapons from base weapons, so I only have A. Unfortunately, that was the problem. So yeah, if I can get through this again and get a better setup of weapons, I might be okay. And just be careful as far as it. But yeah, since I'm running a normal A weapon, that's all I got. This is going to be a little harder. But yeah, that's what's happened to me. So I'm kind of glad this happened, because if nothing else, it's showing exactly what the struggle of this game is. Because yeah, I did practice this game for 15 months on and off, but it's also the case that yeah, some of the stuff can still happen to you, even if that's the case. Because I want to make sure, like, hey, I'm showing this game off specifically, but I'm not going to completely decimate it, even though, like, there's parts I'm gonna. And honestly, this is going to be not bad with this. Unfortunately, he's not giving me any elements of standing still yet. Well, except there. I got him. Yeah, this next part, though, is pretty hard with just a shot normal, so we'll see. So I can use this. Actually, that does help if you can kind of use the shot of staying still. This is kind of how I showed it, I guess, with the preview program, too, so... No! Wait, no, I do want to have that. Yeah, honestly, I'm doing a bad thing. I'm moving around, but it's also the case that, yeah, I gotta avoid the pollen. Or fine, slide through the pollen so I get to show what I mentioned, saying that, hey, the slide will get rid of it. Because it is kind of staying on the screen there. Uh-oh. And just get to the next form. That's all I want. I got him. Okay. So if nothing else, I can at least get a not Eddie here. So in that case, just let him go. And by the way, if you shoot him, he just goes away. Okay, so I have full weapon set. Thank God. Okay, perfect. So I'll tell you what I'm not going to use. I'm not going to use my B weapon whatsoever. Because I can hit him with A. Just hold my weapons until the end. So same deal as before, and since the A weapon does do more damage, I can at least get double damage going on him specifically here. Alright. Because the reason I want to hold B, you're going to see this when we get to this, because I think with B we should be okay. That's also why I'm not using it yet. So yeah, it's like, hey, I could use that now, but if I get hit while using it, I'm dead. But, alright, fine, there we go. So back to the last section. I think we should be okay now. That's why I'm basically holding on to the weapon I'm okay with losing the least. Or most okay with losing, I should say. Okay, so get B out. Yeah, the explosions of B still hit even through this. So yeah, if you have a weapon that can do that, use it. But it's also about having it, specifically. And I got lucky as far as what the drops were, because actually the last time we saw that, so I'm glad I showed the game over from the last fight of this. I didn't get a weapon B whatsoever. It is random, and I have had not Eddie there drop bombs as well. Which you can use the bomb and you can make this a lot easier. And self too, whoa. I got him. There we go. Yeah, all it took is a B weapon. Lovely, lovely B weapon in this case. Alright. So with Mandrake out of the picture, and Bahamut on the run, yeah, he's like, I never knew you betrayed us, but we do know where their headquarters is now. Going on the water. Take him out with extreme prejudice. And this is going to be the last time we're going to see him for this run of the game. So yeah, this is basically, we're only fighting a couple things here. We're fighting the Takeda robots. That's this whole fight, or this whole level. I would take you to the sea. I do love the look of the sea. I want the Seek, though, to start. Here's Takeda robot. What he does is he'll move around, he'll move his cannons around, he'll eventually lock in place and start shooting. He also can go off screen. He hasn't done that yet, but when he does, he'll shoot those down. If you shoot those, they drop in the water and they'll shoot bomb blasts up and you'll be hurt. So basically try and avoid the shots. Oh, fine. And nothing else to show what happened. There we go. Basically fake out the guns pretty much for this. Okay, so that's phase one. There are 4 forms to this fight. Oh, actually, technically, 6, actually. I just had to keep count. Now he's going under the water. With the Seek, this is no problem. He can shoot a claw out. I'm going to try and not give him an opportunity to do that, because what he'll do is he'll try and claw you this way, and it will come up to the boat and hurt you. But either way, he knocked the boat down. So in that case, the boat's going down, but we have our nice riding bike here. And now we have his water form. You can slide while you're on this, is worth pointing out. We can't slide the next part coming up. It's worth pointing that out. He'll jump out of the water. 1, 2, 3. Pretty much pay attention to where he jumps. Yeah, don't be in the way when he jumps, as I stupidly was. And if he is going to be in the way, you make sure to use that slide. You basically just wait till the third jump he's going to do before you do slide out of the way. It's basically about timing, specifically, but alright, yeah, that's... Oh, I got him. I was like, wait a second, hold on, what happened? I thought, wait, he didn't do something new, did he? Alright, this is the last form, but you do get a C and a... Okay, I got a D weapon, so fine, we can show D weapon. I'll hold D weapon for now. When I get to a point of being able to use B, I want to use B. Trust me on that one. Oh, actually, you know what? Also, I'm going to show spread on this one. I'll tell you why. Okay, he has walker form. How walker form works is he will do a couple things. He'll first do handstand. He'll do like that. Actually, no, he won't. He'll do a jump forward, back, and then back again. Okay, so it's random what he does. I think I did know that, but I didn't, supposed to remember they do that first. Yeah, boom, boom. Usually I've seen that first. So when he does that, basically just go right underneath him, and he'll be walking backwards. He'll shoot missiles. Yeah, with spread, this will be okay. He's just shoot the missiles out and cause damage. And then just basically do the same thing backwards. Because you can't slide when you're riding the bike like this, we're pointing out. When you're standing on top of it, you can, but in this case, no. So this goes, as I mentioned, to what was the idea of my experience getting this game set. Shit, that was close. Saying, it's a pattern memorization. That's this game. If you can memorize the patterns, if you can make everything to come together, if you can put specifically what weapon do I want to use for this situation to make it easiest for me, even if it takes longer for the battle, it's your choice. That way, you can do that. All right, so he's doing the jump inside. Oh, he's gonna do that. Oh, yeah, when he does that pull back, that means he's gonna do that jump. But he's jump to the left and then back to the right because it'll slide that way. You have just enough time to go. So yeah, they'll telegraph their attacks enough. If you don't have damage, you'll go to the next form, which is you know what? Let's run the spread the whole way. This is the bird form. His weak point is the body still. What you want to do is, oh yeah, I forgot. Oh crap, he did that first too. Yeah, when he does that pullback, he'll basically go all the way to the left, all the way to the right. Basically just alternate that when he's off screen so you have enough time to hit him. Yeah, he'll do the peck. Okay. You have to be right underneath the peck there so you can get in line to hold and then get out of the way. Yeah, this part can be very nerve-wracking, especially with these forms. You talk about tight quarters for stuff. This is the tightest quarter stuff of the game, especially now. Well, sort of now. Basically just go underneath his beak and he'll do that thing with the laser instead of the lightning. There is also one other thing he can do. I'm surprised he hasn't done it yet. Okay, no, he's doing it now. The eggs. He'll lay eggs. If he goes backwards that way, there he goes. He lays them out. So basically jump right over them. And he'll do this for a little bit of time. Yeah, this fight put me on edge. Yes, it does. You're absolutely right, ElecVerse. I'm on edge completely doing this part. Especially now that we're at the final form. And there's one part specifically I think you're going to know. Yeah, sort of here. Because he has a couple forms he'll do. I kind of hope he shows one that I don't want. Okay, he'll shoot to the sky. Pay attention to where the blast is. It's reverse Sonic 2. You usually want to be out of the way of that target reticle. You want to go there, otherwise you're going to get yourself hit. Yeah, right here. This is it. Talk about being tense right here. He'll come forward. He'll put that down. You have to move specifically as he goes. He'll go backwards, and then he'll go forwards. Take advantage of the fact that your bike is not a hitbox. Only your character is. Right there, I was like, oh shit, if I moved even an inch off, I was gonna die. Okay. But we got him. The other thing he can do, he didn't do this, he can detach the spiked treads of him and it'll bounce across the sides of the screen. But we got out of it, thank God. That went way better than I thought it was going to. Okay. But we're getting to the end. And we finally got another bomb. I was gonna be careful here because you can sort of shit. I was gonna say stick to the what was it? Stick to the walls here and get hung on when you don't want to. Right, so out of my way, people. Okay, we're almost at the end. Start. Uh-oh. Although, actually, no, wait a minute, hold on. What am I doing? And also, yeah, be careful over a bottomless pit. Whoop. Whoa. In this case, okay, yeah, okay, there's only 3 of those. As we're going to the first of the bosses here, which is the Gymnastics Soldier Team. And I don't know how to seek, so this is going to be a little harder, but not terribly. The idea that the soldiers will slide down on the fireman pole that way and get into a form of something. They start with the circle. Just shoot the circle, stay on the left side of the screen. Yeah, and then they go. Next form is, I believe, one of the easiest. It's the tower. And they do the little bit of the left. They'll do the curl over, and it's basically the human slinky. Yeah, please save state before you reach Bahamut. No problem. I will definitely do that because I guess the question that I'm gonna assume you want me to, there's one ending you want me to show specifically for that first. Am I right about that? Okay, next form is this. It's the tower. So it's like, if you've ever seen like cheerleading events where they'll have everybody up and have like the one person on the tower, he's the weak point at the top. You also have to, what is it? Set it specifically so that, shit. Yeah, when they're, like, in a line like that, then you slide past them. Also, be careful of the fact that, the guy on top can only hit from the front, so you can hit him from the back. It's slim pickings, and I think we got him. Well, actually, no, we haven't gotten him. I was like, wait a second, hold on. Oh, they'll shoot. Shit, I've never seen that before. Okay, never mind, he will shoot backwards. Made a mistake. Also, I'm gonna hold my bomb for, later. Damn. Eh. Actually, maybe... Hold on. Game with Laser 2, this is still taking a while. Eh. Eh. Yeah, I'll save state as soon as I beat this, because, yeah, this is gonna be fine, it's just taking a while is all. Eh. Or, fine, I should just use this, because that's doing more damage, but it's also a case of, I don't want to get my ass killed. Okay, fine, they're gone. Yes, and there's another reason, too. Okay, oh, is it because of... Fine, let's put it down. We are using this for the purpose of it. Let's put on this one. I do have a save state from earlier today, or actually last night, here. Is it because of the soft lock I showed when we did the preview program on this? Because I soft locked him when we fought him last time. I never saw it again, but, yeah, I'm glad we got that. Oh, that's the reason. Okay. I don't know, did you ever have that happen? By the way, just explain what that is, if you didn't see the preview program, and there'll be a link to that below, just to give a sense that you remembered. Yeah, I've been doing the glitch showcase, or fine, I've been getting clips set for some of the showcase shows, or some of the, compilation videos I want to put on the YouTube site eventually. One of them is going to be the glitch thing, honestly. So I said, that's going to be in there, somewhere. Because just to give a little bit of background on what happened, there's an attack that Colonel Bahamut does if you fight him here, because you have a choice to fight him, unless you're playing the European version, in which case you have to fight who this is in the European version. He does this circle attack, he spins around. I got a soft lock case where he was just going off screen, and he did nothing. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that happen in ElecVerse. I don't know if you ever saw that happen on any version of this you played, on the Genesis version, whatever. But either way, here's Colonel Bahamut. Warrior as strong as you and brave as you deserves praise. I've been looking for soldiers such as you for a long time. Join with me. The world's waiting for you such as you and I to lead them. Okay, so you have a choice here. You can agree with him, or you can refuse him and fight him. I've experienced it myself. Oh, you have. Okay, and was that with the Genesis version, or was that with one of the ports? I mean, I'm going to assume it is with the Genesis version because of the fact that every port of this is a straight emulation of it. The Switch Online version, the Genesis Mini 2, and the Contra Anniversary Collection is the case. I've seen it in both of them. Okay, awesome. So, to start, what do you want to do? And just to give you a little bit of background, when I was doing my prep for this game over the past 15 months, the Crochet Nerd 64 specifically said, when I was running the Japanese version, I didn't know what this was saying in Japanese, as far as what that meant. He said, pick the bottom one, and then it shows what the bottom one is. He said, did I get you a game over? It's like, I don't think so. Agree. You want it? Oh, you want to agree? Okay, in fact, we'll show that, and that's also why we have a save state here, because we'll show this. I hit the C button. You get that great laugh, but first I saw this. I thought it was a disembodied head of myself, but no, it's not. I went evil. So he's like, it was in Japanese. He said, like, what's going on here? Did I get you a game over? I was like, I don't think so. But yeah, Perpetual State of Gloom, specifically for that, and it's a game over. So yeah, that is a game over, it's worth pointing out, and that does mean, by the way, you can continue here and do this, but you do lose all of your nice weapons, so we can save state. You can also use the rewind here if you want to do that, or do we want to do this the specific way? So, you know what? Do you want me to actually try and run this without power-ups? I can do it if you want me to. Or you hit the A button here and do this. Remember, you couldn't do this on the Genesis version. If you made that choice, then like, hey, I could agree with him, well, yeah, you got a game over. And if those last you continue, that's the end of the game. It's kind of shitty, but I do like how it punishes you. Yeah, I like the idea because, I mean, that, by the way, is one of the endings. And Pro Protector does not have that ending. You cannot make a choice here whatsoever. It basically locks it out, and I don't know if that was changed for the same reasons that maybe the game itself was, but either way, the fact that, yeah, if you agree with him, that is not the canonical ending specifically, and you get a game over. So I can go back, take the game over, run this, or, since I did, you know what, fine, I'll tell you, we'll compromise. I did put the save state down right there. I'm gonna game over it. I'm gonna run it just with the game over as it was. If I get a game over for real, though, I'm going to load that save state again. Okay, fine, that's the other reason, because it does that. So you know what? Fuck that. We're gonna do the save state. Sorry. Fine. That's what I get for trying to be in a case of saying, you know what, I'll play this the real way. Fine, we're showing what the real way is. I did get through this game without losing all my continues so far. I think it's fair. Specifically, I technically, yes, used the rewind, but fine, we're gonna do that. Because, yeah, if you do continue there, so I'm glad I got to show that, you do have to go back to the beginning of this level. You do have to fight the soldier gymnastics team again, or the gymnastics soldier team again, I should say. And then you have to come back here with Bahamut. Although, if you don't have a good weapon loadout, that might be potentially beneficial if that happens. But since we had a decent one, we'll refuse now. I remember hitting that, although it flashes on screen, you saw that, it's like, I have 0 lives. Like, no, it's not that case. But yeah, start from Buffoon, prepare to die. Alright. So he'll put the hook on, and he'll go, oh shit, I didn't mean to use the bomb on him, but alright, shit. Yeah, he'll jump around. Yeah, that spin, he's gotten soft lock before, ElecVerse has seen it. We saw it on the preview program of this. Shit, no! Fine, okay, since I got a game over here, I'm gonna take the game over and start this level over, because at that point, that was my fault. So I'm gonna take that ownership specifically. So out we go. Okay, so what you're supposed to do there that I didn't do is, whoa, shit, not jump into him. Actually, yeah, with the Seek, this isn't too bad, honestly, so maybe this is beneficial. Actually, no, this will be beneficial for the gymnastics soldier teams. Actually, this is probably going to be a little better. And I do have more lives going into this. And since I did die, I believe I can get a life off of the gymnastics team anyway. So, actually, you know what? I'll tell you what we can do. This is going to be really easy. Yeah, I want to hold the bomb because the final boss, that is not the final boss. But one of the final bosses just get the bomb. Alright, so bye-bye, soldier team. I do like that detail they're just sliding down. It's kind of a small thing, but also goes to the kind of the weird wackiness. Actually, it seems like that's more damage than it took last time. I'll take a look back at the video then on that. Okay, so fine. Now that I have the seeking weapon, that actually is going to make this a lot easier, because it will seek into the leader on the top. Okay, fine. The people on, fine. Actually, all the people on the pyramid shoot, not just the guy on the top. I didn't actually really give enough credence to that, I guess. I guess I just got lucky with them not shooting because they're never in the direction. Ooh, that was close. It's also a case of, yeah, playing close. I'm not necessarily trying to be fancy, but it's also that case that when I do something that I'm not, you know, in a case of, whoa, I then think of myself like, man, I shouldn't have done that, but thank God I lived if I live, and then, no, I died if I did. Okay, fine. So, fine. Let's do this again. And fine, if I do get game over fully, I'll use that save state there, the one I already had. But let's do this. Okay, so we are gonna not join him again. We did show what that was. That's ending one. That's one thing that could have happened. This, I believe, is the canonical ending, or, actually, the way this game works, there are a couple endings that could be canonical to this. We'll go on those as we go. Alright, fine. Here's the hook. First thing he does that dash with the hook. He also do jumps towards you. He sometimes will jump towards you, sometimes he won't. When he goes to the side of the screen, he'll do stuff. He'll do that spin that goes usually towards where you are. He'll then do the thing with the rocks, and then he'll jump usually to the other side of the screen, usually, and then he'll do that. Or he might do that. Whoa. Oh, shit. I keep using my bomb by accident. I didn't mean to do that, but fine. The bomb does a lot of damage, and the rocks, by the way, are a case where when he tosses it out, he'll throw it where you are, but if you slide towards him, that's probably your best option because the debris won't hurt you, and he also might go the other side. We'll do that drill arm dash thingy. Or he might just do that again. I think near the end he just does that constantly. Alright, we got him. So Colonel Bahamut is dead. Oh, actually, well, I beat him. But this is not going to be a victory. When I die, missile armed with the alien cell will take off. Okay. See the word burn in the flames of hell. Alright, so fine. With him dead, yeah, a missile's taken off. You also probably wonder, wait a second, we made a specific choice at the beginning of the game. How does that tie in? Well, it still ties in because, you'll see in just a second, as we take the ride up on the rocket. So it's like Mega Man X2 when you're doing Overdrive Ostrich's stage. But yeah, we gotta fight over this because, yeah, look who's back, Deadeye Joe. He wants us dead. He's already dead, by the way, Joe. Stop foolish. Stop being so foolish. Alright, I don't care. I'm going all the way. Alright, he'll do this. He'll shoot out. It's worth pointing out, don't hit his blast. You can hit him, no problem, and it's fine. But as long as you got that, he's done. Actually, I'm on last life. Fine, I'm on last life on, what is it? On another continue. But alright, fine. The other rockets will go down. This one will be the one that stays up all the time. And at this point, we're jumping onto this rocket. And it tells you right here, jump off. Right now, they'll jump off. Okay. Now I gotta climb up this. Now, it's worth pointing out, there are gonna be weapons that are gonna pop out over this, but they're on those floating wings. You wanna wait until they come by the side, then shoot them down so you catch them on the way down. Or at least catch the bee on the way down. Glad I got that. See if I can't catch the... Okay, good, I got them all. Fantastic. So I got a full weapon loadout, but I don't have many... I only have one life left. And I don't know if the fight I'm gonna do is gonna be enough, or the first fight I'm gonna do is gonna be enough to do this. But I do know what I have to do. Yeah, basically stay underneath here. Yeah, shoot the alien there. Shoot the bees there, whatever he's shooting out. But remember, there's also bugs coming out from the side of the rocket. He doesn't take many hits, so as long as you have something to that, you should be fine. But it's this part I'm concerned about. And I'm trying to think what I want to run here. And you know what? Just because I'll play this game as fairly and as much accurate as I can, I'm going to put this here. Just in case. Because actually this, I would personally say, it might be the hardest final boss of this game. But I do have a little bit of a breather room before I go. Alright, so there's a couple forms of this. He'll do this, and yeah, he has those little glowy things. He'll go there that way. He'll start shooting off to the right. And he usually shoot that in direction of where he starts shooting. It's like that. So he kind of shoots to the left that way. If you can kind of goad him that way into shooting it or be on the other side, you should be okay. But always be careful when he does that. Yeah, so you could feasibly wait for him to shoot and then slide out of the way. If you want. Whoa, shit. Or get him down that way. Okay. I do want spread for this part. There's two more forms to this. This is the... I'll say the name of the boss when we're done. We've got a long credit sequence. If I do... Shoot the arms off. I did not remember to do that. Otherwise, they'll come down on you and kill you. Spread is going to be your best friend right here, at least. Unfortunately, I don't have a bomb, and you're seeing also the fact that, yeah, the graphics are kind of tearing a bit. I believe this is in the Genesis version as well. Because, yeah, it's pushing this thing to its limit. What'll happen here is that it'll shoot out those things. It'll have an orb that way. And they'll slide through. Yeah, when he goes... Red is his exposed point. Slide through them. Actually, the spread gun is working pretty favorably here because it means that I can at least get rid of all of the bugs he spits out. And then pretty much set it so that I hit him enough there and then slide. Ooh. You're talking about being tense right now. I'm tense right now. Specific. Got him. Okay, so yeah, I did do... Yeah, the most grotesque boss out of the entire game. That was... what's his name? I have him written down here. Yeah, I guess the alien-mounted missile. Okay, and I did do that technically without cheating, aside from, like, going back to that one save point. But alright, there we go. That is the first of our endings, okay. Oh, fine, second, technically, because we did show what happened if we joined, Bahamut. But by going that way, this is technically the canonical ending, I think. Although, a couple of these could be canonical, too. So, what we saw before is that if you join him, as a game over. That's if you accepted before. By going, well, you have to, and it is a specific, line. We had to go to the research center, we had to fight to the end, and then we had to accept his proposal. By doing that and refusing his proposal, we defeated Bahamut, we beat Joe, we blew up the alien missile in midair, so there's no danger to the release of the alien cell on Earth. And there you go. So that is our case as far as our first gameplay ending, aside from the game over we got for the other one. But there you go. That is 2 down, 2 to go. So yeah, there you go. That is the start of Contra Hard Corps. It's like, okay, there you go. If you did ask me 15 months ago, there's no way in hell I would have ever been able to pull that out. Even the way that I did it, but that's what I said specifically. With this game, if you play this game enough, and you understand the ins and outs of it, even though this game is gonna kick your ass, and I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna do that, there's something to be said about that satisfaction. And this is what I mentioned before. I guess what I was sort of going to as far as you ElecVerse, when you're saying like, hey, you know, difficulty of this game compared to other ones where it's insane, you're like, yeah, I can't accept this difficulty. But honestly, with this game, playing this, I think I'm at a point where I do accept what this difficulty is, and I think it's the idea that you kind of, in a way, have to meet, I think Contra itself as a franchise tends to be this way, you kind of have to meet it halfway in the sense that you have to kind of be ready for what it is, and then it'll toss some stuff out at you, including really grotesque bosses, which I guess goes to the idea of where Europe was coming from with, hey, their element of violence and some of that looks at that, but just the fact that then you understand everything that goes. It's all these little things and kind of basically putting all that together, remembering all of what that is, which maybe it's not as complicated as some other stuff perhaps, but then you get through that way and we'll see you next mission. So good job. And there you go. So that is a good job for sure with Ray. And when you do finish the game, you get your final score. So since my score is set to 0 when I got the game overs that I got, that's 41,115 to start. But we have 4 more endings to go. So it's also a case where, yeah, chat your choice on who else you want to show for that, and also which endings you want to see next. Let's see. So we do have Sheena and Bread and Brownie specifically. If you have a request on any one of the 3 specifically for that, and since we're going to have, actually now that I'm thinking about it, I think we're gonna have some overlap anyway, as far as characters are concerned. We definitely have a sense that, actually, I do like that idea, like, hey, look at the transformation on the screen. It's like, yeah, look how Brownie's transforming to Fang, Fang's transforming into Sheena, and then Sheena into Ray and all that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Just looks cool. Yeah, for most of the practice, actually, I'll tell you this. For most of my practice getting ready for this, I ran Sheena, and like first you want to see Sheena, so let's get going. Let's rock! I did mostly use her, although it's also a case that specifically, when I went through this more, I said, hey, you know what, there's benefits to playing as every character, and unique things to them, and I guess unique attributes to some degree outside of the weapons. Here we are back at level 1. Now, with her, I maybe thought she ran faster, but I don't think that's right. I think there's like a placebo thing. It's like, wait a second, am I getting the sense she's running faster than some other characters? But maybe not. Now, she is combat trained, it's worth pointing out, as the story goes. This is her A shot and her D shot. It's not super powerful, but man, that Seek. It's like the Seek electric weapon in Gunstar Heroes. They had to be paying attention to that, as I mentioned, I think, as far as that game, or fine, as far as Gunstar Heroes is concerned from Konami. Yeah, it does Seek, it can destroy things quickly. Basically, the characters would represent a different difficulty. Yeah, to an extent, although I guess then, like, first, how would you think that, as far as where do you get the sense that the difficulty of this game would lie with character? I guess, would Brownie be the easy mode because he's a smaller target? and he can hover, would Fang be the harder character because you have to usually get close with the B and D weapons, and you have a little bit of a charge up with the D weapon. And, I mean, because I guess feasibly, by that standard, you've got a point that, yeah, they can make the game easier or harder, but then again, depending on what your playstyle might be, you might be able to kind of run the game more effectively with one character, maybe aside from what that is. Although, I'm trying to remember that if the game itself gives an indication of how it considers the difficulty. Sometimes they've said, I know there's some games like that, it's like, hey, pick these characters for an easier experience. I don't think the instruction manual for this game, which I'll link to in the link list, because it was provided for the Genesis Mini release. Basically, give digital versions of all the manuals. And fine, there was a different case of instructions for the Contra Anniversary Collection that did this. I don't know if they did indicate that. I'd say Brownie is definitely for beginners, Ray is normal, Sheen is hard, and Fang is for veterans. Yeah, I get that as well. So, okay, so I guess Sheen is hard because of what? Because of the fact that she has the spread gun, she has the spread shot. She also has these grenade shots which go in a little bit of an arc. So it's kind of like the B weapon of Ray's, except it doesn't go straight. It does have a shorter range. There's also the laser, which is just kind of a inconsistent shot. It's smaller, but can do a lot of damage. And then her A shot, which is basically the red and blue orbs that way. I can get that as well, although feasibly, when it comes, I mean, I guess if you know how to use any characters, that's the idea. I'd say that mostly because of her weapons. Yeah, which is a good point, for sure that way. I guess, actually, I think you might have a point, because I'm trying to remember this, I believe that they did kind of indicate that her weapons are not the strongest of everybody else, although, as I said, weird enough, when I did the preview program, I used her a lot, as far as what it was, and I had a lot of success. But then again, also, like right here, yeah, she doesn't have the strongest weapon, but hey, I have this Seek shot, I can still use that. I can also, like, fine, I'm gonna be maybe semi-cavalier jumping over this, but yeah, I can just fire and forget. Even though it's a case that, she could be harder. So, I mean, it's kind of a tough thing, but you got a point as far as the weapons, and I think you're right as far as her weapons not necessarily being strong as other people's, but you can still make them work, as we're seeing Dad Joe once more. So, okay, last time we went to the Research Center. Do we want to go to the Research Center again to see the ending going the other way, or do we want to go after Dada Joe? Chat's your decision, because, Chat, you decided you want to see this game, so I said it's going to be your choice, as it is. Because I do appreciate that, and I always do love doing these viewer requests, just to go into this specifically, just because of the fact that it exposes me to experiences maybe I didn't have. It also, I guess, is a case of me understanding a game better than I would thought. I'd like to go after Dada Joe now. You got it, let's go. We're definitely going to go a different level as far as this specifically, as we go down the road on our bike. But also, I guess the other thing as far as that, it's also a case of, like, maybe it's some cases like getting me to play games that maybe I have on my, fine, they always say this backlog, but I never get to. It's like, hey, if we're doing it for show, I have an excuse, or I get a copy of it. Okay, so what's happening is there's robots coming out of the blimp over there, but oh, the humanity, it's crashing into that. Then you have that thing shooting the missile, shoot it down so the explosion doesn't hurt, and we're going after the spider boss. And you can't slide ride on the bike, again, same deal as before, but alright, so it's going this way, and it shoots out lasers like that, whoop. Boom. Actually, weird enough, here's the thing, yeah, you could say the idea of, like, her being the harder mode, as in this case, you have to basically move away from the orbs that are bouncing, and then kind of go at a little bit of a inconsistent angle, as far as how it is, a little hook going down, boom. These are just slide underneath or move underneath as it goes, specifically, but in some ways, I think some of the bosses going after Dada Joe are easier than the ones going through the Research Center, to some degree. Although maybe it's just me as far as how I've been running. Okay. Okay, and yeah, when you do get him going like that, he's dead. But this next part is going to be a little weird because of how this is going to go, but we'll see. There goes Dada Joe. Yeah, his ship. Yeah, don't jump too quickly on this because, yeah, you can get yourself killed. I've had that happen before. I had that happen on the preview program. Not making that mistake. Again. So A and C. So, yeah, what's going to happen here is, the laser's going to shoot out. Yeah, also, you got to be careful when it's more than 3 or 4, or more than 2, I should say. Because it causes trouble. And, yeah, your jump distance might not be enough. Actually, what I probably should do is use my A shot. I tend to have a lot of success running the A shot, as it is with her. Fine, in this case you do that, but also, yeah, you have a bouncing shot. So at least I get to show more of this, because I didn't get to show this much for the preview program we did. Oh, crap. Okay, got him. Alright, now we gotta fight Daijo with his robot. Where he'll go about and he'll bounce this way. What you want to do is you want to use your shot 2. Basically, when he comes up inside in this sight, shoot him this way. What'll happen also is he'll go in the background and it'll throw his arm out at you. It'll go where you are, including in the air. It's worth pointing that out. In fact, I'm going to show him doing that in the air. Or try to, anyway. I'll show it as I go along. What'll happen is after a couple of those, he'll jump, and he'll be that way, and then he'll spin his arms around and hit him down on the ground on the side. Stay in the middle. And then he'll throw the spike orbs. Run underneath this one, and then when he walks over here, he'll be fresh to the pickings to start shooting. Yeah, I want to show him doing this in the air. Oh yeah, like that. So there you go, like a 3D perspective. Talk about that. The fact that this didn't have 3D to it, unlike this game's sequel, Contra Legacy of War on Saturn and PlayStation, where it came, ow shit, bundled with 3D glasses. I don't know, Chad, have you ever played that? I hear it's horrible, but, I don't know how horrible it is. It was the first 3D shot of Contra. It was Appaloosa Interactive who made that. The people who made, Edgar the Dolphin, Defender of the Future, and Tiny Tank for PlayStation. But after you bust him like that, he'll bounce 1, 2, 3 times, and he'll bounce right there in the center. Just shoot him when he goes that way. Basically, 1, 2, just move out of the way to fire. And we got him. Yeah, I never played Legacy of War. Actually, my experience with Contra, honestly, as a franchise, honestly, it's Hard Corps Rising, because I got that as a freebie for Games with Gold, and I do have that. We can definitely run that game, and I think we should. It is an interesting one, for sure. And, all the stuff in the Contra Anniversary Collection, including this one. Alright, we got, Daijo. Give up. Another more decoy. Okay, so, we went to the research center last time. By not going to the research center, he says they already got there, they stole the cell. So the alien cell's like, what are you talking about? And now it begins the true horror, and he kills himself. I played Legacy of War, and when I did, my copy didn't have 3D glasses. I guess you played on the PlayStation, right about that? Is it good? I don't know if it's good. People say it's not. But then again, I've heard Contra Rogue Corps is horrible. Fine, it is horrible. I played the demo of it. It's awful. And weird enough, the same director this was planner on that game. So I was like, wait a second, what happened? But either way, fine. Same deal. We're going back after Neumann Cascade. And also, if you want the ending going through this way, feel free. Oh, fine. The ending at level 3, feel free to indicate that. If you're going more into Contra Legacy of War. Because I never played it. I've heard it's not that great. I would be curious to show it. I know it costs money, specifically, but I'd be curious just to see what's it like. And, I mean, it is the sequel to this game, which I was shocked to find out. Yeah, Konami first said, hey, you know, this is just a spin-off of Contra 3. It was like, wait, that's the sequel to this game, because you do play as Ray in that and see the Contra Adventure, which is the other one. But, yeah, I'll be curious to see that idea of what it is. Actually, I guess with 3D glasses for that, what's the idea? It's the red and blue stuff as far as the glasses, right? I don't think it's honestly that bad, but it's not that great. Okay. Because, look, I've even taken my shots at that. Fine, I've taken my shots on the show when we played Ocarina of Time, just the fact that, hey, you know, when Contra went 3D, people didn't like it. The fact that, hey, what happens when a franchise goes 3D, and do people like it or not? But one thing I think I've kind of indicated, or maybe, I don't know if I went into this enough, this is sort of a Konami thing this way, which is Castlevania. Because I've not played much of the 3D ones, but I played the two, the one on the PS2, Man of Innocence, and then Curse of Darkness, which is on Xbox and PS2, and the Crusader 64 has it on PS2. He said he'd be willing to be in on both of those. I think he's called dibs at some point. It's one of those things that, yeah, when I played him, I didn't like him that much, but I also hadn't played many of the Castlevania games before that point. So I was like, I didn't really have much to compare it to, so I came back like, okay, it's a little better maybe than I thought it was initially. So it's not a case like, hey, it's total trash. I mean, so that's kind of an interesting thing. I guess with Contra, that's the thought. You know, Contra was a legendary case with NES, Super Nintendo, this one as far as Genesis is concerned, and others. It's $15 used. I'm gonna assume that's on the PlayStation, right? Because on Saturn, I know it's way more. And See the Contra Adventure was only on PlayStation, I believe. I'd be curious just because I'd like to say, wait a second, what is this? And what's the thought? And hey, maybe because I love hardcore that much. Yeah, I've seen it on Amazon Marketplace that way. Okay. yeah, I'll be curious to take a look at something of that just to get a sense, because, like, I don't know if anybody's played this, because it's the PlayStation version specifically. I don't know, I guess is it better on the PlayStation than the Saturn? I'm fine. It's cheaper on the PlayStation than the Saturn, that's for sure. It's like $100 on the Saturn. More than that. Also, do you want me to climb up now, or do you want me to go after Neumann again? Feel free to indicate. I mean, I guess when I found out that that game was connected to this one, I guess it did pique my interest a little bit. And I guess as far as other people I know who've been on the show who have experience with Contra, Medics indicated really liking Shattered Soldier, which is on PlayStation 2. I never played that one. Actually, no, there is one other one I did play. It was a demo of it, though. I want to see the secret route. No problem, let's go. Yeah, the other one I played was Neo Contra, which is on PlayStation 2 as well. That's kind of a 3D game of Contra, a little bit, as far as how it is kind of a top-down case. Alright, so yeah, if you climb up that wall on level 3, you want to make some money in the battle arena. Yeah, you can say give it a try, forget about it. If you say forget about it, you go down and you can't do this for now. But if you say yes, we'll give it a try. Let me see. Let's have a fight. Alright, well, good luck to yous. Yeah, we have Samando Belmont we're fighting first, who is themed after vocalist named... Well, I'll tell you who he's named, as you also hear a takeoff on Vampire Killer, like, super high-pitched, specifically, as he throws out the, Tamayoshi, I think it is, and, like, the not hook shot, I guess. He has, like, the party favor on his head, and he has a guitar. He is based, by the way, after musician Masato Shimon, specifically. But by, blowing him away, you also get the, Mother Death thing. Yeah, oh, shit, I forgot, right, no. I'm thinking Brownie. What happens is, yeah, there's that part on the carriage that she has. She'll bounce into the side like that. Yeah, the arm will go down diagonally, so mostly if you stay in the center in the side like I am, you'll be okay, but fine. I'm stupidly not staying on the wall, because at this point, she'll bounce the wall, she's got nothing left to do. Yeah, just do this, you'll be fine. And now, you win, but we have one more round. I'm gonna briefly show this, I'm gonna blow him up. Or, wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, it's this thing. It shoots out, like, spikes and things out. But I'm gonna use the bomb, blow it up, and kill it. Oh, wait a minute! Okay, I killed it, and... Yeah, at least I got bombs, and I died while it was doing it. Okay, because I did defeat him. It's worth pointing out. I don't remember if continuing leaves the bombs off. But, okay, so I did beat that boss, specifically. I'm curious about something. It happened just as it was. I thought, like, wait, the cutscene was gonna trigger, because there's a cutscene triggers for the purpose of that. Okay, so fine, no, I gotta go in fresh. Alright, fine, we're going, just normal that way. Fair enough. But the point is, like, I have 5 continues, I can just fight this repeatedly, and this is gonna be an ending of the game, it's worth pointing out. At least get to enjoy this remix of, Vampire Killer to start. Alright, fine, I was looking as far as what the name of it is, yeah, it's, Psycho Mother. And that was Huge Face was the last part. Okay, so... When Psycho Mother comes up... Oh my god, that happened to me earlier. Yeah. It can, for sure, but fine. I ran this with Brownie. If you're running Brownie, stay on the wall and just shoot. You're never gonna get hit, as far as this. But if you're not Brownie, stay in the corner so you're out of the way of the, hook hand, because it's only gonna go down diagonally that way. And I'll just shoot out the cannon on, Psycho Mother there. Oh wait, I got him, okay. So fine, at this point... the good news is she doesn't knock you off the wall. You'd think, like, wait, she'll knock you off the wall with that carriage, but no, she does not. Okay, fine. So I'll have to show this the old-fashioned way. Which is good, I guess, because if nothing else, I get to show what's going on. So it shoots laser... Oh, fine. It shoots spikes out like that. After you do enough damage, it'll spread out. Oh, shit. Ah, crap. Actually, yeah, I don't know if I've actually shown the transport... Okay, right. Eventual transport... Oh, shit. Whoa, that was close. Okay, so it has 3 attacks. It'll do the transform out cam. Alright, so fine. We have 5 continues. This is going to be where this is all going to go. I will do it fresh. So I'm fine with this. And we'll still run Sheena as it is. Yeah, just hear her say, let's rock! But the good news is that, yeah, I've gotten to a case where I can kind of understand how to hand Simondo Belmont. And it is Michiru Yamane, I believe, who is doing this remix of Vampire Killer. Because, hey, she did the remix of it in Castlevania Bloodlines as well. Also, I think those things coming out are an active hitbox, so I'm not going to touch that. But either way, fine. I know what we have to do. It's just the last part. Yeah, Psycho Mother, we're set. Just shoot here, shoot there, and as soon as it hits the wall, just jump. Oh, shit! It has missile. Oh, right, I forgot it. I didn't shoot the missile launcher off. Oh, shit, that's why I was dying. Okay. I was like, wait a second, why was I dying on the wall? That's why, because I didn't shoot the missile launcher out of the way. Oh. Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. I should do what I should be doing, which is standing on the side of the wall. Okay, so for this one, okay, fine. Two things I want to do. I probably don't want to... When I get on the wall, I don't want to hit the ceiling, and I want to slide through those things, because yeah, you can destroy them with the slide. Okay, there we go. So yeah, hit the ceiling. Yeah, because otherwise it's going to bounce off that way. Okay, fine, there we go. Oh, wait a second. It was like, what? Okay, got him. Perfect. Okay, so now it didn't hit me. Perfect. Alright, Curse, the interdimensional portal is still open. Yeah, and I got sucked in. So, yeah, this is one of the endings. This is not canonical, I know that for a fact, but ouch, looks like somehow we've gone back through time. Yeah, we're at the time of the dinosaurs and these gorillas and volcanoes, but alright, here we go. Several years later. Yeah, there we go. So that ending, by the way, if you do this, we become the Jungle King, or the Jungle Queen, as is this case, and I guess we marry this monkey. So there you go. As we hear the remix of Vampire Killer, I should say. That is one of the endings. So yeah, we beat the game again. So yeah, if you go up there in level 3, or regardless of what choice you make, you were able to take that, and you can get this ending. Yeah, it's like, I'll tell you, I think you mentioned this ElecVerse when we did the preview program, the fact of the Console Wars comparison, saying that, hey, you know, they're comparing Contra III and Hardcore with each other. It's like, hey, there's a dance vibe to this game. This is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I take it you've seen this ending? Yes? Specifically, yeah, what this is. Like, the music is like a dance techno riff as far as this music. Yeah, this weird element. Like, yeah, look at the monkeys just jumping down that way, but I guess Sheena found her calling, so like, fine. I went back in time. This is, I guess, my calling now. I'm gonna be the Jungle Queen. I've gotten this multiple times. Yeah, initially I didn't know what to make of this, because when I did the stage select in the Japanese version, I said, it popped this up. I was like, where is this? I don't know what was going on. And then I learned what the path system was. That's the idea. I mean, I guess even by Contra standards, I guess this is probably a bizarre one. And I don't know. I guess this is also gonna be previewed when we get to Silent Hill 2 eventually, because I did buy a copy of that for Xbox a couple months ago. I want to show it eventually. That also has multiple endings too, and there's a very weird alternate ending to that game that I didn't get the first time I played it. And the thought, like, wait, what kind of ending is this? Or maybe it's the thought of, like, a lot of Konami games just having this kind of bizarre ending. As we got our final score of 12,517 points. So fine, that was Sheena's element, so Sheena is off in the past that way. But next up, we will show off... Oh, fine, who we have? We have Brownie and we have Fang. You have a preference of who you want to see first as far as the remaining two. And then we'll go down on the path of chat your choice. Yeah, I'm having fun with this. Just as far as just the decision of what that's going to be, what you're saying, discussions we're having, and me being better at this game. I mean, look, if nothing else, I'm showing that when you make a request on the show as far as something... I will take it seriously. I'll say, hey, you know, I want to be ready for when we get to this. Let's take Fang out. Yeah, it's payback time. Yeah, this is going to be fun. And feasibly, this could make some of the game go down easily. But there is some difficulty here. We'll show that off right now. But back in the city one more time. Here's the thing. I thought he moved slower. It just looks like he does. But yeah, just walk. Okay, fine. Don't go downwards that way. Fine, yeah, he has a Gatling gun. Shit, I walked in the bullet. Fine, I'm showing he's harder just for this reason, but fine, as long as I don't get my ass killed again. Oh, shit. I thought I crouched. Alright, fine. So this is also what happened in the test play for this. Fine. This is also, if nothing else, I'm glad this happened because it also means that what was my first time playing this game? In fact, you know what? So much my first time playing this game, I'm taking game over. We're starting it again. So at this point, that's the idea. First time I played this game, that's what happened. Not with Fang. I think I played with somebody else specific. But either way, that's the idea. So it shows, yeah, we're given the full Contra Hard Corps experience. What's it like first time you play? That's going to be the first time anybody plays this game, I would think, specifically. What's it like when you build your skills up, when you found the hidden endings and all that stuff. So yeah, in this case, I'm just walking. Yeah, he looks like he walks slower, but I don't know if he actually does. I think the speed is the same. Yeah, basically what you want to do here, just to give a little bit of an idea, kind of pretty much alternate back and forth. Okay, careful there, because I got the D weapon, which I just fucking lost. Which, okay, fine. That would have made, actually, this level a lot easier. In fact, so much so I'm going to take a game over again. But I will just run the continue. Because the D weapon is amazing, if you can hold on to it. So yeah, it is payback time now, because, like, yeah, now the game is taking me down. And I already completed half the endings already. So, like, usually I thought this would happen the first case of it. So, yeah, it is a full spectrum of the elements of this game, how much of a roller coaster this game can be. When it comes to difficulty, when it comes to being able to avoid the bullets. That's the other thing. They'll shoot bullets out. And since you only have your one weapon here, shoot up that way, that way. Oh, crap. Fine, I'll show D later, because we'll get it. But yeah, his A weapon, holy shit, look at that. That is gone. Okay, fine, I was gonna say that's the best A weapon in the game. It's one of them. Shit. Fine, I'm showing that Fang is the hard mode by my not being able to get through the first level with him, even though I've done this multiple times. But good news is when I fight the boss here, I will get a life. Because even though I'm dying, points don't go away. So when I continue, they will go away. Yeah, you can select. Okay, you can select weapons when you're paused. Can you? Actually, I never did that. Actually, you know, since I'm gonna get weapons off of the boss here, the first boss here, the next boss, I should say. I'm gonna give it a shot because. Okay, yeah, fine. Even with just the normal A weapon, he still goes down quick. If nothing else, I want to try that. In fact, we'll show that because. It's always the case that, yeah, you can select weapons when you're going, hitting the A button, but maybe that's a better idea. You know, like first, I think you're giving me a good idea about, and giving our audience a better way. It's like, because look, this game is really hard. You're seeing, like, what's going on with that, but any little thing of that's like, hey, I'll switch weapons from the pause menu, which actually, when we play Perfect Dark at some point, we're gonna do that for sure with that game for certain parts. Fine, same deal with you. You get to go. You enjoy, yeah, the nice slideshow, the great music, the greatness of this opening stage. He's dancing the beat. He loves it, too. Yeah, fortunately, he has to die. All right, I did get a life. Good news, you get a life, and I will get weapons here, so we'll take a look at that pausing and switching weapons. Okay. Can you? Oh, yeah, you're right, because, yeah, you can, whether you're paused or not, hit the A button to switch weapons. Also, that works during cutscenes, when the interface is up there. When you have text dialogue on screen, it does not do anything. Okay, so, here's the other weapons. I'll show those off in just a second. And I want to get another D weapon. Because D weapon can decimate bosses. Hence the name. Okay, his B weapon is a punch, a short-range punch, that will have rapid hits when you hold the B button down, but you can only shoot it left or right. So I shoot up, but it's not shooting up. You also have the flamethrower. So going back to other Contra games, and also to Gunstar Heroes, you have that. So yeah, nice fire display. Now, B and D are pretty strong. Fine, D decimates bosses. I'll show that. As soon as I get D, I'm going to show a boss dying easily to that. But even this thing is pretty useful, too. And it also works as far as a character thing with him, because, yeah, the idea about Fang, it's worth pointing out, or, Brad Fang, I think his name is. Yeah, Brad Fang. He's cyberkinetic. So basically, he was created with technology that way. Okay, fine. Even that kills the boss quick. Look at that. Just stand there and it does a lot of damage. Yeah, hard to get going with Fang, so in that case it's worth pointing that out because there is delay to his A and D weapons. But if you know what you're doing, you can destroy bosses, or I can pause during the cutscene if I want. Well, I know when that come and get me. Alright, since you did say, as far as Daddy Joe, we're gonna go Daddy Joe again, just for the purpose of this, specifically. Because, yeah, we did get the ending going that way, but then we'll show the other thing. And I want to get an A weapon, or a D weapon, I should say. We will eventually. So, at this point, yeah, just keep going. We'll go down the road again. Yeah, with the nice blimp over there. Yeah, that great attention to detail, seeing like the laser shots or like look like laser blasts. Like, oh yeah, look at the shooting stars. Like, no, there's enemies coming out, so you have to be set taking them out, taking them down. He's either playing with foreground and background. It is pretty impressive. And then boom. Okay, good. Yeah, by the way, if you don't let him, if you don't kill him quickly, he'll throw the missile out. It'll explode on contact pretty far away, and then you're screwed. You'll basically pretty much die, guaranteed. Also, one thing I want to do... Fine, I'll show the... Let's see, can I... Okay, I can still kind of hit him this way, but I'm at a risk doing that, so maybe not worth doing. So I got the fire, so fine. The fire is good. Also, yeah, you can kind of just flail it around. I guess a little bit like the whip in Castlevania, or, fine, in the other Contra games, because I think the other Contra games have the fire. Whoop, whoop, burn, burn, burn. Okay, good. Okay, so fine. I'm also not going to do, again, jumping up here, so pretty much just use the fire, because you can choose the... Fine, you can shoot everything diagonally, as it is, just the idea how that's running. And like Gunstar Heroes, which we played, yeah, the shot is always selectable as far as what option you want to run with the shot. Actually... I want to check something else. Okay, no, I was just... Oh, okay, you can. You're saying you can select weapons on the pause screen. You also change your shot mode from the pause screen, too. Okay, I did not know that. Alright, awesome. So, fine. For this, it's fine. So, fine. In this case, yeah, this will take this down pretty quick. With the great attention to detail that he has a Gatling gun set to him. Yeah, bye-bye to the ship. So there you go. Okay, so yeah, there you go with what's going on. I like that idea as far as what we're seeing, and also that there's some differences here. So yeah, it gives you a lot of variety. It's like, hey, you know, actually, if nothing else, this is we're talking. Let's go back to the thing you're mentioning, like first with the idea of this being like a difficulty select almost. It is. You're right. I would agree with that. But also, it's not just a case where, like, hey, you know, sometimes when you have a difficulty select, you get so good at the game, you'll eventually say, like, hey, you know what? Why bother playing on the other difficulties? In this case, Cope, because you have the other weapons you can run, it gives this game a lot of replayability, maybe in a different way than some of the other Contra games, because, I don't know, are there other Contra games that have something like this where the characters are different and their weapons are this significantly different compared to even... Shit. What is it? Fine. They're significantly different based upon character. Okay, fine. I can bust this part of them. I'm fine with that. So yeah, Fang, let's get back to work. Oh yeah, right, we do have to do this again. Oh no, I don't want the fixed shot. Oh shit! I was afraid of that. Jumping over the 4 of those, that's always the worst. Oh. Fine, I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, so as soon as I get that D weapon, I'm gonna decimate enemies as far as this. In fact, actually, that's gonna probably make this game a lot easier just for the very reason of that. Alright, come on. Fine, let's burn you. Okay. Yeah, there's a sight. And also, look at the effect here as far as the way that the screen is rolling across. Yeah, it's almost, I mean, it's almost like a Mode 7 case, even though, yeah, it's not that way. But to show what the Genesis really is capable. I mean, honestly, this game is kind of powerhouse for the system's capabilities, although in a lot of ways, a lot of Konami stuff tends to be that way anyway. Even in ways that you might not necessarily think or expect. Okay, here we go. 2, 3. There we go. Okay. Alright, there we go. So, fine. Alright, after a couple of struggles there, yeah, we're done. So, yeah, give up. Like, yeah, I don't think Fang is going to be showing Dead-Eye Joe any mercy right now. Even just the way he's kind of, like, panting there. I mean, I know that's something every character is technically doing, but even there, it's like, yeah, I got my Gatling gun in my hand. Got my cybernetic fist over there. But he's like, yeah, no, okay, fine, he's gone. Alright. Okay, so back to the junkyard we go. Yeah, same deal, Neumann Cascade. If I can get that A or that D weapon, I'm gonna use it on him, and this is gonna be quite a sight. It's also feasibly gonna make the rest of this game way easier. Technically. Okay, I keep getting C weapon. Okay, fair enough. I'll get it eventually. And honestly, right now it doesn't matter that I get just this. I mean, I just have a big enough gun to take care of the bikes coming down the mountain. And then also the robots, because yeah, they'll flip around. I don't think I indicated that before, but they'll flip around, they'll sort of shoot. If you kind of walk forward slowly, you'll be okay. And also, when I get that D weapon, there's one other thing I want to show, because yeah, I'm crouching on the ground like that. Actually, I think his B weapon does this too. Actually, no, it's the same thing that when you're on a hill like this. He'll do that kneel, but he'll always do that when you're shooting a B or D weapon and you're crouching. But the thing is that even though you're crouched like that, technically from that position when you have B or D and you're shooting it off, you won't take damage from it. I did find that out when I was doing my tests. I'll see if I can't show that off somewhere. Or if I can't show it off as I play through this, I'll play through the game at some point, go there, go to a level where I can do that, and just show it. Actually, I think it might have been this level I showed it. But, or where I found it, I should say. But either way, we'll show it. Going the whole way on Contra Hard Corps, for sure. And having a blast doing it. Pun maybe kind of intended. But either way, alright, back to the junkyard boss. And we come here with the brownie, that's gonna be interesting. I will definitely show that off when we get there. Okay. Yeah, he's not gonna take too much. He'll go down, don't worry. Boom. Yeah, at this point, I now basically have that pattern memorized, and I probably am not gonna forget it for probably a couple of years, if that. It's like, oh yeah, how do you defeat this boss? Somebody will probably tell me, if they walk up to me on the street, say, like, how do you defeat the junkyard robot in Contra Hard Corps? I was like, okay, I'll basically be able to give him a goddamn thesis on that at this point, I would think. Okay. Actually, I want to see one. Well, no, okay, I don't want to see it. I was going to say, hey, what's the fire going to do? No, we're not going to see the fire. I don't care. Also, there's a weird glitch. I want to see if I can do this. Yeah, if you're right next to the door, I think it's with Fang, but some other characters as well, you're not hitting the door. So yeah, I'm shooting the door and nothing's happening. So you basically just move backwards and blast it that way. Alright, so here's Neumann Cascade once more. Alright, yeah, let's try you on for size. And since they are going to give me weapons on this, I think I get D off this somewhere, feasibly. So yeah, as long as I can do that, or fine, you know what? Take the fire. I'll tell you what, I'll run the fire. And I kind of whip him around. And honestly, I don't want to lose my powered-up A weapon. Especially not for him, because his is the best one in the game. As far as the reach it has. But as we showed, it also can be effectively used with anyone. Okay, so fine. Fire, I don't care about the fire going away. Let it go away. And I'm going to hold that bomb for the last form. I'm not going to bother on that part of it. Okay, so I got another A form. Anyway, no, I don't think I'm going to get a D form. Alright, so I'm going to have to really... Okay, fine. I guess I didn't intend to make the audience have to wait to see Weapon D of Fang, but I guess it just ended up turning out that way. Ow, shit. Ah, crap, and I got hit by the arrow on the way out. Alright, so yeah, let's get going. Like I said, as soon as I get that, it's gonna be fun. We'll be good. Alright, so back to the virtual zone we go. And I lost my bomb. Alright, so fine. I guess I can't use that. I was gonna use it at the end, but alright, fine. That's my punishment. So yeah, this game, you're right. We'll talk about punishment of your game for, although, I'm not gonna say it's unfair, and I'll say this also. Here's the other thing about this game I'll say, which goes, I guess, to what the difficulty is that this game is gonna be insanely hard, maybe astronomical for some people, and I get it. I'm not gonna say, no, I think you're wrong, specifically. I'm amazed I avoided that. But when I die, I will say this. It does feel like it's my fault. I say, hey, I did something stupid, and you can feasibly go back on this video and see what some of that is, and then say that, okay, fine, I didn't do this right. I can take umbrage in that. Alright, Sagittarius, you're going down. Whoa! Okay, fine. Even with the bigger range or shot of the AA weapon of his. Okay, fine. I got the fist. Which honestly, for this is not going to be of much use. I keep A-ing him up. Whoa! He keeps going that direction! Okay, fine. Okay, yeah, yeah, because in his case, I don't want to be close. Yeah, but if you are in the middle like that, and he isn't on the end, basically just pay attention to where the orbs go so you can move out of the way, or slide out of the way, or slide into it. Okay, there we go. That's what I want to see. One the edge, because if he is at the edge of the screen, he will not hit you, or Gemini will not hit you from that edge. You just go over there and fire away. Okay, so there's C again, so yeah, I'm gonna have to wait till next world for D, damn. Alright, fine, see if you can handle this. Alright, this is gonna be interesting to see about the fire. Okay, I can kind of whip him with the fire, but... Okay, yeah, actually, no, the fire's good. Oh, I got an extra life, awesome. You hear that bing? That means you've gotten enough points for an extra life. But in this case, I'm gonna have to do that, count thing. Okay, wait for 6 bullets, be on the other side, and then crouch. Or use the fire. Okay, so fine, the fire is actually really, really good here. Fine, his stuff's strong, that's the idea. Yeah, honestly, I've never actually fought him with the fire before, so this is gonna be very interesting to see, because I think... fine, it's gone. I mean, I could jump up with the B weapon, you know, fine, okay, fine, I jumped the wrong way. I could jump up with the B, but I hit the wrong way. Alright, I think I might... Yeah, you know, I might be in danger of game over. Okay, so fine, I'm proving that Fang is the hardest boss. I say, like, oh, he's not that hard. Fine, he's not that hard when you get the D weapon. When you get the D weapon, it's gonna be... easy, but I keep saying, like, I'm gonna get the D weapon and I never get it. Like I said, I'm not gonna save state this one specifically because I did enough as far as that. But I don't know, maybe it's the case that maybe after... Fine, I haven't been playing this game that long. It's like, I'm not getting rusty on this. But either way, it's like, I'm showing the struggle. Whoa, whoa! Okay, that was lucky. 2 slides. I've never gotten 2 slides off them before. Okay, good. Yeah, it's getting me pumped. Like, I'm hearing that boom, boom, boom as far as the music. Okay, fine. I guess if nothing else, it's good. Fine, you know what? I should... Fine, stay still. For me, I should say. Like, there you go. So I can just get rid of that. So as soon as he shoots off, boom, there we go. Got it. Yeah, don't... Okay, I don't want that. At least not yet. Oh, keeps coming over this way. Fine, I guess... But you know what? I'm gonna try something different. Let's just punch... Okay, fine. Punch him, alright. If you're close enough, it hurts bad enough that you'll be fine, I guess. Alright. I'm just nervous to be right next to him. That's my case, really. Fine, it does have more range than it looks. I'll say that. But in this case, yeah, run the fire. Unless I fucking lose it again. I don't want to. Alright, fine. I got another life. So, the good news is that even if you get a game over, you can also kind of predict the areas of where you're going to get a life, even though they don't show it on screen. Or it's like the Adventures of Dr. Pepper going back to the console where shows. Like, it's always the case like when there's not shit points on screen. He's like, yeah, where is the code to deactivate the bomb? He's like, I'll never tell you. He's like, you want to tell me now? It's like, oh, it's my score of insert this game here. It's like, wait, where is it? It's not on the screen. Okay, so, fine. I'm gonna try and do what I meant to do last time, which is, can I do this, hit him enough? Actually, you know what? I'll tell you this. No! I knew that was gonna happen, and I still fucking did it. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay, fine. I think... I hate to say we're gonna get game over here, but fine. I don't mind showing a game over, just because, as I said, it's gonna be the experience of it. And at that point, what I'll do is... Actually, let me see something here. I was curious. Yeah, I don't have one with him, so yeah, I'll start the game over. I'll start the game over and I'll make sure I hold on to that D weapon, because then this'll take no time whatsoever. Fine, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna take a game over right now. I don't care. Fine, Taurus, kill me. We're getting D. I'm not gonna make the audience wait any longer for this. I'll just show them, fine, this is my experience going back. So, if nothing else, you're seeing all the highs, all the lows, everything I went through. Getting game over here, and by the way, when you run out of continues, game over, you're back at the beginning. And if you're not running a save state system, yeah, you gotta start again. But alright, so, let's take Fang out. Let's show Fang right for once. Okay, so back to level 1, that's fine. I don't care. Either way, feel free to hit me chat with anything else you got. Discussion-wise, we can do it. That's the other benefit of a game like this. We can talk through things through and go into the topics you got on yourself. I'm getting that D weapon, goddammit. I'm not gonna let anything get in my way. And it is one of the first weapons that comes here. It is set what weapons drop. It's D and A. Ow. Fine, you know what? I don't care. But first, I'm also going to put my A on. So I was like, okay, fine. I got D weapon. If you know what you're doing, the game is effectively won now. But I'm not going to say anything completely yet. In fact, I'll show you this. Oh, whoa, shit, no! I was going to say, no! Like, of all the times, like, no, I don't want to lose this thing again. Okay. They're not coming, right? Okay, good. So, yeah, when you hold the B button down, we got the D weapon, you get the charge up. So it's like the Mega Man thing, the... Let go, shoots out. That does tons of damage. You can only shoot it left or right, by the way. I'm holding up, it doesn't do anything. So in this case, yeah. One shot, he's dead. Okay, so fine. Let me show you how this shoulda works. Oh, there we go, I can get the bomb. Yeah, it does have a long reach to itself, even though it's going only vertically. Okay, so fine. Charge up. So yeah, 3 of those is done. But, yeah, this case I'm just gonna say, no, I'm getting rid of that D weapon any chance I can get. Alright, so let's do this. Okay, so here is D weapon. This is the beauty of this D weapon. And thank you for asking me to go the Deadeye Joe way, because, yeah, you can decimate some of the bosses going this way, no question. And there's a couple I'm going to do that with. So, yeah, you can't shoot straight up like before. But remember, as long as you're in the middle of the divots on the building here, when he jumps here, just fire at him. 2 shots, he's dead. There you go. That is the power of Weapon D for Fang. But it does also leave you vulnerable, it's worth pointing that out. Actually, they all do. And when you do, when you do pick up a weapon and you don't have it already, it'll switch automatically to it, so keep that in mind. There we go. Alright, so yeah, this first boss, the Nut Transformer, specifically. Let's see how it handles Weapon D, but yeah, you do have to be careful with Weapon D, because yeah, if we lose it, it's not going to be pleasant. And there's some bosses I'm not going to show it just because I don't want to lose it right away. Okay, fine. Actually, that's one of them. Yeah, I'll show that crouch thing. Yeah, basically what you want to do for the charge up, by the way, hold it and pay attention to where the yellow stars are. But yeah, he does still take a lot even with it. Okay, there you go. So, fine. He's already dead. Alright, so yeah. Let's go back after Dead Joe, and then we'll go the way we have to go. Yeah, we're going after Dead Joe again. And I'll hold off on D. So, alright, in that case, let's get going. Yeah, as soon as I get an upgraded A, then I'll be all set. Although, even with the not upgraded A, it's not too bad with him, even though it's just, yeah, it's a straight shot. Oh shit, I lost the D. You know what? Fuck it, I'm rewinding. I'm not taking the loss of the D. Actually, you know what? And nothing else to show what that is. I'm not losing that. Sorry. Not after what I went through for that. You know what? I could use on him. You know what? Fine, I will use on him. I do believe you still have to go through all the forms with him. It's worth pointing out. Yeah, so much so I'm not... Yeah, if I lose my D, I'm just switching off on it. Sorry. Yeah, in that case, that's also why I'm not using my D too much. You know, fine. Let's... This also, I guess, a little bit of me experimenting, seeing that what are some stuff you can do that way. Okay, fine. You just still have enough of a shot on the B that you should be fine. Okay, so yeah, just give me the upgraded B, or the upgraded A. That's all I want right now. Yeah, D will hold for the... Actually, I can kill this thing with the upgraded D. Or, not the upgraded. D can't be upgraded. Only A cannot be upgraded. I think it's only 2 of these and he goes down. Yeah, there you go. There you go. In fact, right there. See, you just do 2 shots and he goes down right away. So yeah, look how we're just decimating I would say Killer Joe, Deadeye Joe. Now he is definitely dead. Okay, there you go. That is the satisfaction of running D weapon. Yeah, give yourself up. Yeah, if you know how to use that, you can just destroy this game specifically. But yeah, if you lose that, it's not gonna be pleasant. So fine. Okay, I got us back quickly to where we were just because of that. And back to the junkyard. Okay, yeah, we do know this, but see, this is also the interesting thing. Even though we've seen a lot of the story beats so far, there are some we haven't still. So it's going to give a little bit of a different perspective, specifically. Actually, I think it's, you know, fine. I want to show this. So let me get rid of the robots in the area before I go on. I want to get where one of the cars is, because I'm going to show this. Because this will be fine this way. Okay. You're gone. Okay, so yeah, when you're charging with the D weapons, we're pointing out, even you're crouching down like... Oh, no. Out of the way, robots. Fine, I hit with that, I don't care. Yeah, because normally when you're charging with the D weapon, yeah, you'll normally lay prone like that. When you're charging with the D weapon, you crouch down like that. But despite what it looks like, in fact, I'll show this. It still goes through you. It does still count you as being prone, even though you're seeing the missile going right through Fang's face. So, yeah, in that case, like, yeah, the missile doesn't do anything to me. You're gonna be destroyed in one shot, car. So, okay, there you go. Okay, I always wanted to show that. Even though I lost my level A, my level 2A attack, I always want to show that. That's kind of a little bit of an anomaly I found, but yeah, it changes your crouch animation, but it doesn't actually change the fact that... Okay, fine, I got shot in the back or the head. But it doesn't actually change the fact that, hey, you're being protected, even though it looks like you should be dying from that, but... Oh, wait, no, give me... Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Fine, I have 1 extra, I don't care. So fine, let's kill this thing really quickly now. You have to go through all the bosses that gave us a lot of trouble, gave me some trouble with Fang, just... Yeah, before he even does the tail whip thing, he's gone. Alright, so there we go. And actually also, in this case, yeah, the punch is gonna be good with the... with these. Sorta, kinda. Just, stay back and jump if I get in trouble. Or if you get in trouble, oh, fine. I guess if nothing else, this is also, I guess, maybe... I don't know if I've actually never, ever said that this is what the show is, that maybe it's, like, the idea of, like, what's the walkthrough of your game. But honestly, with Contra Hard Corps, maybe it makes sense to kind of show it that way. Alright, fine. You again. I'm gonna hold my D weapon for this one. I'm not gonna completely use it. I'm gonna use the fire. And the good news is if I defeat, okay, wait, I've probably gotten too many lives off doing some of those things, so honestly, no. Yes, rub your hands together, I don't care, Tauros. Or Taurus. I mean Tauros from Pokemon, so that's not exactly the right thing. Or the same thing. Whoa! And even though I don't really have too much of a concern of losing my other weapons, I kind of don't want to. At least not yet. Although, I do want fire here. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use a shot, or stay still shot. Yeah, make like, they say with fire extinguishers, just sweep them from side to side to put the fire out. In this case, sweep from side to side to keep the fire on him. And also to make sure you get the, what was it? The arrow out of the way. But this case, probably not. Please go to the right. Okay, good. Thank God. Okay, fine. You know what? Fuck it. I could use on him. Yeah, there you go. One shot. I'm gonna sorta use it on this part. Sorta, kinda. You can't exactly skip this. Okay, fine. Also, this is the other part you can do this at. Even though it looks like the tank bullets are gonna hit you in the face, they're not. You're still prone. Yeah, so yeah, it does look like it's hitting me in the face and I should be dying from that, but you're not. Okay, fine. And same with this, but honestly, at this point, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go the easy way. We're gonna do it the preview program way. We're gonna blow him up. Flashlight warning now, and he's dead. Yeah, enough's enough. Alright, game over for you, finally. Save your sob story for the people at headquarters. Okay. Now I'm gonna move on, thank God. Alright. As I said, I don't have a problem showing the game this way as far as that struggle, because if you've never played this game, that's gonna be your experience. That was my experience when I first played it. You have to kind of get yourself in rhythm. And it's reinforcing what ElecVerse said. Fang is the hard mode, and I showed it better than I think I intended to. Right, same deal. Bahamut is trouble, so we gotta get going. Okay, so back to the jungle we go. Yeah, in this case, yeah, running that that A weapon, specifically just walking a little bit, being careful of the creatures on the vine, because they'll keep coming. They're infinite. Should be set that way. I'll tell you, as soon as I found out what D weapon for Fang did, I did kind of go through the whole game, seeing like, shit, what do the other weapons do? Or what does this do to the bosses? And the answer is a lot, and fine, okay. Honestly, of all the times I don't want to... Fine, you know what? You know, I'm gonna get another one anyway. And that's my first game over, I think. Yeah, it is. So fine, you know what? I'll be fine with that. Yeah, okay, fine. I get another D and A at the start of the level, so fine. Yeah, the B and C are whatever right now. Yeah, let's walk slowly, and that's gonna be all you need to do. Ah, crap. No, I don't want to... Oh. No, I was like, wait a second, I still had that on. Oh, and I have a shot as too. No. Oh, shit. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of seeing just how bad the flies are here. You're right, without a seeking weapon. Yeah, you do miss the seeking weapon. And actually, yeah, with Brownie, you're right, because Brownie's two of them. We're going to see that in a little bit. And it is tempting still to use that D weapon, but as I said, if you know how some of these bosses work and you avoid using it, you might want to avoid using it. Like this one. He'll go down quick either way, so at this point I'm just going to shoot my gun at him. Also, you can, one thing I didn't show before, I'll see if I can't show it this time. Oh, no. You can manipulate where he shoots that, because if he's in range of you, he's turning his nose at you. Fine, I killed him before he got the chance, but when he does that, you can basically have him aim to the left or right if you want him to. Although fighting these things up. Oh, okay. It's like, wait a second, where are they? Oh, that was lucky shit. Yeah, because they can come from the ceiling, or some of them come from the ceiling. I think the second and fifth ones, it depends. Oh, shit. Okay, glad I got to show what they do, if nothing else. I was like, uh-oh. I don't want to be in that position. Did I get him? Okay, good, I did. Okay. Alright, fine, we'll D this dude. Okay, that sounds wrong, specifically, but you know what I mean, as far as it. That's gonna be probably the Super Bowl Game Saturday out of context case as well. Shit. Although, actually, weirdly enough, despite what you might think with this, the snowman dude, fine, he's a water strider. He's not completely a snowman. I don't know where they got the name, but they got the name somewhere for that. He, honestly, it takes a lot of shots to kill him with this thing. You think, like, hey, you know, he'll go down really quickly, but honestly, he doesn't. He takes a lot to kill with this, so you might not want to use D-weapon on him, honestly. Especially because you have to wait on the okay, fine. I guess it did enough damage, so I warmed him up a little bit with it. This one, on the other hand, you kind of can kill him quick. Just get over here so I can... I'll get on top so I can hit him. Eh. Okay, fine. I didn't show him doing that. Okay, never mind. I'm doing enough damage. Because, yeah, as soon as he does the launch off, it means you almost got him. That's his last... that's his last attack. Okay, good. Alright, now we're getting to the next boss, which is the creep bot or whatever he's... no, I said what his name was before. What's his name? It is... the long hand guy. I gotta just remember the name. I took the names down for a reason. Oh, crap. Okay, fine. Now that I know what to do on Form 1, thank God, we found that live on show. Yeah. Actually, fine. I can just use this on Form 1. But also, here's the other detail. Since we already took care of, Deadeye Joe, he's not in that. And so when you're going across, the walkthrough to the final form, he will not shoot the missiles at you, at the first point. Second point, he will. No! Okay, fine. 3 of those will do it. Okay, yeah. Also, if you go off screen as far as climbing on the ceiling, you pop off. Okay, if nothing else, that's the other thing. When you're seeing these same levels going on multiple times, it also means I get to show different things with it, so that's good. And yeah, same deal as before. I'm gonna avoid getting myself hit. And just keep my A weapon. Alright. Yeah, just waiting for him to go. As if you do shoot him, he'll bounce across the wall, or bounce against the walls. Which at first I thought you need to do that to be safe from some of this, but then I realized, no, you don't want to do that. Yeah, ElecVerse, you're right as far as playing this game. Yeah, don't do that. That's don't make the mistake I made. And when you get to the top of that, make sure you hit diagonal up left in order to climb up to the top. Okay, although, actually, fine. When you're hanging, you can also charge that while moving. Okay, I did not know that. And there's about 4 shots of that way. Okay. Okay, so now at this point, since Deadeye Joe is not here, he will not shoot up missiles right here. Although, it's weird, I guess, why he shoots at missiles at the end anyway. But it is a great attention to detail that, yeah, with Deadeye Joe around, he's like, yeah, screw you, I'm going to shoot you out with missiles. And I guess for the last section, he says, fine, I'll let the monster do it yourself. Although you can kind of grab the right wall there, but it's honestly kind of hard to do that, so, and you usually will get in case you're getting hit, so you might not want to bother. Yeah, in this case, use the flamethrower, because what'll happen is the missiles will go wherever you are. And basically just keep doing this until he goes off screen, until the missiles stop. Don't think that because he's off screen, you won't necessarily see them. Yeah, like he'll shoot one last one. Yeah, same deal. I gotta be honest, I kind of don't want to use the D weapon again, even though I know that it's gonna be my quickest way through. But I think I have to. This will kill him quick. Yeah, but when you do charge it up, he does bounce back in full force, so be careful of that. Honestly, this boss, I thought I might have... Oh, no, I don't want to be in the direction of that thing. Yeah, that was risky, but, I'm fine I took it. I'm fine I took it because I survived. If I didn't, I would have like, yeah, it was stupid for me to do. So sometimes that gives a sense, like, this game kind of plays mind games with you. You're in a sense of kind of being in that mentality, saying, like, you know, I should do this, or I shouldn't do this. Oh, fine, he's dead. So, alright, fine. That does decimate the boss. And finally, when I get here, we're safe stating, just because. Stage clear, and we have another choice, finally. Sorry for the delay, but, chat your pick. Because we do have the same choices as we had before at this point. We do still get the same case of Mandrake stabbing us in the back and joining with Bahamut, but unlike that, because we went this way, we have way to go. Actually, I'll tell you one other thing. Oh no, I was going to show off Brownie. I was going to say, hey, I'll hold save state, so when we get to a point of going back, we'll show the last ending that way. Fine, we'll run. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll run one more way fully with Brownie when I'm done with this, and then we'll I'll put a save state down specifically and we'll load from that. Okay, so we do have our selections. This is the one we had earlier, or fine, I had earlier when I was test playing this. That was going Research Center. This is one we did tonight. That was a Bahamut. So, alright, fine. Finally having a choice. So it's fight to the end or surrender and fight later. Chat your choice. What do you want to do? We'll show the other way for sure, and I put the save state down just so in that case, after I run Brownie, I will run... Alright, fine. After I run Brownie with the ending you don't pick next, I will then load the save state out and go for the other one. Because I think that makes sense. It's like, hey, I think it's fair that way. Look, I've been trying to play this game as legitimately as I can. And I've been doing that, I think, and I gotta be honest, I want you to surrender. You got it. So, okay. We're surrendering this way. This is different than we surrendered when we went to the research lab, which we're pointing out. Or research center, I should say. So when you surrender now, look at this side. So they blow up Colonel Bahamut on the screen, and look at that. Look at this. Actually, I like this detail, which I didn't really kind of stop to look at in the practice I've been doing. The idea of looking at his face kind of moving with his face, but the fact that, yeah, you kind of see his cheekbones kind of moving along with it. So it's definitely a great attention to detail that they're getting out of this game that, yeah, 30 years next year for this baby. But yeah, there I am, tied up with the bracelet on my back. Yeah, this is Bahamut's headquarters. Is it pleasing to you? Yeah, drop the smirk, I'm gonna trash this place. Fair enough, that's the right reaction. But no need for that, my friend. But my plan is its final stage of Forge. If you have transferred all functions to space station, headquarters no more use, it'll soon be detonated. But even Bahamut's soldiers saying, like, wait a second, oh, we didn't sign up for this, you can't do that. He's like, yeah, you know what, your existence means less than nothing to me, which, fine. We saw that the other way, because... Well, no, we didn't see that the other way, specifically yet, so never mind, that's wrong, it's fine, it means nothing. Farewell, we'll not meet again. Okay, so this place is going down. So, I'm gonna run fire for this. Because what we gotta do is we have to make a walk against fire. Actually, here's Dr. Mandrake again. Yeah, don't move. This happens to cowards like you. So fine. He's saying, like, fine. You're running away? We have a punishment for deserters this way. He's gonna turn them into aliens. So, here's what we gotta do. We gotta start walking. This is an auto-scrolling element. I'm on no lives. I'm concerned. You have fire going here. The aliens will keep coming. You have to time it specifically as you go so you kill them and have enough of a berth to basically go ahead without getting yourself killed. Because you have to do platforming over bottomless pits as we walk down this hallway. Like this. Shoot diagonally down. That's the best option I've seen. Or basically, as soon as you kill one, and there's not another one on screen, just keep going and then shoot diagonally down. Shit! Or slide into it. Crap, and there go all my weapons. Okay, which admittingly is always what happens with me. But we have 4 continues. Honestly, I think this part of the game is... Actually, honestly, I'll say this. I think both of the bosses you fight for going after Dead-Eye Joe first are easier than either of the bosses that go for, the research center. Personally, although it's the approach to them that's harder. Especially this one. This is, of these two, this is actually probably the hardest of those two. Because at first I said, what am I doing on this? How should I be, oh shit, right, if you hit the fire, right, okay. I'm glad I got to show that, because I didn't actually, I don't think I actually ever got hit by the fire in all my practice, but fine. I was showing all my coworkers this. I was showing Kazan22, this is this is stressing me out. He always says that as far as really hard games. And I was like, yeah, he's like, yeah, just use the save state, man. Don't, you know, try and be a hero this way. Fine, I'm doing half and half, you know? I'm not gonna say no, we're just gonna totally demolish the challenge. I'm gonna show what the challenge is. Here we go. Yeah, jump and shoot, but fine. Even then, it's kind of not easy to do that. Or I can use the bomb, that's the other thing. If you have the bomb, use it here. Or, fine, it didn't matter I didn't have the bomb here. Either way. Yeah, but here's the thing. As long as I get past this part, the final boss I can handle. Or the final boss is here. Even without the D weapon. I show what D weapon was. We're fine that way. But, that's the idea. Yeah, as long as I get past this, we should be okay. This is merely the hardest part of this path. Alright, fine, let's try this again. Fine, I'll hold the bomb. Yeah, here's the thing. The bomb is useful this way. And my normal gun's okay, but it's just that, yeah, they're on the ground, so fine, I can still hit them. Or if they jump over me. I mean, I can also slide in them. That's the other thing. If I slide in them, they'll die too. Or I can just run underneath. But they keep coming, so that's always the problem. They will never stop coming, so you have to be careful of that. Whoa. Okay, there you go. That is what I... Sometimes even if you have to wait, even as the fire's nipping your heels, you might want to do that. Like that. Okay. Okay, fine. Except for me getting hit there, that's exactly what I learned I want to do. Especially when they get tighter as far as where these jumps are. Shit, and he jumped on my head. I've almost got this, though. Ugh. Okay, that was it. Well, fine. This is it. I think. Oh, no. Okay, fine. Fine. It's longer than I thought. Shit. Okay, that's it. Perfect. That's an A and B. Perfect. Okay, and I'm not doing that again. I will put that down at the one we already showed. So fine, I'm not gonna do that again, but I think we should be good. And I don't think on Game Over you have to do that part again. At least I don't think you do. I think you only have to do this. So here's the boss here. Or one of the bosses here. There are a couple. This is actually not. I'm gonna pause right now. This boss is. This is Mach 777. Then we got Big Magnum. We gotta fight. I just wanna make sure I got those names right. Okay, so what he'll do is he'll jump off on the sides. He'll jump on the edges, and basically, depending on where he is. He'll do certain things. He'll shoot robots out when he's on the right side of the wall. I'm lucky he did that. Because as long as you stay on the edges here and not in the center, you should be good. And when he does that, that's actually the hardest. He'll shoot out those sticks that'll do this shootout. And they'll go around. I think you can destroy them. Oh, fine. They eventually get destroyed. I don't think he'll go on... Oh, fine. If he goes on the top... oh, right. Shit, he does that on the top. I forgot about that. He shoots out the electric... Oh, no, he doesn't shoot out the electric. He shoots out the saw bots. And I think we do have to fight this part. We just have to fight this boss. So if that's the case, we're fine. Okay, fine. Whoa, okay, fine. They do give you a checkpoint right before the boss, and they give you A and B weapons. So fine. Better. Okay, I'll take that. This game does have checkpoints. It's worth pointing out. I don't know if I've died. I don't know if the places I've died have shown that. Let me put it that way. Well, fine. Some of them have. But alright, fine. With this, I think we'll be good. That 2 continues to be set. So let's go fight you again. Or see if this... Oh, fine. I was gonna say if that does damage. Well, it does, but... I got myself in trouble doing that. Okay. Ah, shit. Yeah, honestly, the hardest part is really surviving the... Okay, fine, this is it. Yeah, they'll just saw... Okay, they'll do, like, sword blades out when they move. Whoa. Honestly, the easiest... Oh, I was gonna say the easiest is that one, but no, he starts shooting the robots out. Okay, so fine. I gotta be careful with my shots. But the good news is that I have that save state. I will not, be shamed as far as pulling that out if I have to. Because if I can get him to do one more thing, we should be set. Also see if I... Yeah, here's the thing. I guess my hitbox with that punch... see, it's funny. I said, hey, when you're doing the crouch with the D weapon, it doesn't do much. Or you can avoid that. But with this, not exactly. Okay, fine. I don't care that it's gone. Because if it did some damage to start, I'm fine with that. Whoa! Shit, I slid into him. Crap. That is one of the hardest ones to avoid. Also, these, because of the position they go, they're random. Oh, shit. You saw that. It touched my legs. I can't believe I didn't die from that. Okay, fine. For this one, I think it's... Yeah, fine. Shoot. Yeah, get on the wall and start shooting. Can I get out of this part? Oh, shit. The rest of it won't be... Shit. I'm fine. No, fine. Actually, no, I got my game over already. So, fine. No, we're not creating a save point there. Fine, we're using it now. Sorry. I said, I did this as legitimately as I could, but that's gonna be the idea. I think it's a good compromise. And I said, I will do this. Don't worry. As I said, this is not helping me that much. It's only giving me, like, an extra 2 continues. Fine, that's the easiest one if you can get on the wall and hit off the robots. Because then you still hit him. Hit him. Come on, man. Shit. Yeah, alright. But as I said, I do have that save there. I do have water now, so that's a good thing. We set. Yeah, so as I said, this game is fair. It's just that, yeah, I'm not showing that element, but alright, fine. See, it's funny, I said this is easier, or this part is easier, but... Yeah, I'm totally whiffing on this part of it. But alright, fine. Yeah, no more screwing around. But yeah, this is where it's getting harder. Or still getting harder, I should say. It's consistent as far as it's difficult. You'll say that. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, honestly, at this part, I'll say this. I generally try not to even bother hitting him while I'm avoiding that. Usually. Fine, you know what? I'll try something here. Okay, they'll still destroy those things quick. Actually, I might have just... Okay, good. When you do enough damage to him, he'll just keep doing this. He'll go into rotation. This is actually really easy. Especially compared to what I just was seeing. Basically, just go on the walls and the ceiling so you can hit him. But as you hit him more, he'll go faster. Eventually, he'll go so fast, fine, I can't punch my way through that. So basically, and he'll also extend himself out. So what you want to do is basically just go in a circle, wait till you get an opening, and start shooting, and start moving. Just keep moving. Just go in a circle. That's all you gotta do. Except that part, fine, okay. Fine, that was my reflex saying, like, fine, I'm gonna do that. But no, I'm gonna have to do that. We'll go back to this and we'll start again. But yeah, on the last continue again, shit. Okay, fine. This is definitely gonna be down to the wire. I think I can handle Big Magnum if I get through this part. So actually, yeah, B weapon is very useful here. Because I can always speed this up. So fine, that's the thing you want to do with Fang if you're running Fang. Because clearly Fang is not my man as far as this, even though I love the stuff he does. Actually, to be honest, I've never fought this boss with him. It's worth pointing out until right now. But... Perfect. Oh no. Oh no. Shit, slid into him. Come on. Then again, I'd have to do Big Magnum on one life. If I got lucky last time when we went over on the side like that. Okay, fine. This'll do it. Okay. Okay, I still hit him from far away. Even though it's a close range attack, that B weapon he's got, you can still hit him from far away with actually... Okay, fine, I can still hit him on the ceiling that way. So, okay, fine. I can slide underneath him. Yeah, but he goes so fast now... Ah, shit. Fine, you know what? I'm rewinding on that. Sorry, I'm not gonna play this anymore. Fine, you know what? I should just use my A weapon. Honestly, at this point, just pretty much just wait till you can get as much of an opening and shoot him with anything. Or slide underneath his legs, or not. Fine, we're not gonna slide under his legs. Fine, you know what? I did have the save point. We'll go again. Yeah, sorry it's come to this, but... Yeah, it's come to this. Yeah, I just need to get to Big Magnum, because I... Honestly, I know Big Magnum's pattern well enough. I think... Fine, I'm not gonna say I think we should be fine. It's just that... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting overconfident, even though it's like... Yeah, I know I'm not confident. I've tried to be... Fine, okay. I am confident in one way, in the sense that... If I did this game at this point 15 months ago, we wouldn't be seeing that. Or fine, death already. You know what? Fine. I've shown this boss enough. Yeah, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact of what I'm running this on, briefly. Fine, stay in the middle and shoot him, because then at that point, if I don't, it means that don't apologize. This game's pretty difficult. Yeah, but I mean, if nothing else, I did want to show. I'll say this ElecVerse, and I don't think. I'll say this, I don't think this way, as far as the idea that, hey, I maybe let you down by this, as far as anything you're seeing tonight with this, but this is also why I said 15 months. I said that for a reason. I said, fine, I'm gonna give you this game, but I want to be ready. I at least want to be in a better case that I want to, here's the thing, I want to show this game enough of the respect that it deserves, and that also that you deserve, because you came in here and said, like, I want to see this. Like, yeah, I take those viewer requests very, very seriously, which is why I showed that, and he's dead. It's fine, no, but I appreciate that for sure, ElecVerse, but that's more than anything where my mentality's coming down on this game, just because I said, I want to at least show the fact that I'm putting in the effort on this. I don't want to ever get into a case, and I don't think this has ever become the case of this show, as far as the audience thinking this way. that I'm gonna go the full way for whatever it is you want to see. If it means practicing game for 15 months, you better believe I'm gonna do it. Okay, we've done very admirably, but you're too late. I've used the alien cell to create Big Magnum. Yeah, I'm not gonna put a save state down on this because I believe you also get to continue here. So, he will reduce the plant to charged cinders. Now, I know his pattern. So he shot the laser down, and actually, canonically, this is the bad ending, I believe. Yeah, look at that. He shot that down, and countless number of people died from that. So, this is Big Magnum. He got a couple forms. Here's what he does. He'll open up his mouth, or open his thing there. He'll do a shot. He'll aim with a laser, like, dink, and he'll shoot where you are. And then the other thing he'll do is he'll shoot down. Okay, he'll shoot downwards that way. And since they do give me a continue right here, I'm going to use that just in this case. Yes, they do. Okay, so it's just understanding the patterns here for this, because yeah, what he'll do is he'll shoot out right there. You saw that laser there. It's kind of tough to see. They dink. Fine, he'll shoot that also in your direction. You slide underneath it, and you only hit him when he's exposed. Also, yeah, that he'll do that. He'll bring the orbs out. He's a way to come down slide. You can be in the middle of those and be safe in the safe area, and then shoot there. And then what happens is he'll shoot that, and then wherever you jump, he'll do that. But if you want to slide into it, feel free to slide into it. And then the cycle repeats. So the pattern's not bad. It's just making sure that you get it down and just use the slide. And by the way, I'm walking off the edge there. It's not doing anything, so don't worry. Look. Okay, there we go. This is what I was realizing when I got to this point. So honestly, this honestly is not that big. Honestly, yeah, I'm having less trouble doing Big Magnum than anything else. Yeah, because you can also manipulate, because as I said, he'll shoot where he'll shoot where you are for those first two blasts. For this, he won't. You're also seeing what happens if you don't get out of the way. Yeah, the slide is your best friend. You will not go off the edge. It's worth pointing that out. Thank God you don't go off the edge in this game. As if this game wasn't hard enough, you'd think, like, yeah, that would be horrible if you went off the edge. Basically, as long as you wait till the orbs come down and start to come down, you just slide, you'll never get hit by them. Yeah, even with nothing, honestly, this is not too bad when you get the pattern down. That's the key. Get the pattern down. Basically, try to goad them out so you can hit other things. And also, use the still shot if you feel like you have to. Which, honestly, that form before he starts throwing these out, probably the best way to do that. Whoa. Okay, got him. Okay, now this part, he will give you an A upgrade for this. Okay, so this part, he'll shoot this orb out, and actually, you know what? I'm going to do what you said, which is hold B and A, turn shot 1 on to move. Because what's going to happen here is he's going to rotate that ball around. As long as you stay out of the direction of that, if you have to slide, slide. Basically just run around and hit him to start. But there's one other thing he's got. You can also manipulate that, as I mentioned. You see, like, hey, I'm making these large jumps. Shit, no! Crap. Okay, fine. And I have 0 points because, yeah, you don't get points on any of the parts of the boss, so fine. Alright, last shot on, Big Magnum. Yeah, I know what I'm doing now. So that's the idea. There was one other form after that. I will show that in just a second. Those are trying to maximize damage I can put out on him, but you do have to also move. I mean, honestly, this is a pretty great boss because of the fact that it does challenge you as far as your maneuverability in some ways, in a unique way, even more than some of the other bosses are concerned. Because you have to basically get a sense of, like, yeah, where is he going to shoot? How it's going to affect where you currently are? And also, when can you get an opening? In that case, basically, pretty much wait till the last minute, almost, as far as that, and then be set. Whoa! So he does that, jump, Yeah, in that case, yeah, because it goes up there. So I can avoid that. I can get as many hits on him as possible. Blink. Oh, shit. Ah, crap. Yeah, but it is a risk, as I mentioned. Okay, that's the end of that form. Give him a shot. Yeah, I don't want this on. At least not yet. As you know, I don't want it on at all. He's just going a big circle. And just jump at the top of everything, because then at least I'll have a distance to walk under him. If you don't, you can slide underneath him. Basically just kind of goad him out, you know? Whoop. Okay, so this is the last form. This is where I don't want that. Not for this. Here's what he do. He hits this way. Oh, shit. Oh, right. No. Okay, this is what it is. Perfect. He's gonna keep doing this. Now, the other thing I could do, I probably am not doing this the right way, honestly. In fact, you know what? I'm not doing this the right way. I'll tell you what. Well, maybe I am. Wait till the last minute and then drop off and fire. And he'll keep doing this, so you have to be right in the middle. It's like the boss on the water we had. It's like, yeah, you feel the tension. You feel what this is like. Yeah, you're in inches. Like, hold on, Fang. We've come so far. We're gonna get Big Magnum. We're gonna save. Well, fine. We're gonna avenge the world after, you know, the massive terrorist attack. We got him. Thank God. Holy shit. Yes, it's more about memories of the pattern, and then if you can put it together. I put it together, thankfully. There we go. Big Magnum is dead. But as I mentioned, I think that is the bad ending. Because even though we did destroy Big Magnum... Yeah, one more step, I would have become a god. It does get Bahamut in the end. And the space station is destroyed. It's a little more somber specifically because of the shot he fired off. Because people died. This is, I would say, probably the worst ending as far as, I guess, the stakes of it. Although, I'll say this, as far as the canonical element of this game... I don't think... ElecVerse or chat, feel free to correct me if this is not right, or let me know what you think about this, if you have a theory of this, or if you know an answer. I don't think Konami has ever said which of the endings in this game is canonical, with the exception of us joining Bahamut. That is not canonical in the... Fine, that one and the going back in time. Those two are not, and the reason is because, in both cases, Bahamut lives. No matter the way that story continuity just goes, he dies in this game. So, the point is that any of the other enemies any of the other endings we have, I should say, could be canonical. So it's then a question of, like, which one is actually the real one. So it's not even like the Shadow the Hedgehog case, where when we played that, at some point I'll come back for the Super Hard mode. I just have to unlock it. I'll figure when we're going to do that, because we are doing the Sonic Heroes Super Hard mode thing in January. Also celebrate that game's 20th anniversary. I feel like it's worth doing that. That game is that all of the endings that are you have to go through the game for normally are not canonical, and they give you a last ending, which is the canonical one. They say that, no, this is the one that ties it to the rest of the franchise. Whereas this one, honestly, the only part of it... Oh, okay, there's only two parts of this that I guess would put any of these endings, except for the two I mentioned, in a canonical case, and that would be the fact that Colonel Bahamut dies, because we beat him, and Dr. Mandrake dies as well. Because there's ties to Dr. Mandrake in some of the later games of this franchise, including Shattered Soldier on PS2. And I'm trying to remember if Neo Contra was the case of that as well. But we did save the world eventually. So there he is, immortalized in bronze. Thank you very much to you, Fang. You did good, even though I didn't do that great with you. But that is our final score for that. We have one more ending to go. And I'll actually put it this way, specifically. We'll run Brownie, as I mentioned. But what ending do you want to see? Because the ones we have left that we've not shown are... let's see. Surrender at the research center. Or go to the research center and then surrender when we run into Mandrake. Or fight to the end with Deadeye after we've gone to see Deadeye Joe at the beginning of the game. So feel free to tell me what you want to see as we'll show off Brownie. As we mentioned, he's the easier mode. Fine, he's the easier mode for, fine. I think, you know, honestly, ElecVerse, your point's being proven by me specifically. He's this very small target. You're going to see this right now. He just kind of walks that way, so he's kind of cute that way as far as what he is. But he also has an extra move that's unique. Also, fine, he also has that death animation that's a bit different. Actually, you know, hold on, let's see something. Okay, I was going to say, fine, I'll keep walking because I want to see something here. Okay, fine. I also get to show what I saw in the test play. The A power-up can get stuck in the barrel there. And I didn't get any of the power-ups, so there you go. Go out to Joe and fight at the end. Perfect. No problem. So fine. Since I died on the first level again, I'm going to take game over and just start over with Brownie. Because, okay, I'm glad I got to show. The A weapon can go in the barrels. I saw it happen in my test play. And then I said specifically, I'm going to probably stitch that. But now I don't have to because it happened live, so perfect. Awesome. Okay, so fine. Let's run Brownie again. So here's the deal with Brownie. He's small. Actually, as I walk, I want to see this. So as I walk forward, just shooting everything, I want to see... Okay, fine. I got killed too quick. But the other thing you can do with Brownie is you jump, you have a double jump with him. Yeah, so if you hit the C button in air and then hold it down, you... Oh, wait a second. What happened? Oh, I died. Okay, so fine. There's my A weapon. Yeah, his A weapon's a bit different. His is a little more unwieldy, but it's kind of like a shot of arrows. You can kind of shoot it in 8 directions, and it will decimate enemies, no question. So actually, it goes in a 360-degree shot, unlike every other shot like that in the game. Well, except for the fire. But then he has D. So here's what D is. I want the B button. That is a shield when things hit it, I think. Yes, it is. They'll go that way. But if you let go and press it, or you just tap it, it'll be a seek shot. Also, in that case, yeah, he's really small, so you can also slide, but he's so small, that's that idea. And also the jump button, yeah, you jump, and you hold C, and you can do a hover. Okay, so fine. Yeah, that's the idea of the shield. So, okay, fine. For this one, it's fine. And this case, we're going to see, actually, the boss in round 3 in Junkyard. You don't actually have to duck underneath the arms for that first attack he does with Brownie because of his small size. And, oh, I was going to say, wait a second. Fine, he was exploding, or using the explosion of the robot there, but it looked like his feet were in the pavement. But, no, that was not what it was. Okay. And also, worth pointing out, as I mentioned earlier, this is the only character of the hardcore that is in the European versions, Pro Protector. But he's not named Brownie in that. But he is a friendly robot who's coming around, and he has his nice skills. I guess because of his small size, he's an easier mode, but you can still do everything the other characters can do. Also, I'm going to shoot the Seek out. It does still hurt pretty bad, but then again, also so does this. Yeah, the Arrows of Death. Yeah, the Arrows of Death still do a decent job. And I'm going to show his other weapons, because, yeah, you do get everything off of level 1. Okay, so B button is his missiles. What do they call those? I did take down what they call them. His missiles are the Gemini Scatter, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of like the missiles, although they kind of come back to you, almost like a boomerang. And you can also sort of shoot them off in direction and have them bounce all around so they come back to you. Also, you have this. This is the electromagnetic yo-yo. This is a Seek shot. You hold this out, and it will go in direction of enemy. You can tap it to shoot it in direction of enemy. But if you hold it out, it'll just bounce around. Actually, not dissimilar to, and I was reminded of this specifically. I mentioned we played Knuckles Chaotix for 32X. The way that Nocturne likes to play that game, she likes to play that game running Charmy Bee and Heavy. And the reason for that is because you basically have like a wrecking ball you can kind of fly around, because in that game, as we showed, Charmy Bee flies. In fact, we showed that combination specifically for that, because I said, hey, I want to give lip service to that. In this case, it's kind of like that too, but as you hit the B button, it'll just seek out to it. So you can use it that way. So yeah, you have 2 Seek weapons with Brownie here. And as far as their power, they are generally powerful enough. Going to Gemini Scatter there, which does do a lot of damage. Oh, in this case, yeah, you know what? Fine, he has that. I can just hover my way out. So, like, okay, that's that idea. Also, because I am small, I can do the crouch down specifically going that way, and we'll be set. Alright, so good to see you once more, Deadeye Joe. And we are going to go get you once more. Alright, please come and help. Also, weird enough, going back to the Protector thing, I think I briefly showed this when we gave a little bit of credence to it in the preview play, or the preview program for this game. They don't say, damn, what should I do? So, along with the violence, they cut the language out, specifically. Although, I guess then there goes the question of, how much of the game does it necessarily change? Although, then again, I mean, fine. Except for the first ending we had, we didn't really show off much of the kind of weird, gross creatures in this game, specifically, which tends to be an element with Contra anyway. And there's a couple of nods you're going to see to some of the earlier ones, even than this one. They're coming up later. Yeah, in this case, yeah, I think I can just run the arrows, basically. Also, because the arrows will cover the whole screen, unlike the Gemini Scatter. The Gemini Scatter is... Okay, for a minute there, it looked like I got hit, but it's like, no. Remember, Brownie is a smaller target, so you can use that to your advantage. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pull the Gemini Scatter out. Yeah, you're right. ElecVerse, I should be pressing start to switch my weapons. But I guess I'm stubborn. I'm saying, like, no, I guess I gotta do this on the fly. Fine, I'm so used to doing it on the fly. But you're right, that's the smart way. Listen to ElecVerse when you play this game, ladies and gentlemen. As far as switching weapons, pause the game and do it. Then you'll be set. And no, I guess for your shot thing. Because, yeah, it's not like the game's going to penalize you that way. So feasibly you're making this game way... Oh, shit. Okay, fine, because I didn't get him down that way. Okay, fine. He's gone. Actually, honestly, I'll say this. With this, the ship of Deadeye Joe's, having Brownie makes this way easier because when you get in the case where he shoots the lasers on the ground, you use the hover to avoid them. I'll show that in just a second. I'll probably have to show that. Honestly, you don't necessarily need... Actually, no, never mind, it can't. Okay, so fine, when you're on the bike, you can't do that. Okay, never mind. So fine, under normal circumstances you can do that, but not with Brownie you can't, so never mind. No, let's go. And you start here again. There's nothing else with the deaths that are happening here. I also get to show... Okay, fine, I get to show the, Yeah, when he shoots the 4, it's so hard to avoid the shot. That's the problem with the 4 shot. I think you have to time that jump very specifically. And even all the years of platforming games I played, I can't time that. Okay, fine. In that case, I got him. It was like, yeah, can I avoid these things that I've already avoided a couple times before? Okay. Oh, shit. I was like, yeah, I thought he was going to be in case of that. Fine, it doesn't matter. I can hit him with anything, and I can destroy him. And I will. But I imagine, fine, this is where you're going to see him shooting in the air more because you can do the hover with Brownie. Okay, fine, you can still slide in the street. I did not really think that through. Shit. Okay, I thought I jumped out of the way in time, but alas, I did not. Fine, he's here, and I'm already down 2 continues. Let's go. Yeah, hopefully we won't do more than one of those. Or far, more than 4, I should say. Or more than 3. You know up to 1. You would do 1 and 4, I should say. Fine, okay, that did it. So fine, bye-bye. That makes it way easier. So fine, it does work really well. Just I think I'm getting reckless. Fine, I think I'm gonna do this the way I did before, just because, like, fine, I'll do this for now, but when it comes back, then I'll run the electromagnetic yo-yo. That is what it's called. Okay, there we go. It's one of those things that, yeah, I've done this so many times, it's that I know what I have to do, but maybe in that case I'm getting reckless, or getting, Okay, fine, that is the way to go, because Jesus Christ, look at that thing. It just circles around. Whoa! Yeah, I shouldn't have done that, I should have stayed on the other side. But either way, I got him. Okay. So fine. When I get out of it fine, I should be alright. Alright, you can't get away now. Alright, nothing more to decoy. This time, my friends around at the research center and got the hands on the cell. Okay. Alright, so back to the junkyard. Alright, then one more dance with the Neumann Cascade. Yeah, I won't screw this up. Okay, I'll try not to. I don't want to... Okay, fine. Okay, good. Oh, wait, I only get C here. Oh, A and C to start. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fine. I shouldn't have slid into the motorcycle, but fine. I slid in the motorcycle with the robot, and the motorcycle died. Fine. Brownie is a strong robot. That's absolutely true. That's it. He's part of the hardcore for a reason. Although I think... chat, correct me if this is not right. I think this is the only game he's in. At least at this juncture. I don't know, because I guess we can talk also about the new, well, fine, the semi-new Contra game they announced. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. I mentioned it last week as well. Contra Operation Galaga, which is a remake of the first Contra. It's WayForward is developing it, who made Contra 4 on DS, and they've made other remakes. Specifically, they made, oh, fine, they're doing the remake of Clock Tower. They did River City Girls, which was great. They did River City Girls 2, which was shit. Especially on the Switch, it was shit. So hopefully we won't have an element of that. But it looked like it didn't run that hot on Switch. So I said I'm buying on something else because it's coming on everything. It's PS4, Switch, Xbox One, Series S, Series X, PC, and PS5 specifically. But I don't know, maybe they take ideas from this or what that's going to look like. Yeah, technically then WayForward's second rodeo with this franchise. Yeah, by the way, yeah, in this case, yeah, I don't have to even duck underneath that because Brownie's small enough he can survive that. You still will need to jump through this, and yeah, probably don't... I was gonna say, fine, okay, you can hover, and you can hold the C button to come down slower, or you can just do that jump once to get the double jump. Fine, let's do this. Let's show the yo-yo one more time. Here's the thing, the yo-yo will bounce around, so if you do want to try and get it close to the target, sometimes you might just want to keep hitting B button to send it out. Like here, it's like, yeah, just walking around with my yo-yo, just going on this way. Whoa. Yeah, because you do still have to sort of wait when it comes to holding it out. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I've done that a lot by accident, I'll say that. Tonight, and in general, shit. No, I don't want to lose this thing. Yeah, I probably shouldn't use it then. If I don't want to lose it, don't use it. At least not yet. Yeah, for Neumann, I want to use this. Alright, hi, one more time with you. Honestly, I would think Brownie would be the most adjusted, perhaps, to this, but I guess not. He's like, yeah, where am I? Fine. The dialogue, by the way, the non-play or the characters you play as is the same, no matter who you play as. It's just who's saying it. And same deal here is that, yeah, I guess I could feasibly jump over Taurus here, but I still find the best luck just sliding into him, no matter who I am. I say, yeah, just wait for him to start rubbing his hands together. Oh, shit. Not often he does do that in my direction. So shit. Okay, fine. I'm glad I didn't get rid of the yo-yo, or I didn't lose the yo-yo. Okay, so yeah, actually, in this case, yeah, you know what? Actually, this is gonna be pretty favorable. Although it is a little more, unwieldy, you do shoot around enough that you actually can make this part of it a bit easier. And get another B shot. Yeah, I think with B shot, I'm gonna use B shot here if I can make this run. Okay, perfect. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, this is going better. Fight well, but let's see if we can handle this. Yeah, I've handled it about 4 times now. I think we've got this. I hope. And also, yeah, this is pretty useful here just because of the fact that, hey, you know, it does cover a lot of distance. And also here, because, yeah, that happened to me a lot. Being basically right at the edge there. Like, I'm so close to the edge of the screen. It's like, yeah, I can just breathe on that thing and feasibly and die. Same deal, though, is that, yeah, you can just sit here and let that take care of the tank. Eventually. Yeah, those are some yo-yo skills. There you go. But, yeah, leave it to the robot to be able to handle that specifically. I guess feasibly with this, too. So, alright, this is gonna be interesting. I don't know if I don't remember if I've actually fought the helicopter form with this thing. But yeah, the good news is because I'm a small target, it means that when the helicopter blade comes back, I'm not gonna get myself killed. Alright, fine. Actually, I think that's the quickest I saw it go. Usually I think the idea is that orb goes over to the center, or goes over to the right there, to put Cascade in that place, but not in this case. Alright, bye-bye. Save your sob story for the people at headquarters. Okay, so back to the jungle we go. And as chat said, they want to have fight to the end for this. Which, by the way, will be another fight with Dr. Mandrake's experiments. And I believe, although I'm pretty sure... Oh, no! It's like, yeah, I don't want the D weapon right now. I just want to have the A weapon and just sweep it around. I was gonna say, yeah, we fight Geo Mandrake's experiments. I don't think they change anything with that fight compared to when we went to the research center for it. At least, I don't think they did. I didn't see anything that made an indication of that. Chat, if you know if they did, feel free to let me know. Or either now or when we get there. It's either way. But fine, here we go. Yeah. Thank God he's such a small target. Alright, fine. Let's, take care of this one again. And see, this, I love this effect. I just think this is fantastic. When I first saw this, they're like, oh wait, what is he gonna do with this bridge? He put his hand on the bridge, he pulled it, like, whoa! It kind of just shapes it around. It's just so cool. I mean, Jesus, look at that. It's just neat. It is like something Treasure would do, and as we mentioned when we played Gunstar Heroes, the fact that ex-Konami members started Treasure, because initially they said, hey, you know, Konami wanted to make games only in their established franchises, mostly. They said, we want to do something original. They made Gunstar Heroes, that was their original thing. Konami looked at that, I guess, and said, what can we do with Contra? And they said, let's establish it this way. Which is interesting, although, as I said, it also is interesting to think this, because one thing about that is that even with Konami, there were games that Treasure made under them that were not part of franchises. Specifically, well, actually, the one that kind of sticks out to me the most, which unfortunately does not have a modern version of itself anymore. It was lost when the Wii U Virtual Console shut down. I don't know if, Chad, you ever played this Axlay, which is on Super Nintendo. That was an original case of itself, and that was one game I picked up right away. When I was like, they're getting rid of this, like, yeah, I want to get this. It's a flight shooting game that actually has a lot of interesting stuff with Mode 7 stuff. You can kind of see a little bit of a echo to Ikaruga a little bit to it as far as it. So it is something original that, fine, the team of Konami that would become Treasure made on the system. But I get the idea of like what that was, and then also I guess how sometimes the idea, sometimes we said this, actually I don't know if we've said this on the show, but I've said this sometimes myself. I'll really here give a sense of it here. The idea of competition can, in anywhere, can create great, you know, challenges or rivalries that way, or other results of things. And I guess with Contra, maybe that explains why this maybe is one of the more unique ones as far as the traditional case of, hey, you know, you're going left and right and shooting and everything. Because I guess they were looking at what Gunstar Heroes did, and it was, I've said, I know I talked about this before, so I'm going on this again. Konami initially was kind of gun-shy about touching the Sega Genesis at all. They were full-throated supporting the Super Nintendo to start, but on Genesis, not right away. And it wasn't until, I think, 1992, 3, I think, no, it was 93, when they first started supporting the Genesis significantly. And maybe it was that question that, hey, you know, they then saw that, hey, we're potentially losing a market this way by not supporting it, but also the fact of what are other companies going to do. Fine. Okay, so now that I know how to do this, because if you normally shoot, he'll shoot all around. Basically, he'll shoot that spinning thing around. Okay, fine. I got to show that, so fine. If you shoot certain weapons specifically, it'll rotate it faster. So, okay. Oh, like that. Uh-oh. That was bad. Okay, good. It's actually, yeah. Actually, yeah, the Gemini Spark is good, so alright, fine. So I learned something that way. ElecVerse is saying you didn't know that. I didn't know that either. So we got to show that and understand, fine, what to do with this boss. Because honestly, that's the hardest, well, fine, one of the hardest parts of that boss. Is the part fine, I'll tell you, after all the practice I've done, eventually I got to points where I was able to go through this entire boss, or some of the bosses we've seen, not all of them, without taking a hit. And with Brownie's smaller size, it makes it a little easier to handle, avoiding getting clipped here. But basically being able to go through this without taking a hit, except that part. And now that we know what the method to it... Okay, now fine, I showed specifically, I'm glad I got to show that because that is a very specific hit. And honestly, even when it's kind of clipping the side like that, sometimes if you hit it, it's not gonna kill you right away. So it's something interesting that I found. Alright, also diagonal up so I don't get myself killed going this way. Also, I guess I gotta think what I want to hit him with. Yeah, no, he's not, by the way, he's not doing damage here, so me shooting him doesn't do anything. But in this case, I think, actually, probably a weapon is gonna be good again. Also get a sense of where is he gonna shoot. So fine, it is random where he shoots then, as far as where he's pointed by the time it goes, which can be good for you if it means that it's gonna be in a case where you won't get yourself, blindsided. In this case, yeah, look at Brownie that way, holding on with one hand. He is crawling or climbing on with both. And since we don't have any Deadeye Joe, since there's no Deadeye Joe here, yeah, he's not shooting missiles. Okay, good. Actually, as I said, when we did the test, we did I say test play, no, the preview program. There's a difference between test play and a preview program. Preview program is when we air it on the show. I basically practiced by myself for something. Test play is what I do off screen and then maybe edit in depending on what we got. Yeah, I said like, wait, why is he shooting missiles there? I didn't know what that was, and then I looked into it, I was like, wait a second, that's based on the choice you make. I said, that's pretty cool. Okay, one more run with you. As far as what's strong against him, it's probably gonna be this. Fine, although, fine, it's tempting to hit him still with that, but okay, fine, here's the other thing, actually, it's worth pointing out with the electromagnetic yo-yo. Because it goes off screen, and it's not always going to be consistently hitting him, he might bounce back quicker than you might expect, so it kind of can be a risk to use that here. And that just causes him to bounce around like crazy, but you still have consistent hits going on. As I said, that's the thing, for this game, I'm just kind of learning all the little mechanics and all the ins and outs of it. And it's a game that honestly, even just of what I've learned on this show doing it tonight, and all the time of practice before we got to this point of doing it, I'm really impressed with the depth this game has. And when you think about a game like this, you might think to yourself, how much depth does it really have? And also, what does that necessarily look like? Because you're thinking, okay, fine, you have elements of characters going on, different weapons and things, different skills, yes. And you definitely have that. But then all these little things as far as understanding how the boss patterns work, understanding how the weapons can manipulate them in certain ways, understand how certain weapons can run them certain ways or not, or make it easier or harder. It's pretty impressive. Okay, fine, that's the other thing. Alright, I showed that inadvertently. I think Brownie's small enough that when it bounces back towards me, I don't think I have to duck for that. In fact, you know what? I'm going to put that to the test. Okay, fine. Okay, never mind. I don't have to duck with him. I didn't realize that. Also, fine, one thing I'm not going to try, I'm not going to try walking underneath him without sliding. Because I still think I'm going to get myself killed doing that. Are you going to die, my friend? Okay, I still remember one of my earliest times doing this boss. In fact, it was actually on my lunch break with my coworkers. I think it was the first time they saw it, and over these months, they then have kind of come to know this game as much as I have. They're like, I understand this pattern, all this, and kind of my journey of what this has been. I remember Edwag just saying, like, he's not dead yet. Like, how long is this going to go on? And Chasm22 was saying, this is stressing me out as far as it, because he's a big one on RPGs and things like that. So it's the case of, where stress comes on that game is different than something like this, or Battletoads or something else, and finally it's done. And we got him. Fantastic. Stage cleared. Okay, and now for this choice. Yeah, chat. ElecVerse in particular said, after we go after Daddy Joe, let's fight to the end. I am with you on that one. Damn, a trap. Alright, so yeah, same song and dance as before. Mandrake stabbed us in the back. Even Brownie's understanding what treachery is. His program is really good. He makes that walk away. I love that as far as Bahamut's saying, like, yeah, you take care of him. I'll just have my nice walk. Go by. I gotta get my steps in for the day, I guess. Surrender peacefully. No, we're not. We did that before. You're dying, my friend. And same deal as experiments. I believe it's the same. If you see any differences as we go, tell me, or I'll indicate what any of those might be. Also, yeah, no, this actually might be good. I think the D weapon is what I use, honestly, running this. Okay, fine. Yeah, in that case, that's good. Yeah, in this... Okay, I'm curious to see on this guy. I mean, I'll still hit him. It's just the fact that, you know... Honestly, it's just easier just to kind of shoot him just because of the way this one operates. And next up is... Oh, this one? Yeah, this one I think I might want to seek. Or, you know what? Screw it. Well, just because I'm smaller means avoiding the pollen's gonna be easy. Okay, Jesus Christ, it's gonna be way easier running this. And... Do I remember this is not Eddie? Oh, it is not Eddie. Okay. By the way, you can kill him quickly, and then he will just drop not much. But alright, fine. Yeah, fortunately I didn't get lucky getting a bomb to drop. But either way, I got my full set. Okay, fine. Look at that. The Gemini Spark. Jesus Christ. He didn't even get time to go. Okay, I remember this now. I was doing... Actually, I might have done this on the... I don't remember who I was playing as here on the preview program. But either way... Okay, no. I want that off. Okay, that doesn't completely kill him right away. Okay, but I can shoot those off with this. I did not know that. Okay, yeah, I can shoot them. Okay. Yeah, fine. With this thing going all over the place, his machine going haywire. Talk about the perfect thing of that. That should be set for this. Alright, so yeah, he gets eaten once more. Fine, I can do this. It's like, fine. Fine, that will go through. So yeah, the seeking, or the D weapon for him is absolutely one to use here, because it will go through his legs. Just sit down, and hit, fine, okay, I can stand up, so again, I don't have to duck as much. So fine, there you go, ElecVerse, you're right. As far as how difficulty ranging is, we're showing specifically what it is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the game's easy. You have to bring stuff to it, but when you do, it's very, very rewarding, and yeah, this game is awesome. You're absolutely right as far as that. Okay, so by us fighting to the end, you can't run any further, Colonel Bahamut, and this is the last ending we have not seen, actually, it's worth pointing out. The only other one left we did show in the preview program. So, alright, yeah, you can't run any further, so what are you talking about? We have more time to create the ultimate bioweapon. But one of the guards is saying, like, wait a second, we have bad news. The alien cell is broken free. It's running amok and threatening the entire headquarters. Also, there's a playlist of all the James and Mike Mundy episodes of the Contra games. I guess they went through, yeah, they went through a bunch of those. I think I remember I see them do something on Super C specifically. I'll definitely put them in the link list, I should say. Thank you very much for providing that. It also gives the idea of what this is like. And actually, I'll see this like first, because I'm only playing this game myself. What's this like two-player? Actually, you know what? At the end of the show, I'm gonna try one last thing. You gave me some inspiration. Since there's online for Switch Online. I'm gonna try and see if I can't randomly pull something out. See if somebody's running online to pull in for this. I want to see something. See, what's two-player running like? Specifically. Alright, fine, bomb. Okay, so here's what's going on with these guys. They're turning into like these chicken alien monsters. They will also come from behind and eat each other. So, for this, Christ, I don't know what I want to use for them. Okay, with this, I don't know if I'm gonna hit him in time, even though... Okay, probably should have put a... Did I put a save state down? I probably didn't. Alright, this is the boss I think was in Contra 1 on NES. As long as you stand underneath him, you'll be set. Specific, I'm running on, Last Flight, and honestly, running the... Okay, uh-oh. Ah, crap. And you know, I want to see something. Did I put a... No, I didn't. I just want to make sure I didn't put something down for that. Okay, 3 continues, okay. Alright, let's do it. I'm also going to, yeah, I'm gonna put down just because... Yeah, Brownie, we love you. Not Brownie. No, Brownie, we love you. We're putting your save state down, but I was saying, Fang, we love you, but yeah. Okay, fine. The hardest part of the walk to this is when they come from behind. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think maybe Brownie might be one of the hardest to do for this. Sorta, kind of. Yeah, well, fine. For this part, for the walk, because the walk is always the hard part, especially for both of these, cases where you're going after what's his name? Joe, I should say. Just because they come from behind and the idea like fine, they'll eat the other ones. Yeah, even with the hover. Okay, fine. The hover is my best friend here, sort of, kind of. But even with that, whoa. Okay, I don't know what that is, and it's off screen, and I'm dead. Honestly, I'll tell you, for this part of it, I think... Actually, no, I did fight this with... Let me think about how I did this when I was testing this. I think I fought this with... I think I did Yushina. I used Yushina a lot, actually, playing this game. Fine, okay. Part of the strategy, I guess, is going to be when there's an enemy behind, jump. Okay, fine. He's saying I don't want any part of this. Fine. Jumps if there's an enemy coming towards you, so then the other one will be eaten. And it'll buy you some time. And also... Okay, fine. I'm still killing him quick. So fine. In that case, do that. Ow, crap. Fine. Just let me come back so I can get what these are. Actually, no, fine. The Gemini Spark is going to be amazing here. Okay, fine. That's good. Yeah, just basically moving back, left and right. Like, yeah, just keep an eye on what's ahead and what's at the back. Okay, and what he'll do is he'll shoot out those, shrimp or whatever they are, and then he'll do a thing with his claw, reach out. Oh, he follows you. Shit, I didn't know he followed you. But I got him this way. And you have sorta alien, turrets out of there. So yeah, we're getting into, like, the weird alien stuff. Look at that, with the eyes there. But they're not as accurate or as quick on the draw as the turrets, so in that case, it's okay. And you can also destroy their shots with, at least with D-weapon. I think you can destroy it feasibly with anything, I think. Alright, so here's the next part. This is not too bad as far as... Yeah, I'll do that crawl, and they'll do that. Actually, you know what? Fine. I can just stay on the ceiling. Can't get me here. Alright, now what happen is it comes up, he does the jump. Oh, right, Oh, actually... Hold on, have I don't... Okay, I don't remember that, honestly. As far as I saw... Uh-oh. Maybe I killed him too fast. Okay, fine, I remember this part. He'll have two bouncing. You bounce on top of him this way and walk past. So that's fine. Okay, fine, maybe Okay, I must have seen this. But it's not ringing a bell with me whatsoever. Okay, now they're going in a ball. So it's like the boss we had going the other way, which is that they'll keep going in a circle. Shit! Crap, I got a game over. Fine, I got a game over that. Although I think... I'm trying to remember, they put you right back here? Let's find out. Alright. No, they don't. Never mind. Although, fine. For the purpose of what this is probably for the best, because that means that I can, get my arsenal up again. Whoa! Yeah, get my arsenal up, and also be in a case of being able to know enough as far as what I've done with the fight, so I don't have to, you know, get myself killed again. I have max lives. I'll try to have max lives and go there. And you know what? I want that B weapon. I don't care about D weapon. D weapon can go. I don't care. B weapon I want. Yeah, D weapon is useful. I'm not gonna say no, it's not useful. It absolutely is, but that B weapon is really strong. Yeah, because it means I have an extra life. I'll take the extra life over having D weapon. But I think I'm trying to remember if you get D weapon again. Oh shit! They go faster. Okay, I don't know if I actually gave them enough time in my test play to see that. Actually, no. Okay, so fine. They'll go slower, so I'm glad to see this. But they also will then seek onto you quicker. Fine, they'll seek onto you, period, and they'll also come quicker. No! In this case, yeah, jumping is going to be good, because it means that they'll go in those different directions. Okay, fine, let's fight you again. And I do know that, the Gemini Spark is shit. Fine, you know what? I don't care. One more time. This is his strongest weapon. I know that for a fact as far as damage output. So it means I can get him to the other form. Maybe that's what happened. I killed him so fast. He went to the other form so fast. Or he just did that. So fine. Okay, he cannot do that attack. So fine. Nope. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe he still did it. Okay, never mind. Whoa! Yeah, I was lucky. I was inches away from that thing. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is what I should have done before. Been careful doing this. He'll keep doing this. No! They'll keep going faster. Yeah, boom, boom. Ah, shit, no. That bomb I'm not using yet. Okay, fine, I got him. I got an extra life. Okay, fine. So I got the life I got back. And there's an A. Oh, shit, this part. Okay. But coming up here with Brownie is actually going to be very good. Because it is a auto-scrolling vertical area. And obviously with A weapon, use A weapon here. Just sweep it from side to side and hit him. Shit, no! It's like, oh no, am I gonna hit this? Crap. Yeah, you don't want to go up too fast, because otherwise you're gonna get those face things that are there, those things. But it also hit the sides of the walls, so you do have to be... No! Okay, I was lucky. Yeah, look what we're getting at. We're in, like, these pulsating, you know, guts and everything. So, yeah, there you go. I don't know if the level design for this changed for that European version. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'll look into that. Or chat if you know. Alright, fine. This is the final boss. I'm on my last continue anyway. This is the final area we're gonna go to. I'm just gonna put one down here for it. I'm at this point now. Okay. Alright, this is... I'm gonna pause a sec because I want to tell you who this is. We're fighting. We are fighting... the Mother Alien. To start. She has the hands there. And her face is kind of warping when to shoot. You gotta be careful where the hands are. Shoot the hands a bit. How's he running this? Oh, I've never seen her do this. Fine, lightning in some of the hands. You usually want to run the hands off, specifically. Whoa. And then shoot her this way. I remember I did try Fang stuff on this, and it can decimate this boss. But, yeah, we got some hard parts here. So hard, I'm gonna use this right now. You have to jump here, and yeah, that is really hard to avoid. The circling thing is actually the worst part of this. The other stuff is, as long as you're kind of out of the way, you can kind of be okay with. When it goes into circle, that's the worst part. Yeah. Look at those warping effects. Jesus crap. Alright, fine, I'm dead. And that, I think, was my last continue. I just want to get a sense. Was it? Yes, it was. Okay. So yeah, this is not going to be completely the way, but fine, we're going to go right at the end of it. Because I do have a life, so we'll do this. Yeah, but honestly, with Brownie, yeah, you can kind of just sweep from side to side with this. So yeah, it is helpful that way. But yeah, get rid of the right arm then, because I didn't know it actually did electric attacks. So fine, one of the arms does electric attack. No, it is the right one. Never mind. That's the first one I got rid of. I just never gave it the time to. I think that's the idea. Shot the arms with somebody else, and they just went down quick. And you know, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to start jumping, because what happens here is that the pattern, or the speed upon which they spin, gets so fast that if you don't have the hover, you're not living. But yeah, that's how you get through it easily. And even then, not easy. Come on. Well, shit. Yeah, look at that thing. Whoa. Okay, fine. Actually, this is probably one of the easier ones to avoid, but watch, I'm going to fuck it up, which is, as long as you're next to the one, it'll just go in line that way, and then just fire on that thing. Shit, except I did do that, so fine, I'm going to... Fine, I'm just... Fine. This is going to be a punishment. It's like, what's the punishment I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to institute something. I'm going to say, like, fine, we start the battle over again. If I get a game over, I'll at least draw the line there. So in that case, that'll be that. Hey, it's better than starting the whole game over again, and if nothing else, this is it. We'd have to do that all over again if I had, you know, been playing this the other way. As I said, I'll also say this one other thing I mentioned, I think, a couple of months ago. I think I said, hey, how should I play this as I got losing this again? Fine, let's run this. Run the yo-yo. Let's see if the yo-yo is going to be our savior this time. Probably will be. And fitting precursor, sort of, for the game we're playing next week. Or starting next week, I should say. But I was thinking, hey, because Edwack let me know. He said, hey, I own this on Sega Genesis. He's barely played it. He actually got this as a bundle with someone who's moving, and they didn't have room to hold on to the games they had. And included a bunch of Genesis games as I died again, and we're going to reload. So none else, it's fine them doing this because they can tell the story. The final boss is definitely intense. Oh yeah, no question this one is. And we still got one more to go after this. But yeah, the mother alien, no question. It does look really big, really intimidating, and yeah, not something to be, you know, screwing around with. But as I was mentioning, Edwack does have the Genesis version of this, so I said, hey, you know, maybe, I said, would you be willing potentially to let me use that version and run the Game Genie on it? But then I realized my Genesis wasn't working, so I said, fine, we're gonna have to run another one. Let's run this one. So this is the version that I came to run. Also, this one doesn't have the slight audio delay that the Genesis Mini 1 does. That's the other reason I went with this aside from Genesis Mini 1. It would have been either one of those two. Also because, although I love that Contra Anniversary Collection, I don't think it has enough screen options. In this case, yeah, they have perfect pixel for the... Oh, actually, no. Wait, this is 4x3. I forgot. This is the 4x3 mode. This will give you a pixel perfect option, but it's too small. And it's not like with the 4x3 you're losing or it's screwing around with real estate of the screen or anything. So I said, fine, we're going to use this version. And I have the Genesis controller to run it. Not that I can't play this with something else that way, but it's also something that I figured, yeah, fine. I may as well just use it as it is. So, it was on... The Genesis version was technically on the table, potentially, because... And I mentioned... Fine, I gave brief mention to specifically as I die again. And that is... Okay, I got it. But I think there's one more part of this. Yeah, there is. Or no, never mind. That's it. Okay, fine. That's the last of the endings we haven't shown yet for this game. But, yeah. There are no codes in this game whatsoever for the US. The Japanese version does have a stage select code and a debug code. Ours doesn't. Okay, fine. This is also one of the bad endings, technically, because... And I guess this one can't be canonical because... Well... Actually, wait a minute. I don't know if it can be. Chat, correct me if that's not right. Because Bahamut, I don't think is in any other game after this, canonically. Before this, yes, he is. He's in Contra 3 and he's in Hard Corps Uprising. I almost said Rogue Corps. Like, no, I don't think he's in that. Next time I meet, the outcome will be far different, and I'll take you on any time. But yeah, I'm jumping up. There's like, yeah, he's getting away, and unfortunately, yeah, my jet booster is not going to be enough to go get Colonel Bahamut there. But yeah, there you go. There, my jump. So that is the second to last ending. Specific, Jesus. Yeah, even with the struggles that are going on, I still think I'm kind of doing this thing decently enough. And also, as I prepared this game enough. That's what I'm fine with for it. So that's the idea. Honestly, the only other game I'm kind of questioning this specifically is actually the next Konami game we're going to play, which is next month, Castlevania Rondo of Blood. I still need to practice that one, but the good news is, and we'll get to this on schedule, I don't have much I have to practice for the show, honestly, over the next couple of weeks. I only had to do audio check on the game I think we're still doing in 3 weeks. I think that's going to be a question. I'll get to that when we get to schedule. Specifically, and then Rondo of Blood. Because honestly, everything we're doing next month is stuff that other people are going to be either in line with, or I don't need to practice much because I've already done the practice for them. I've already practiced the game that we're doing in 2 weeks. I've already practiced for the game we're doing next week because I spent 5 months over earlier in the year doing that, and also because, yeah, Gemini 96 is coming in next week for Earthbound, by the way. I may as well at least indicate that. That's next week's show. He knows that game well enough, so we don't need case as far as like where are we going. He knows exactly where we're going. That is one of his favorite games of all time, and it is probably his favorite RPG of all time. I'll probe that more next week, as it is. But point is, I don't have to actually practice much. And then after that, honestly, I only have to practice... Okay, fine. With Earthbound, there is one thing I gotta practice, but, fine, it's grind off, I should say. And we should switch online for that one as well, so getting another week of Switch going on for you, running retro games on it. But honestly, yeah, I don't... Yeah, actually, even for the rest of the year, the only other games I really have to practice a lot that I know I gotta handle myself are Rondo of Blood, Tetrasphere. I'm gonna hold on Tetrasphere specifically, I think, as far as we're doing that December. I'll confirm that with Edwack and Nikki this week. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to push the plays that we rescheduled from a couple weeks ago off to next year. And then... yeah, just the twofer we're doing in November, and then the showcase show is gonna... the showcase we're doing in Thanksgiving is gonna be a little bit of a break for me, because we're not running full game. But alright, fine. We beat game 5 times so far, or 4 times. But we got 5 endings. So, last order of business is going to be going for the last ending that we did not do, which is, just to remind myself... Let's see. We fought to the end with Dead-Eye Joe. We surrendered with Dead-Eye Joe. We didn't surrender going to the research center. So, this is the one I used. So, back to Ray. We're finishing that. So, we're going to surrender. So, instead of fighting Mandrake, we're going off. I have a full set of, fine. For this file, I have a full set of weapons, and I have 7 lives. So, definitely a better case. Yeah, if you, surrender here, when you went to the research center, you go on the military train. You're pathetic. Take these and get out. So, yeah, Dead Joe's saying, like, fine, take weapons, go. Don't misunderstand me. I'm only freeing you because I want to kill you later. Alright, so fine, honor among, miscreants or whatever you want to put it that way. He's saying, like, fine, let's go. So we're going on the train. Now, on train, Brownie actually would be pretty good here because in this corridor, you jump once and you hit the ceiling. So you can get yourself stuck, potentially, if you're anybody else. But we got some good stuff going on this train, for sure. Including these, shooter brothers whose names are not on the top of my head. I'll go through the names of every boss just to go back to that, because I took them all down by the end of the show. What you do is when they do that cheer thing, Yeah, the first one where they do with their arms, just jump. And then when they do that jump, it may not look like it, but yeah, when they hit the side of it, they will hit you. Their hitbox will be enough to hit you. And the other one will go on. Oh, he'll jump. Shit, I didn't. Oh, okay. Another thing I didn't know. Depending on which one you kill first, if you kill the left one, if you kill the right one first and leave the left one, the left one will just crawl on the ground. If you kill the left one and leave the right one, he'll bounce this way. Actually, I never knew that. So, alright, fine. I'll tell you, my strategy then, kill the one on the right. Because otherwise what'll happen is I'll tell you what I was doing wrong or thinking. I was like, hey, I'll stand on this, I'll just shoot down. Because the other one will just crawl on the ground. But, okay, that one jumps. So, yeah, kill the one on the right first. And then you don't have to deal with that. I'm glad I got to show that, though. I did show the other way of it when we did the preview program a couple months ago. So, in that case, it was covered. And I'll have that full playlist as far as Contra Hard Corps, which is all 3 of the shows we've had showing this, because quite frankly, this game deserves to have that attention paid to it as far as everything, and also reflected when I do the edit on the YouTube site. Next up is the train gun here. What you want to be careful of is one thing. Yeah, he'll come down, it'll bounce down like that, and then it'll just bounce around about 5 times, and then you want to aim it, so stand right underneath this so he'll hit the button. He might not always hit it right away, so if he's not on it directly, you might get yourself killed. So yeah, keep that in mind as we're gonna fight the boss here, who is Yokozuna. Yeah, it was the Pulley Gunner brothers who we fought before at the beginning, and then the final count gun is what we just fought. Yeah, Yokozuna's the robot here. He's holding that train down, or he's stopping the train specifically, but what you want to do is just shoot him this way. He'll shoot missiles out. Also, he'll have this. Wait till it gets close and then slide past. And if you have weapon B, you can actually destroy those with missiles. But the other thing he does is he'll shoot those down. When they hit the ground, the molten molecules, they'll go down fast. If you just jump right when you see him. And then just get him going this way. In this case, run the Seek as well. Because he'll have missiles as you make the walk go. And then he'll do the jump that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then he'll walk towards you, slide back, and you can avoid the kick, and then slide through his feet again. And then he'll do his flushed hand on the ground and shoot fire. And that's the pattern. Just know that, know how to avoid his slide, or avoid his kick by using the slide, I should say. And you get him. And he's gonna crash into this, and there'll be a flashing warning. And I'll make sure to indicate flashing warnings on anything just when we upload this anyway. As is the common courtesy, as I tend to do, just for the case of games where it's intense. But it is intense, but it does reflect it that way, just to give that idea. But alright, there you go. Stage clear. Alright, now here is the last set of bosses here. In this case, I'm going to run spread gun and walk it through. Yeah, you have the aliens coming out of the element that. Yeah, look at that with the blood with them coming around. So yeah, this definitely deserved its ME13 rating. I will definitely say that for sure. Oh. Okay, yeah, give me the missile. Actually, yeah, the Seek missile might also be good here. You know, fine, let's see if we can run that. Okay, fine, you have a choice of anything, really. So, as long as you're a good case of that, you should be set. Okay. I'd like to think I should be fine with the 6 lives I have, but... You know, just for old time's sake. Yeah, I'll put that here. Just will be set. Alright. So yeah, Dead Joe wasn't lying. He does want to kill us. So yeah, time to meet your maker. So this is his, next one. And this is... They call him Crab the Joe. I guess because Dead Joe there, but... He says, die! Alright, this is hard because what happens is that he'll put those spikes out. You have to destroy one of them. You can also use your bomb as far as on one of them. He'll change position, but it's not always going to be on a specific pattern when those positions change. So when it makes that move, you might get your ass killed if you're not careful, and I tend not to be careful, especially because they're moving faster as it goes along. So like, if you're not a good case of your tension element, you might not like that, but it does eventually slow down, sort of, kind of, and yeah, that's what can happen right there. So yeah, we're paying this boss my respects that way. So all the experiences as far as what these are, where you die at, yeah, this game, I'm gonna pay my respects, no question on that. and show that, yeah, they're not lying when they talk about this. Now, what I could do is I could also use the bomb to destroy him, and I think I will use that. I want to get down to 2. The good news is not coming my way, because usually he does. Fine, now I just had to ask. It's like, yeah, come by my way. He's like, no, go away. I want you dead. And the homing shots can help this way when he's not blocking them specifically. When you get all the arms off, and I'm going to get them off eventually. At this point, I'm not going to use the bomb, because what's the point? Come on. Got him. Okay. He'll do that bounce specifically. He'll go into 2, and then he'll bounce down. Actually, this is actually pretty easy to avoid. Because as soon as he does that, you'll have enough of a space to do it. And just keep firing on him. It's the next boss I'm a little concerned about. And honestly, the hardest part was the spikes, as far as Crab the Joe. And we got him. So yeah, knocked Joe out of that. But he's alive, so yeah, give up, my friend. Well, here's Bahamut again. Yeah, no time for losers, because we're the champion of the world, or champions of the world, and he's crushed to death. So yeah, an ignominious, is that, I mean, yeah, I think that's an ignominious end to Dead Joe's reign. So alright, bye-bye. Dead Joe is not, point is, Dead Joe doesn't get out of this game alive. Unless I go the non-canonical endings. Well, yeah, unless I go the non-canonical endings, he doesn't get out of this alive. Alright, you treacherous scum. Yeah, meet me on the top 4 for the final battle. Yeah, but he's talking another thing as well. He says, treacherous scum. There's one more element to that as well. Yeah, because, speaking of which, Colonel Bahamut is a great villain in the sense that, hey, he's gonna destroy anybody if he gets in his way or if he gets himself back into a corner. So, yeah, Mandrake is dead now, too. So, what happens, he gets turned into this thing. He shoots us out. That line does not hurt you, which we're pointing out. You would think it would, and fair enough to think it would. Fine, it's all my years of playing Sonic and Knuckles, or Sonic 3 and Knuckles, knowing that. But if you avoid his shots that way, he'll do that. He'll shoot that in a pattern. He'll shoot the orb out. It shoots up, and then it goes towards you. And also those shots, which shoot out in that direction, and then they'll hold on the position for a while. So that's where the toughness is going to come down on this. Ah, shit, I slid right into that. Honestly, in some ways, this is harder than the last boss we're going to fight. Sort of. But there's definitely some hairy situations we're going to run into on that. To the point where, honestly, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going to use the bomb here. Because honestly, I don't think I need the bomb for the next part. This part I did need. He does do the same thing, so that's all you got to do. But I do get an upgraded to that. And fine, I got B. Fantastic, I got the B weapon. I want the B weapon here. For sure. So here's the last element of Colonel Bahamut. I must admit, I'm shocked you made it this far. So am I. 15 months of practice and counting for this. But you're too late. My plans have been realized. Join my spirit with the corporeal qualities of the alien. Yeah, I can trip on my words too. It's like, hey, I don't know what Proto probably was saying. Like, I think he was saying, like, when I was jumping in on some of the words there, he's like, yeah, don't try and correct me. He's like, look, I'm not good with that pronunciation on some of the stuff either. But either way, in the process, created the ultimate super being. So he's forming with it. Now, this boss. This is an interesting boss. There's interesting stuff to that. He has a couple patterns. He'll do 3, 2, 1, and when he gets to 1, he does a dash across the screen. Then what he'll do is he'll do that jump up. He'll shoot up in direction, so kind of get close to him to shoot him this way, specifically. Also do that where he'll have a Hadouken! And yeah, basically just wait until the energy comes to him, and then jump out of the way, and then do that. It's random what he'll do. But you can still kill him pretty quickly with either the A laser or the B weapon. And you know you did that when he's in the middle. So yeah, the power's too much. You didn't think, like, hey, you know what's going to happen. So what's going on? He's taken over by this thing completely. Okay. Jesus Christ, look at this thing. Yeah, he's going to start in the center. He'll also bounce to the side. One of the sides. If he bounces to the left, slide out of the way. If he's on the right, he'll do this. He'll hit his head in the ground, and he'll drop those. Get out of the way. And he'll do the center, and he'll go to the other side. And for this one, what you want to do is you want to jump. He'll follow you, sort of, but then slide underneath him and hit him as much as you can on the way back. And remember, he'll always go back to the center, so go to the other side and just slide under. Okay, just be careful here, and if you need to use the slide to get out of the way of the molecules, do it. Yeah, because the thing about this part of it is that you have to make him follow you, because otherwise he'll do that. So depending on how you move, this can change where he'll be. Even though I lost B weapon, I'm okay losing B weapon to start. In fact, I'm going to use A laser just as far as this. A weapon, I should say. Because if I can hold on to spread... Oh shit, I got it. Okay, good. If I want to hold on to spread fire here, I want spread fire here. This is the last form. He'll go around in a ball like that. As you shoot him, expand out. So when he's close, slide underneath him. Because, yeah, look at that effect. That's a great effect, but yeah, those skulls are not just for effect. They will hurt you if you touch them. Yeah, you're sort of kind of safe in the corners of the screen. You just shoot him as you go along. Even if you just have an unpowered up A weapon, you can make this work just by being patient. Or if you have the Seeker for D as far as Ray here, that'll actually work really favorably too. Or feasibly the other way, it's like, fine, you know what? I can sort of hit him because of the way the spread's working, but just keep doing that, and this is the last thing we gotta do. And fitting we're ending with Ray, because remember, he's in the other games after this. Oh shit, that was lucky. Me not getting hit by that. And we got him. Fantastic. Boom, boom, boom. That is the final ending. So that is all 6 endings. That is Contra Hard Corps. The last thing I'm going to try is... I'm going to try and go online with Switch and see if it... Because I've never done the online stuff as far as Switch is concerned. Fresh. Because it does have online. Basically what happens is you create a lobby and then people join to it. So we'll see how that works. But alright, fine. Here we go. So we took the tower down. Now we're taking the ride off. So there we go. Look at that effect right there. It's like, yeah, you have the coat of Ray as well as his hair kind of blown in the breeze as we see the new day dawning with the clouds there. And as far as the ending is concerned, this is technically one of the best endings. Because, yeah, we destroyed the alien cell. We defeated Bahamut. Let's see. Yeah, and nobody died. So yeah, we did that before the research center, you know... Oh, fine, we went to the research center as far as making this happen, surrendered. But nothing spread out, nobody died. We defeated Bahamut, and we are all set. So there you go. That is Contra Hard Corps, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try the thing with online. If it doesn't work, I'll come back in and see. I'll give it a few minutes. In that case, I think I might go over my final thoughts then. And Chad, if you want to go into anything else as far as your final thoughts on this game, feel free to do it. Yeah, I'm looking as far as ElecVerse's last comment here saying how intense this is as far as that last boss. Or fine, the last final boss we had, but also this one. Yeah. Intense is a good word to use to describe Contra Hard Corps. A lot of Contra games, generally speaking, also difficult, but it is also something that, if nothing else, I'm glad for us playing this game, this one specifically as far as starting, because I think it does give a perspective of really difficult games. The fact that we'll play anything, I don't care if the game is really hard, we'll still play it, but I will also make sure that I'm going to be in a better case to show off the game the way that you want to show it, and do it the way that, I didn't want to half-ass this, and I don't think I did, and I appreciate all of you for your support, and for joining me for the show tonight for it. But it's that case that, yeah, you know, living with the game, and I don't think I've really given a sense of that enough for the show as far as my preparation for it. Because fine, I've lived with games my entire life. As far as games I've played, games I've come to and shown for the show, has got our final score of 341,603. But the idea of getting ready for a show, getting ready to show a game, playing through a game that when I first started playing this, even before I started doing the show, when I first bought the Genesis Mini 2, is when I bought, or Genesis Mini 1. Genesis Mini 1 had this. I knew this game was insanely hard. I'd heard through the grapevine it's insanely hard. I played it and said, oh my god, they're right. This game is nuts. am I ever going to be able to get a case like I could ever manage something like this? Then when we did the show, it's like, hey, you know, let's show some stuff off. Honestly, of all the games to show on the show, I think this is probably the hardest. This and Castlevania Bloodlines, I would say. But it's been also a case where, let me go to Game Select. Let's also show 23 hours and 49 minutes on Contra Hard Corps. Let's see what happens as far as play online. See what happens to this. Alright, fine. I'll play while you wait. Let's not set a passcode, just because, like, we'll see what's going on to this. We'll create an online session. Because I haven't shown how this works. I don't think I have anybody on my friends list who has this app or would want to play this game. So I'm gonna go fresh. We'll see, like, yeah, we'll see what's going on. We'll go in final thoughts. We'll give it some time, see what goes on. But, point is, that was the thought of this game. It's like, how am I gonna handle this? What am I gonna do just as far as my play of this? I got requested this as far as it, which I was glad to hear, but I said, I haven't played many games that are insanely hard. Fine, the hard games I played for the show are stuff that I've honestly been able to manage enough because of the time I've had with them, with a couple exceptions. Actually, some of the puzzle games have been that case, weirdly enough, where they've given me the most trouble as far as difficulty is concerned. But nothing really as insane as this, and this has come up before. I know Dolly Finn in the chat has brought this up, saying like, hey, you know, difficulty element. She mentioned when we first looked at this about a year ago, saying this game looks like it's nuts. It looks like it could potentially be impossible. She asked the very astute question, saying that, hey, I have like seeking weapons with the characters I'm playing. Do enemies have that? Who just said no. He's like, if they did, the game would probably be unplayable feasibly. Well, I don't know. Depending on how it's designed, maybe, maybe not. I don't know necessarily. But it's something that I did kind of think that through and thought, like, okay, what's this experience as far as this journey of this game, the idea of living with this, understanding all these little bits and pieces, understanding the patterns, getting to a point where, as the demo is showing as well, being able to move yourself specifically, take care of bosses, go through this entire level without taking a hit, eventually, which I don't think I actually did as far as on tonight's show. I might have done that with the preview program I did a few months ago, and that's why I did a preview program, because I said, hey, this game's difficult, I want to have my perspective of this, I want to be ready, so I'm going to also stream my practice, or a part of practice specifically, because I practice this game on and off, as I mentioned, since I got requested this, but I also said, hey, when we get to this point, we're going to play this game, and it was a very eye-opening experience for me, just kind of going through this game specifically, but just that experience of getting to the point of being able to kind of manage a game like this, and feeling a great sense of accomplishment when I was able to get through to the degrees I did. Even running this version with some of the concessions, or modern concessions that go with it, but even then to the point where there were still cases where I went through this without getting game overs, like going straight as you would if you played this game 30 years ago almost on the Sega Genesis, saying like, hey, put this in, sit down, play through it from beginning to end, being able to have those elements of that. So being able to kind of get to that point was kind of an amazing experience, and it made me really think basically about what I said at the beginning of the show tonight, which is when you have a game like this, especially in that era, you'd have a case where you got one game, you might have bought it yourself, spend all your allowance on it perhaps if you're young, or got as a gift, but then said, I like this game, but I want to kind of understand it, or like for you mentioned, you said the James McMonday show, well, fine, the Angry Video Game Nerd take of James Rolfe indicated this with Ninja Gaiden, the NES game, saying, I love the game. I want to complete that love, but it's insanely hard. So what am I going to do as far as to kind of practice that and kind of get to that point of being able to show the skill of this, being able to feasibly make it fancy, being able to show that perspective that I started out as someone who could not handle a game like this. I never saw even this part of the game for quite a while before I started playing this game more, getting to the point of the show tonight. And this is not me saying this just to, you know, pat myself on the back. It's just to explain the experience of going through a game, living with the game, understanding all the little ins and outs of it, and how it does translate, and it can translate to skill when you play enough. And I think Dolly Finn mentioned that too, as far as some of the shows she's been on, the idea of what is the difficulty of a game? What is the case where you play a game, you feel like you're getting better and better, or where do you not feel like you're getting better and better? What makes you want to take on a game like this, even knowing it's really, really difficult? Or what makes you also say that if a game is too hard in one way for you, that you say, I can't play this game, I can't do this. So in that case, I like that dichotomy that's come up too, and as I mentioned, the experience, the example, I should say, I was going to say experience, the example that keeps coming up to me As I said, it was ElecVerse from you, and you said Shinobi on the PlayStation 2. The difficulty of that game is bullshit because you're over bottomless pits, and the game feels insanely cheap, and it doesn't feel rewarding. I still have not played Shinobi for PS2. I think we should play it for the show, just for the purpose of that, specifically. I know Edwack has Nightshade on PlayStation 2, which is a sequel. I don't know if it's better or not. I've heard people say no, they don't think it's better, but I haven't played it myself either. And his for the case of Nightshade, I might leverage that off of him, because that's about 50, 60 bucks. And he does have his unofficial game rental service as it is, because he helps us out as far as that. Just like I will as far as what it is. But also stuff like, he has tons of things like, yeah, maybe he has never played it, maybe in my case. And it's the same case with some of the stuff I've been doing with what I've been playing. But even something like this, like, hey, I'd never really beaten this game massively before, but I was able to get to that point. And when I got to that point on this game, I felt insanely accomplished. I said, wow, I can do this. Wow, I feel empowered. Wow, I felt like all that work I put in, the almost 30 hours on this unit alone, as far as the Switch Online expansion pack for the US version alone, that was worth it. The show that came tonight that I've been preparing for so long was worth it. I felt like I was able to present this game in the way that I wanted to present this. As I said, ElecVerse asked for this game. I wanted to show this. I didn't want to half-ass this. Even with some of the things I had to do as far as it to get it across the line, I do feel like I was able to do that. And as far as the game itself, even with it being so difficult, I do not regret a single second I had playing this game. It is a terrific game with great graphics and audio. It also is never slowing down. I don't think I've ever mentioned. There's like, fine, I don't know if, actually, no, it's not this game. I was thinking something else. But yeah, this game really is not slowing down much. Fine, a little there. I just had to mention it, and the game said, fine, okay, I'll slow down to show you up. But hey, it works so well. We play on this show, I swear to God, I always say that. But it's insanely smooth, because people said that with Contra 3 on Super Nintendo, because Contra 3 on Super Nintendo is running with the slower clock speed on that system. There's a lot of slowdown in that game, which kind of helps it, specifically, whereas in this game, it doesn't have that, and obviously maybe that makes it harder, specifically, but it shows what the Genesis can do. It's doing stuff with Genesis that you don't always see done on this console, which is amazing in and of itself. It is a great showing of this franchise for Konami, the only one Genesis had, and it also is something that it is a lot of fun, and the controls are terrific as far as it's not a case where this game plays badly or anything. When I've died in this game, I said, yeah, I was a stupid idiot by doing what I did. And I feel like that's a good case you can get to when it comes to a difficulty game. When you can say that, hey, I made a mistake, I can't blame the game for this. Because, hey, if this is a bad game, this is one of the bad Contra games, especially Rogue Corps. It's like, hey, if something's happened to you, it's like, no, that's not my fault, I got cheated out of that. I don't ever get into a case with Contra Hard Corps that I say that. I always say that, fine, I should have done that specifically, I did that wrong. Fine, in some cases, like, hey, you know, maybe I just slid into him wrong. That way I realized, wait, that's something I did wrong, but it also got me to prepare better for the next time to know that, and find also demos showing that, yeah, in that case you can just crouch underneath the foot with Brownie. Actually, I guess you can crouch on the foot with any character. I just guess I didn't, specifically as far as Yokozuna over there. But yeah, this is a great game for sure if you're up for the challenge, but even if you're not, it might be the kind of thing that might be worth playing to get a sense if you think you can be up to the challenge or that you'll want to put that time into. But if you do put that time into it, I think you're going to be rewarded with a great game. And definitely a great platform shooting game that does stand up to other platform shooters on the Sega Genesis, including Gunstar Heroes, specifically, which mentioned, fine. Oh, I'm homing it, but fine, let's not home it specifically. Let's go to game selection. Yeah, right here, which we played this before, specifically. So it's good to, I mean, honestly, when you think about it, Gunstar Heroes and Contra Hard Corps kind of go hand in hand with each other as far as what they're doing, how they're doing it. And two great platform shooting games you definitely want to play. And they become cult classics for sure on Genesis for a good reason. Maybe more so on this one. But yeah, the easier one is Gunstar Heroes, if you're wondering. But when you've finished with that, or if you love your Contra stuff and you haven't played this game, and because it wasn't re-released for a while, you might not have, and I didn't for a while myself. Yeah, it definitely is worth playing through. And if you want to get a copy of this, it's like $80, $90, $100 on Genesis. So it's a bit much. Not insane, but it's still up there because it's a Konami game on Sega Genesis, and those tend to cost a lot of money with a couple exceptions. Some of the really sought-after games of Konami's on this console cost a lot of money. It's like Capcom stuff on Dreamcast, where a lot of those cost tons of money. It's kind of the same thing with Konami, which is why it's good that a lot of them have gotten re-releases in other places, of which this has the Switch Online expansion pack here. It has Contra Anniversary Collection for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, and the newer Xbox and PlayStation systems. It has the Sega Genesis Mini 1 unit, if you have that, as well. And it previously had Console Classix. I don't know if that's still in effect, but you could easily play it that way, too, if that's still around. But yeah, you do have a lot of ways to get this, and it is a fun game. It is a hard game, but it is also one that is very rewarding. I had a great time playing it. Thank you so much, ElecVerse, for the quest, and for being a guide for sure on this game, as far as guiding me to the show that we had tonight, and also through the game, and dollar thing to you as well, and everybody out there in the best chat on Twitch, as is always the case, is not copywritten anymore. I'm going to make that claim, and if anybody wants to say, you know, we don't have the best chat on this entire site, I will take that challenge. Maybe not the biggest chat around, but that's fine. That's not why I do this show. I don't do this for views. I don't do this for massive audiences. We get a massive audience on a game, we get a massive audience on a game. We'll let that happen as it goes. Like I said, it always goes to this intimate perspective of playing games, that experience, that great hangout. Even for a game that could be as stressful as Contra Hard Corps, coming in and saying that all those elements in the world that way, or what might be going on with yourself, kind of goes away that way, and you're like, yeah, totally drawn into this. I was basically not thinking anything else as far as anything else even around where I am specifically. Fine, because I'm on a couch in a room specifically, but all these other things like surrounding me, it's like, I'm not paying attention. Like, I'm focused on that screen. I'm focused on that robot there. I'm focused on Ray and Sheena. Also focused on saying who the other bosses were specifically, which, yeah, kind of covered most of them. Specific, yeah, okay, fine. The machine that Geo Mandrake was running, that's called the Master Genesis machine, and the last form was a Fukushin, specifically, and I think most of the other ones are kind of covered. And I'll have in the link list the name as far as Evil Snowman, because I'll go to the Contra Wiki, which goes into official stuff specifically as far as this franchise and names of character and how does this game connect. Because I said, how's this game connect? It said something about Contra 3, which it's a sequel to. And then Konami said, wait a second, this is kind of a spin-off. But then this game has sequels, and then there's a prequel to this game called Hard Corps Uprising that doesn't have Contra's name in it, that is connected to this because you're playing as Colonel Bahamut in that game before he went evil, which creates an interesting element for sure, and also the idea of a different company taking a hand on Contra and being, I think, in my case, the one example of another company that's not Konami developing Contra and people tending to like it. Because it was Arc System Works, as I mentioned, made BlazBlue, which at some point we're going to start playing Calamity Trigger. We'll start there. I'll have to figure when we're going to do that. But I have done PlayStation 3. You can play that. I do have Hard Corps Uprising. I call it Contra Hard Corps Uprising, but because it is a Contra game, it's a prequel to every other Contra game. It's technically the first one, even before the NES game came out, or the arcade game, I should say. But we can definitely just show that or any other ones. And Chad, as far as when we come back to Contra, what you want to come back to, feel free to indicate what other ones you'd like to see that we haven't touched. Which, as I mentioned, I have all the ones that are in that Contra Anniversary Collection, and I have Hard Corps Uprising. I have a demo of Neo Contra, but I don't have Neo Contra itself. And as far as some of the other ones, the only ones that I think might be potentially prohibitively expensive, but if you really want to see them, I'll figure what they are Contra Force on NES, which only came out in the US, and I hear it's horrible. And apparently it doesn't even play like Contra. It's kind of strategy-based, but still kind of a platformer too. And then the only other one is, well, See the Contra Adventure, which is on PlayStation. It's only on PlayStation, like Legacy of War, which also got a Saturn port. But the PlayStation version of that costs a cheaper amount, so in that case, we'll probably run on the PlayStation, even though it's a case like, hey, I'd like to show Saturn, generally speaking, but if it's coming to a cost reason, I'm probably going to go with whatever's most cost-effective, unless, hey, it's not an arm and a leg on Saturn specific. But this case is for sure. It's like, we got our hookups on stuff when it comes to Saturn or anything else that we can figure. And maybe other hookups and stuff Contra, as it is. But, yeah, I'll definitely figure that as we go along. But, yeah, feel free to hit me with any ideas either now or when this uploaded to the YouTube site. Yeah, down in the comment section below. As far as me talking in the perspective, like, hey, you might be watching over there. But either way, yeah, I think that's going to do it as far as Contra Hard Corps. And what a journey this has been, and what a great experience this was. And thank you again, ElecVerse, for sure, for your suggestion of this game, your request of this game, and your commitment to the show to say that, hey, I like what you're doing here, and you also want to say, I want to see a game, that you'll come here and it's like, hey, I want to see what it's going to be specific. It's like, I take the request you and anybody else makes very seriously, and as long as I give you a good show, something that you enjoy, and that you see the games you want to see, and also other experiences of stuff you might not be aware of, or it's like, hey, I didn't know if I would ever be able to see this. Yeah, sky's the limit. I appreciate it so much. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you specifically just because of this game, because you requested as is, but that goes to everybody out there as far as chat, and also everybody watching as far as YouTube's concerned. Yeah, I think with that, I think they're going to close out Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week, so yeah. Wow, what a journey. I still can't get over that, but yeah, this is a fantastic game still. And if you haven't played it, it's worth a shot, even though it's insanely hard. But either way, and you do have an easier access to it now, so there is that as well. Okay, so I think with that, as yeah, Brownie's going to take Yokozuna out again as it's going through the demo. Let it go through that. We get to enjoy all the great music, all the great sights, and all the great tech, all that stuff of Contra Hard Corps. We're going to be bidding September a farewell. Like, yeah, it's kind of amazing. We're almost getting to the end of the year now, but with that, it means next week, let's talk schedule. We're starting Halloween month, so October. So let's talk about how the schedule's looking like for the next couple of months, especially next month. Next week, we have the debut of Gemini 96 on the program. In fact, since I'm running Switch, I will briefly show this. If I have it somewhere, shit. No, I do. I'll just scroll down and find where this stuff is. Also, pay no mind to potentially some stuff you might be seeing in the showcase. Also, ElecVerse, thank you for suggesting Ninja Savior's Return of the Warriors. I got that on sale. That game is awesome. A great remake of Ninja Warriors from Taito. It's a fantastic game. Yeah, I did pick it up on your recommendation. That is a terrific game. And it's also, I love getting the suggestions from chat. Like, hey, I might have missed something that you played. It's not just the case that I'm coming in here saying, hey, you know, I know everything. I don't. I've mentioned that multiple times. But you give me a lot of experiences for sure with that, and I'll take them. And sometimes you've got good suggestions. And always is something interesting. Even if I don't end up liking the game, you might suggest, which honestly hasn't really happened yet. The passion you have and the intrigue you have on it does get me going for that. So fine. I'm only going into this briefly because I'm showing what we're playing next week, and we'll go back to Contra briefly. We're playing this, which, yeah, because I'm on Super Nintendo with the Sega Genesis controller, I can't show it necessarily effectively without the Y and X buttons. But yeah, we're playing this next week. We're starting it. Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. Gemini 96 is coming in next week at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we're doing it a little earlier next week. To start the next RPG, we're going to be playing this in concurrence with Lunar, as it's turning out, as far as how the schedule's going. But Gemini 96 is coming in for this game. We have the adventures of Ness in that giant robot there. You can kind of see the little picture of Ness right at the top in the visor. But yeah, that is him. He's a young boy from Onet in this game that is set in its then modern era of 1995, where there's some weird happenings around town. Potentially stuff with aliens, but other things where people are kind of going in directions that don't seem normal for them. And it creates a unique, strange, and indelible game from Super Nintendo that definitely is a cult classic. One I kind of missed when it came out. One I didn't have the commitment to go through initially until Gemini 96 kind of showed me the way and said, I want to play this game for the show. Fine. He knew every element of the characters in this game as far as their names, their locations of where they are, what their favorite food is, and that's going to come up and play to that next week. So I said, you want to call this game as far as being on the show for this? He said, yes. I said, if people don't call this, you better be calling this one. This is definitely all yours. He gave me that push to go through that for sure. And yeah, it's definitely a unique one, and it's a cult classic for the Super Nintendo, perhaps the cult classic of any game that came out on this console, which is saying quite a lot. And I was just as guilty as other people of missing it, because I was playing games like Donkey Kong Country 2 and Earthworm Jim 2 and Yoshi's Island down here, I should say, at the time. So I missed this one, but we're not missing this game as far as this show. We're going to start it next week at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that is going to be the return of Crusader 64 to the program. He is coming in at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a little earlier for perhaps the scariest game we're going to have showing for the Halloween month. And Earthbound does have Halloween elements. it does fit because it's very weird. It's kind of strange. It's kind of off-kilter in the way that I think fits well for the holiday and for the month. But the week after that, on October 14th, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Crusader 64 is coming in. We're going to be playing the Dark Pictures Anthology, The Man of Medan. We're playing the PlayStation 5 version, which he has. I'm going to be controlling that game to a certain extent because he said, hey, I get scared even though I love my horror stuff. I don't want to have that DualSense controller of mine stuck in your television with a massive crack in it because I'm scared and jumping about this. And he's got a point. This game definitely has a lot of jump scares to it. Definitely has a lot of tense atmosphere to it. I have it on the Xbox One. I have it physically, which they shouldn't have bothered with. I'll bring that up when we get to that because, yeah, it goes the case that we probably have lost when it comes to digital versus physical, and the idea of, like, what does a physical release mean? There may as well have not been a physical version of that game. Fine, I'll get into it now because when I bought this game physically, the disc is an unlocked code only. It's an unlocked code that's 45 kilobytes. And you have to download the other 23 online. So yeah, whenever servers go off on that game in however long time, you buy that disc, you're not going to be able to play it. So yeah, I've got a problem, and it goes in my element as far as Namco Bandai this year abandoning Namco with stuff. We mentioned the Tales of Symphonia remaster, and what's the other thing they fucked up this year? Well, all right, we have Katamari Royal Reverie, a reroll plus Royal Reverie, I should say. And kind of with Baten Kaidos, I hate to say it. Not that it's as bad as those, but it's also been a case where they also kind of didn't do the port well either. So I was like, I hate to say that because, like, yeah, I was waiting for a re-release of that, and even the people who made it said, God, we wish you could have made just a full-blown remake of this game. I guess Bandai Namco didn't want to do it. They didn't also want to put a physical version out in the US, unless you get from PlayAsia specifically, which a lot of my friends are noticing. The Crusader 64 included that way. But they did do a good thing as far as this, and it is super massive games. Let's say super giant games. It's super massive games who made Man of Medan. We're going to be going through that. As far as control, I'm controlling it, but it is a choice-based horror game where based on your decisions, you can feasibly get your entire group of people killed or saved, depending on your choices. As far as letting chat make decisions, I don't know if this game, as far as I've been able to tell from my playthrough, because I did do a playthrough on this, and we can do this in one part, I don't know if there's a way to delay what the choices are unless you pause the game. In which case, I think we can do that. I'll talk to the Crusader 64 about that, because I'll be seeing him in the next couple weeks before we do that show, just to get a sense of it. And we're going to go through that. It's going to be a great time for sure as far as our horror element, and also to announce to him two things. A, he wants me to finish as many RPGs as I can before we get to Shadow Hearts Covenant at some point, which he's going to be involved in, along with Chasm 22. I finished two of them recently, as it's been, specifically Lunar Silver Star Harmony, because we're doing that for Lunar Silver Star Story Complete that we're playing still for the show, and Landstalker for the Sega Genesis, so I got 2 L's as far as on the list, as far as RPGs completed for that, and more to come as far as his case, but those are that elements. That's number one, but more pertinent to him this way. He said, hey, can we do a FaceTime element as far as the show to show off its scare elements of this, and how's that going to work? And I said, yeah, you know what? Let me look into this. I looked into it today. I figured out what we're going to do. I'm able to get that going. The only thing we're going to do is, I tested myself as far as my own tech, but he has another setup he'll use that'll be able to connect into my stuff. They'll be able to show that kind of head on. So in 2 weeks, if you ever wonder what myself and the Crusader 64 look like, you're going to find out. And then in that case, we'll be able to be set to do that for that play, which is going to be on October 14th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a bit earlier. Week after that is a little bit up in the air, sort of, kind of. Nocturne is, at this juncture, scheduled to be back on the show after about 3 months off. We'll be playing, tentatively, The Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast. The reason I'm saying we're tentatively, if we do this, is going to be on October 21st at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but given how she's been recovering herself as far as her sickness has been concerned of COVID, she is in a case of long COVID that's not contagious right now as far as how it is. She's been fatigued as anything recently, so I'm going to say, specifically to this, I'm not going to push her if she says, hey, I don't feel like I can do this game or be on the show. If she's in a case like that and it's been bad enough with her, I'm willing to think I'm not going to take that off the table. I will make that decision, and I probably then will pill out Pokemon Violet for another part, because that's our pinch hitter whenever I have to change schedule. But I will talk to her before we do the Man of Medan on October 14th to get a sense of that. I'll make sure I have an answer for her before we go on the show for that, to gauge how is she doing, what that's about, because we have been wanting to show off the Typing of the Dead. If there's any game for Halloween that we really want to show off, especially for the show, and another one that doesn't have a modern re-release, it's on the PC and it's on the Dreamcast, but it costs a lot of money on Dreamcast. You can get the keyboard set for running that. And on the PC, there's a CD-ROM version from 2001, like when it came out on the Dreamcast, but I don't know how that works running it on a modern system. I don't have that version. I have it on the Dreamcast. It's also a case where you cannot find used copies of that game on Dreamcast easily, because rightly so, people do not want to get rid of that game. They want to hold on to that game for dear life, because, yeah, who but Sega and Smilebit, who developed Jet Set Radio and Panzer Gnorda as a couple examples, we'll have more of that when we get to that game, would say, let's take House of the Dead 2, let's replace the light guns for it, let's turn it into a typing game with all these weird phrases and all these weird challenges when it comes to fighting bosses, and like, hey, only type when their chest is open, or do a quiz game for one of the bosses to get a shot off on the enemy. Who but Sega would come up with that, and also turn it out into such a terrific game. As I mentioned before, it's probably the best game ever made that you thought you never wanted. That you never thought you wanted, I should say. This is not the same as saying it's the best game ever made, but of all the games you would think to yourself, why would I ever want a game like this? It might be the best game ever made on that level, and it is something that does need to be shown off. We're going to start that if we do the show. We'll do it at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, specifically because there's going to be a couple things I want to show specifically for it, including the hilarious tutorial, and then show off as many in the past. I'm going to take a look at that over the next couple weeks to get a sense of what we're looking at on that game specific, and also confirm if Nocturne's be okay with that. If she's not, we'll reschedule for another time. We'll do it, though, for sure. It'll be on her case for playing that game. She's called dibs, and I'm going to hold to that. But we'll figure that, but that's tentatively what the idea is. I will update you with that before we do the Man of Medan. I'll update her. I'll talk to her about that before we do Man of Medan. When we do Man of Medan, I will have a definitive answer. I'll make sure she gives me a definitive answer with all due respect. But that's going to be what that's going to be feasibly for October 21st. October 28th, though, is not movable, and it's another Konami joint. So fitting, we have the Konami logo right there. ElecVerse wanted to see another Konami gem of the early 90s. We're playing Castlevania Rondo of Blood, or Devil's Castle Dracula X Rondo of Blood, which was known as in Japan. It only came out in Japan in 1993 to start on the TurboGrafx CD, or fine, I guess the PC Engine Super CD, as it was known for Japan. We're going to be running it through Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles on the PSP. You can unlock a translated version of that game in that version, or in that release. I do have it. I did unlock it. I'm going to actually spend the rest of the next month basically practicing that one game. That's going to be a big practice game, as it's going to be over the next couple of weeks. Even above Typing in the Dead. I'm just going to do like tech stuff on Typing in the Dead, because also, if we do Typing in the Dead, or end up doing this now, I know it's going to be clacking on the keyboards, and I want to make sure, how is the sound level going to go on that? So I'm going to have to manage the audio balance on that. You'll hear us typing. You're definitely going to hear us typing. I'll guarantee that. But I might play around with the mic settings to get to what that's going to sound like specifically. But Rondo of Blood, we're playing that. That's another one that has a bunch of alternate paths. I want to get a sense of what I'm doing on that specifically, but we are celebrating that game on October 28th, immovable, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that night, because it is the closest to Halloween, and nothing says Halloween like Castlevania as far as gaming is concerned, but also because October 28th is the 30th anniversary of that game to the day. And we are going to give it all the love and give another shot of Castlevania for a Halloween block of 2023. And then in November, first week, we're going to have the next part of Earthbound with Gemini 96. Week after that, I don't think I'm going to have to move this, but if we do, I'll let you know. The finale of Mega Man Legends 2, which Nocturne's going to control. That'll be 5 p.m. as far as both of those programs. And then the week before Thanksgiving, Saturday, we'll have our annual, our third annual, right? No, fourth annual, as it is now. Shit, I forgot about that. 4th annual pre-Thanksgiving Disney Showcase show of 2 Capcom Disney games. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers on the NES and Adventures of the Magic Kingdom also on the NES. They are short games. I was have to practice them a little bit. More than anything, I'll just to practice Adventures of the Magic Kingdom. I know I can do Chip and Dale no problem. But the set to show both those games, they're short. Doesn't make maybe a 3-hour show, if that. It's not going to be long because those games are not long. But get our Disney element going. Show what Capcom had on NES. Also have our first official NES show. We've not done NES officially on the show as far as the record of the show, because the only show I have where I had an NES game... Well, okay, that's not true. Because he did show Tailspin for one of the showcases we did. The very first one, the shooter showcase, I should say. Or the fight shooter showcase, I should say. But as far as dedicated NES game, we haven't had one. I did Super Mario Bros. 2 years ago. I don't have the recording of it, so that's why it doesn't exist technically. But those are going to be our shots of that. Looking forward to playing that. And then Thanksgiving weekend, 2 days after Thanksgiving on Saturday at... I talked with Dolly Finn about this. I think we might do this 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for this one. It'll be 7 for the week before for Chip and Dale and Adventures of the Magic Kingdom. Puzzle Showcase for the Switch. We're running through the Switch. I've got 31 games we're going to be curating. We've went through a bunch of them ourselves when we did the Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey Play a couple weeks ago, as far as what they were. Her love of Dr. Mario in particular, that's another one that's coming out. I'll give a little bit of a hint as far as some of the ones I haven't announced. I mentioned some of the other ones. I've got stuff that chat you've asked for, stuff you've said, hey, I'd like to see, or stuff you've recommended to me. I have other games that a lot of the guests on this show or other people who have come by have said, hey, I'd like to see this game. We got a lot for you. We got a lot of variety for your gaming goodness for our 4th annual genre showcase. Although, actually, this year is going to be the last case where it's going to be a genre showcase because the year after that we're going to do the listed Xbox 360 games for 2024. I'm going to just say that right now because we have that Xbox 360 store closing next year. Feasibly, I could pull anything that's coming from that as far as a D-list for that show, but I know we said we want to do stuff with that. Some of that will have to be demos because I don't own them. I'm going to get as many of the things that I know that are going to be interesting for the purpose of that before they shut that store down on July 29th of next year. But that'll be November of 2024 as far as the Thanksgiving Showcase show. But I just want to put that out now because I know it's like, when we're doing that, it means we'll have Poker Smash at that point. I know it's a ways away, but well, I'm doing it. Don't worry. I'm in the show for the long haul. I mentioned that before, and this is indicating that, hey, I took 15 months to get to this game. And as I also wanted to say, like, hey, I'm going to be a man of my word. That's the other thing. I said, I'm not going to say, would you 15 months? And they're like, we just don't ever touch this. No, when I say something on the show, regardless of what it is, whether it's good or bad even, I mean it. And I hope I gave that element as far as this show, every other show we've done, but also as far as that. And then December, as far as schedule is concerned, is going to be a little up in the air as far as when some things are. I'll talk to Gemini96 if he has a preference for December 2nd or the 16th for the next part of Earthbound. Whichever one he doesn't take will be Tetrasphere for Nintendo 64. I'll talk to Edwack and Nikki. I think we'll have to do the Next Humongous 2 for hers next year at some point. I'll figure when that is. Or I'll have an update maybe on next week's show specific for that. December 9th, though, is going to be the next part of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. It'll be part 6. I think we'll only need 7 parts total, so we'll have one more part after that. And then we'll have an extra part in February, just to give an indication of that. When we get to that, I'll explain that in a few minutes as to why. And then the last 2 weeks of the year are going to be December 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and maybe on December 29th. So the Friday, also 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that. But both cases, Dolly Finn's going to be back on the show. We're playing a game she's showing a preview of in the Puzzle Showcase we're doing in November. Strange Horticulture for the Switch. A macabre point-and-click game as far as examining flowers at a flower shop. We're going to give that game a full play. It's only going to be 8.5 hours as far as it, so we're going to be able to do that up in 2 parts. As our last game for 2023. And then we'll get into 2024, where we start the year right with the 30th anniversary celebration of Sonic Heroes. Running the Xbox version again, but the reason we're running that, like, we played that game before. Why are we playing it again? Because I have the Super Hard mode unlocked, which the original Xbox version is by far the easiest way to get that unlocked nowadays. No question about it. Because all you need to do is have an Xbox Magazine game disc, and there's a save on it. And I'll indicate... I indicated when we played the game which one it was, but I'll also indicate when we get to that. So we'll run through the super hard mode of the game, and we'll have another celebration as we have technically our long-awaited return to Sonic the Hedgehog. We have not technically played a Sonic the Hedgehog game this year, technically. I mean, I showed off Sonic C at the end of our Genesis Mini 2 showcase night with Shadow Dancer, but we haven't technically played one. But that's going to change as far as that. And then as far as everything else for January, we'll have the next part of Earthbound. We'll have the finale of the PlayStation version of Lunar Silver Star Story complete at dates to be determined. We might feasibly have the... there's Ed Wack, by the way. Plain Celeste. Hi, Ed Wack. Please let me know when you and Nikki have a preference for... what is it? The two humongous games she wants to play, which, by the way, were... Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside, and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. That'll be a Friday show whenever that is. It might be January for that. If it's not, we're starting Metal Gear Solid 2 in January. I promise that. That's another Konami joint. Specifically, I've been waiting to get to that one. I know ElecVerse, you want to see it. I've been wanting to do that. We're going to do it. For sure, we had a great time playing Metal Gear Solid 1. We're getting Metal Gear Solid 2 re-released next month. I think, fine. This month is going to be soon enough as far as it for October. And the collection is going to be kind of a question mark, especially if you're thinking of picking up that Switch version. I would say maybe don't, for reasons we'll get into when we get to that. But I'm running Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PlayStation 2. We're on the sort of original way, but also because that has Metal Gear Solid skateboarding, and I want to show that off. It's so strange, like, why skateboarding? To which I say, why not? Let's show it. And that's the only version of the game that has it, surprisingly. Even the original Xbox version of Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance doesn't have that. But we'll start that game off. That'll be another long-running one. Specific, and we will be showing off as many things in that as I can. I think it'll be about 6 months for that game. The game itself is not super long, but I do want to show stuff off with the VR missions. We're not going to show them all off. We don't think we will. I'll show the skateboarding, I'll show the snake tails, and I'll show some other stuff as well for it specifically. To the point where actually for some of that stuff I might in between use the Metal Gear Solid HD collection on 360 show, because I have a ton of stuff unlocked in there. In fact, tons of the VR missions, so I could show off a bunch of them as far as the dedicated show. I'll figure when we get to that as far as how that's going to go. If we don't start Metal Gear Solid 2 in January, we'll start in February. It's basically going to be between that and the Humongous 2 for either way. And in February, we're going to have the next part of Earthbound. Either the start of or next part of Metal Gear Solid 2. We might have the Humongous 2 for, we'll see. We're also going to have the finale of Lunar that month. You're like, wait, we finished it, or going to finish it feasibly the way this is going to go in January. So how are we having another part? Well, we're going to have a part on a date to be determined at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on that date whenever we figure that. We'll figure that. We'll have answers to that in a coming months. I'm going to show off parts of the PSP version, the Lunar Silver Star Harmony, that I played through. Because the differences between them, we've had a lot of differences going through. There's been contentious points about that version in particular, and I said, okay, let's give it a look. We'll have a little bit of a preview. I'll show some of the differences as far as some of the extras it adds. We'll take a look at some greatest hits. I got a bunch of save files from my entire run through that game to give a sense of what it is. It's going to be a short show. It's going to be about 2 or so hours, so in that case, Blood Spice Moon will be available for the entire program. And then we'll go into other stuff that they have coming up as far as their stuff. Including her case, we're going to figure when we do Deathspank to start that on the PC at some point. I'm talking to her as far as like what the logistics are going to look like. And there's a Proto-Rovo with the stuff he has, and when we get back to Game Dev Tycoon is specifically as well. And the only other stuff I know we have on schedule right now is March 2nd, where Nocturne's going to be joining me for the start of Snowboard Kids 2 for Nintendo 64 to start its 25th anniversary celebration. And the end of March, I think, or the first week of April. I don't know. I might do the last week of March because it's closer to April Fool's Day for our April Fool's Day game of Justice League Task Force for Super Nintendo. I gotta practice that to get decent. The game's stiff, but as I said, I'm gonna get that through. We're gonna have our element as far as DC again. I promise we'll show some good DC games, specifically more. Although I don't think that's a horrible game, honestly. It's just that I never played it before, so coming to it first time, it's a bit stiff, so I had to kind of get myself set. But I'll have time to do that for sure as we go along. And then other stuff coming down the pipeline. Anything else all you want to see. And whenever we come back to Contra, you'll pick on what you want to see. I don't know which one I'd want to do next. I think it's also going to probably be another case of I want to, get myself familiar with another one. Maybe Contra 3, because honestly I have enough familiarity with that one. And maybe Contra on NES. I'll figure that I also feasibly might want the Crusader 64 in on one of those. Specifically, Contra, the arcade version, because he actually, I believe, has a Contra arcade machine, or he did at one point in his life. So it might be worthwhile, but we'll figure that. We'll figure all this stuff down the road, but keep those requests coming. We're going to get to them, I promise that. Even though I was like, hey, it took me longer to get to this one, I'm sorry. It took longer, but I said, I want to do this game right. I hope I did. I thank you so much for all the requests, all the support you give to the show, no question, for sure. My gratitude's never going to cease, and I love doing this every week. We're going to keep doing this every week. Do not worry about that. And we have some movement going on the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site that's going ahead. I just got to get some other stuff going. I'm getting stuff ready for the link list as far... No, well, not the link list. Oh, there'll be links in this, the master list, as far as stuff you've asked for. Other stuff we've had where we played the game before, and we'll have links to our past shows and other stuff. And I want to try and get that launched by the beginning of next year. But then we'll get some movement done on that. And also for some of the compilation videos I'm going to be putting up at the end of the year. I think I'm starting with Great Gaming Feats, just to go into that. I've been doing clips on some of the Great Gaming Feats that myself or guests have provided on this show, because we've had a couple of them specifically. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to say, hey, I got some great ones off of Contra Hard Corps. I'll see. Maybe I'll get back on the video when I edit this over the next couple of days. But, yeah, there's going to be some interesting stuff. Good laughs, and also eventually we'll have some of the best laugh cases, some of the best meltdown cases of, oh my god, what just happened, specifically of that. And maybe a case of stuff that we discovered for the first time. But I've got some ideas for that. We'll do a couple of those at some point. But I'm getting some of the clips down for what I got for the feats. I actually have to go back to some of the videos just to remind myself, like, okay, what did we do? I got like 6 out of Majora's Mask alone, specifically. Or just pay attention anytime the Crusader 64 plays a game, because at that point there's going to be a feat. You're going to see the 10 spin ring on his first try from Shadow Hearts. I guarantee you that, for sure. And his thing on Space Channel 5 as well. But I got other stuff. I'll be scouring that. That'll be a YouTube exclusive at some point, probably at the beginning of next year. But I think with that, I think we are good with tonight's show and with Contra Hard Corps. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday tonight. As I take a much-needed drink of water. A nice, relaxing time for that. Thank you so much for everything you do for this program and for joining us each week. All right, so with that, hope you have a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward, and enjoy the rest of your September, even though we only have about 2 minutes of it left at the time of this recording. But with that, thank you so much for everything. I'll see you next Friday. No, not Friday. I'll see you next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, there's an F in there somewhere, which is for the time of day. But yeah, October 7th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday. See you then for Earthbound for Super Nintendo, starting with Gemini 96, making his glorious debut on the program. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything. Take care, everybody.